Chapter 5550. Fight 1. Jin Yan returned to the Li family's old residence. Before he even entered, he could hear the sounds of an argument in the living room. Li Ronghuan, what do you mean by this? It's the new year, and you're placing the memorial tablets on my mother's seat. What are you trying to do? The voice was sharp and piercing, and Li Jinyan couldn't help but frown. Big sister, what do you mean by this? This isn't a memorial tablet. This is my father and mother's memorial tablets. Moreover, it's the new year, so shouldn't it be a family reunion? Is there a problem with me inviting my parents out? Li Ronghuan, who was being pointed at, replied in a serious tone. What, big sister? Dad just left, and you're already disrespecting him? Mrs. Li was furious. How could that be what she meant? She was clearly referring to the original wife who had caused her to raise her outside until she was 10 years old. The door wasn't locked, so Li Jinyan directly opened it and entered. He saw Li Ronghuan placing Old Man Li and Old Madam Li's memorial tablets on the main seats. That was where Old Madam Xiao and Old Man Li often sat when they were alive. Old Madam Xiao was supported by Mrs. Li. Her face was ashen, and she looked like she was about to faint from anger. Little uncle, aren't you going a little overboard? Du Jai couldn't help but speak up for her grandmother and mother. You're disrespecting my grandmother. I'm going overboard. How am I going overboard? Also, Jai, don't you know that the younger generation can't interrupt when the elders are speaking? You're a junior with a different surname, so why are you interrupting in front of me? Li Ronghuan glanced at Du Jai, and his voice became even more serious. He was completely like an elder educating a junior. If this gets out, your reputation won't be good. At that time, not just the Qin family, no matter which family it is, they wouldn't want a daughter-in-law who contradicts her elders on the first day of the new year. Little uncle. Du Jai stared at Li Ronghuan with widened eyes, but in the end, she didn't continue. After all, Li Ronghuan's mouth was so powerful. If she really spread it outside, what would she do if it really affected her reputation? Ronghuan, Jai is still a child. As an elder, you should be more tolerant. Li Jinyan's lips twitched slightly. The person who spoke was none other than his father, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Tianhao. Madame Li's husband, Du Guiqiang, also spoke. Ronghuan, for my sake, please ask Old Master and Old Madam to return to their seats. Du Guiqiang originally didn't want to get involved in the Du family's affairs, nor did he want Madame Li and Du Jai to get involved in the Li family's affairs. However, the mother and daughter always refused to listen to his advice, so he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. However, he couldn't let the outside world say that his daughter's character wasn't good. Brother-in-law, you've misunderstood me. Aren't I teaching Jai? It's always the elders who speak, and the juniors listen. Brother-in-law, go out and ask around. Which family's juniors aren't like this? Li Ronghuan looked up calmly. She was going against everyone with her own strength, but it didn't take her any effort at all. If you want to marry well, you have to be upright first. Li Ronghuan had already asked around about Du Jai's affairs. With just one sentence, she let Du Guiqiang know about his daughter's scandals. My mother is also your elder. If you don't respect my mother, what right do you have to educate my daughter? Madame Li finally found an opportunity to retaliate against Li Ronghuan. You didn't even stand upright yourself, and you still have the cheek to talk about my daughter? Tui. Tip. Enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5550. Panda Literature Battle 1. Chapter 5551. Fight 2. Madame Li's poo made her own husband frown. The more she couldn't hold it in, and the angrier she was, the happier Li Ronghuan was. Elders? Aren't all my elders sitting at the table? Li Ronghuan raised her eyebrows and said, Also, your mother is only a second wife. She was previously an outside wife. In ancient times, an outside wife is a concubine. A concubine is a servant. How can a servant sit at the dining table? Li Ronghuan, you're too much. Madame Li was so angry that her face turned purple. My mother and my father have been in love for decades. She stayed by my father's side longer than your mother. What right do you have to talk about my mother? What right do you have? I'm too much? How am I too much? You're the one who's too much. I'm just letting my father and mother spend the new year with me and have breakfast together. You're stopping me. Father just left, and you don't care about him. Madame Li, am I too much or are you too much? Li Ronghuan continued to make things difficult for Madame Li and her daughter. Also, isn't it a custom to pay respects to the elders on the first day of the new year? Am I wrong? Go outside and ask someone, is it wrong for me to do this? Then why don't you invite Chu Hai out too? Madame Li had already been tricked by Li Ronghuan and fell for his words. Madame Li, are you really muddle-headed? Didn't you hear it just now? Paying respects to the elders on the first day of the new year? Then whose elder is Li Chu Hai? Li Ronghuan crossed his arms and looked coldly at Madame Li. Is a murderer worthy? Li Jinyan secretly watched from the entrance, and a faint smile flashed across his eyes. He really didn't expect his little uncle's ability to insult people to be so formidable. Help me back to my room. Madame Li, who was already so dizzy that she couldn't listen to him anymore. If she continued, she would be so angry that she had a stroke. Her face was ashen as she glared at Li Ronghuan with her pair of turbid old eyes. Her gaze was so cold that she wished she could turn into a knife and slice Li Ronghuan into pieces. Mom, you're so early. He'll be even more pleased with himself. Madame Li was unwilling to give up. If anyone has to leave, it should be him. After saying that, Mrs. Li grits her teeth again. She thinks that old Madame Li was so angry that she was sent to the hospital by Li Ronghuan before. If something bad happens to her today, Li Ronghuan will be more complacent. Jai, hurry and help your grandmother to her room. Take good care of her and don't make her angry again. Worried about old Madame Li's health, Madame Li could only take a step back. She could only take one step back and could not take a second step back. Jai secretly glared at Li Ronghuan and then helped old Madame Xiao Li back to the room. Why is little uncle so annoying? He's like a piece of rat, sh*t, insisting on disturbing the family. Li Ronghuan was in a good mood after winning the battle single-handedly. He turned around and invited his brother-in-law, who he was willing to give face to. Brother-in-law, let's have breakfast first. Ignore them. No need. We already ate before we came. Du Guiqiang could not really sit down with Li Ronghuan for breakfast. He chose to refuse and went to the room to visit old Madame Xiao Li. She's so angry that she might fall sick. Since that's the case, I can only eat with my parents alone. Li Ronghuan sat down at the dining table alone and ate happily. He did not even bother to greet his elder brother. Li Jinyan watched the show from the side and walked into the living room. His voice was calm without any fluctuations as he greeted, Dad, little uncle, Happy New Year. Note: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-51, Happy New Year Fight 2. Chapter 55-52, Battle 3. When Li Ronghuan heard the voice, a smile appeared on her face. She put down her bowl and chopsticks and stood up. He wanted to go over and welcome them, but he glanced at his eldest brother, Li Tianhao, and frowned. In the end, he chose to sit down again. Jinyan, have you eaten breakfast? Do you want to sit and have breakfast with Uncle? Come back after you eat. Li Jinyan stood there without any intention of sitting down. Father Li glanced at his son and snorted softly in agreement. You've eaten? That's really unfortunate. That's right. The food here is full of smell. I'm afraid you'll have indigestion. Li Ronghuan didn't care. Anyway, as long as old Madam Li didn't have a good time, he would feel better. It was fine if his nephew didn't eat it. Anyway, his nephew didn't like it, so he didn't force it. Come over from Dangui Garden. How is old Mister's health? Are you all right? Li Ronghuan asked while eating breakfast. Logically speaking, I should also go to pay a New Year's greeting to the old master. But on second thought, I'm afraid that the old master doesn't like me, a member of the Li family. If the legitimate son-in-law doesn't go, why should I go? Forget it. I better not go and cause trouble for old sir. He didn't come to the Li family for dinner last night. He probably went to the old man's place together. Without the Li family, his nephew really didn't have any impact. He still had a home to return to. Li family, the Li residence is nothing. Yes, come over from that side. Li Jinyan replied indifferently, Uncle, you accompany Grandpa and Grandma to have breakfast first, then I'll light incense for them. When your grandparents find out how filial our Li Jinyan is, they'll definitely take good care of you. Li Ronghuan really liked how considerate Li Jinyan was, unlike his older brother, who wanted to stay out of it. Was that even possible? He finished his breakfast quickly and placed the memorial tablet on the offering table with Li Jinyan. After Li Jinyan respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense, Li Ronghuan said, Jinyan, accompany uncle for a chat. Brother, accompany the guests. This is your favorite job. Father Li looked at his sloppy and shameless younger brother with a cold gaze. If he didn't need him to deal with the restless old Madam Li, he wouldn't even want to talk to him. Li Ronghuan's method was the best way to deal with those shameless people. With a cold expression, Father Li Jinyan glanced at Li Jinyan before nodding. If you leave now, no one will stop you. This is my home. Why should I leave? Housekeeper, send 2 cups of tea to my study. I want to talk to my nephew. Li Ronghuan deliberately raised his voice. Even old Madam Li in the room heard it. After he finished speaking, he put his arm around Li Jinyan's shoulder. He didn't care if Li Jinyan was willing or not and directly led him to the study. Go. It's rare for you to come back. Us uncle and nephew must have a good chat. Li Jinyan didn't refuse. He still needed to know if the Li family had done anything to his younger sister, Yi Qian. Father Li looked at the figures with their arms around each other's shoulders as they left. His eyes were gloomy. He thought about the rumors from the past. There's no smoke without fire. If there really wasn't anything, would people talk about it? No. Flies don't sting seamless eggs. His gloomy gaze made Li Ronghuan want to throw a shoe at him, but he still endured it. I really can't stand your father's character. Don't come back so often. Coming back here makes me feel uncomfortable. The study they went to was old man Li's old study. Now that old man Li was gone, the study was naturally occupied by Li Ronghuan, the son who still lived in the Li family. Small note. Enter Panda Literature in the search engine to find this site. Thank you. Chapter 55-52. Panda Fight 3. Chapter 55-53. Fight 4. When Li Ronghuan declared his sovereignty over the study, old Madam Xiao Li was furious. Li Jinyan entered the study and found that the study had changed from when old man Li was here. Li Ronghuan's style was reflected everywhere. How is it? What do you think of little uncle's decorations now? Li Ronghuan asked with open arms. Of course little uncle has good taste. Li Jinyan knew what he wanted to hear, so he was quite cooperative. In his heart, he did not completely let down his guard against Li Ronghuan. Back then, when I changed the study room into this, that old witch was so angry that she almost died. Li Ronghuan sat down on the sofa and chuckled. Didn't she say that she was the one who took care of everything in the Li family? All right, I'll change the Li family inside and out. After the new year, there will be renovations. I'm going to renovate the Li family inside out. I'm sure that old witch will be angry at me. So little uncle is now fighting a battle of wits and courage with them every day. Li Jinyan sat down and looked at Li Ronghuan calmly. Little uncle, aren't you tired? How am I fighting with them? Didn't you see it just now? I'm crushing them one-sidedly and angering them to death. Why did you come back when you were in the hospital? Now that I'm back, I'm just looking for trouble. Li Ronghuan laughed arrogantly and said, Anyway, as long as I'm here, I won't let that mother and daughter have an easy time. Tired? No, I'm not tired at all. As long as I see them being angered by me and having nothing to say, I feel great. Happy. Little uncle, Li Jinyan was not happy because of this. His cold eyes darkened a little. You're not happy. Li Ronghuan paused, and his eyes narrowed a little, but soon he slapped the table and laughed. How can I not be happy? I'm so happy. Let's get down to business. That stupid sister of mine went to look for your grandfather's old subordinates, hoping that they could investigate the cause of Li Chuhai's death and avenge Li Chuhai. However, how could I let them do as they wished? The smile on Li Ronghuan's face became even more contemptuous. As expected, they have inherited that old witch's pettiness. Don't they know that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter? Those people who followed the Li family in the past were all willing to follow the Li family and help the Li family because of the Li family's resources. Now that the old man has left, she still wants to use her identity as the old man's daughter to kill people. How much face does she think she has? Li Jinyan was more interested in what he needed to hear. What's the result? In the end, of course, they were all perfunctory with her. Some of them even came back without even seeing her face. How laughable! Li Ronghuan did not hide the gloating in his eyes. She thinks that she can use her connections to avenge Li Chuhai. Her face is really big. Li Jinyan's brows were slightly knitted. If that's the case, then they can only think of other ways to investigate the truth and wait for an opportunity to take revenge. Sigh, I didn't tell you about this in advance. It's my fault. At the mention of revenge, Li Ronghuan showed some distress. If he had not been in a hurry to solve it, the old man's granddaughter would not have been exposed. Don't worry, I will continue to watch their every move and won't let them have their way. Revenge? Don't even think about it in this lifetime. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine and you will find this website. Thank you. Battle 4. Chapter 55-54. Battle 5. On the other side, old Madame Li was so angry that she smashed a decoration on the bedside table to the ground. She was so angry that even her eyes were bloodshot. Grandma, don't be angry. If you hurt your body, then he will be even happier. Du Jiayi hurriedly comforted old Madame Xiao Li. Her uncle's words just now were too infuriating. Don't be angry, don't be angry. We can't let his evil scheme succeed. At this time, Du Jiayi was a considerate junior. Madame Li hurriedly added, Mom, Jiayi is right. Don't let your anger affect your health. If you do, that little rascal Li Ronghuan will be even happier. Humph, accompany his father, and that unlucky thing. Why doesn't he accompany them? Old Madame Xiao Li swept the table lamp to the ground again. You're not leaving. You're deliberately keeping me here to anger me. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Du Jiai was frightened. She took a few steps back and looked at Madame Li for help. Grandma had lost her rationality at this moment. No matter how she tried to persuade her, she would not be able to do so. Li Ronghuan's words just now, "Your old madam is at most a second wife." Before, she was still an outside wife. This outside wife is a concubine in ancient times. This concubine is a servant. How can this servant sit at this table? Old Madame Li was so angry that she almost fainted. She had gone from being a mistress to being a legitimate wife. This was the proudest thing in her life, but when it came out of Li Ronghuan's mouth, it was so unbearable. She was indeed a mistress in the past, but so what? She was now the legitimate old Madame Li. Everyone had to call her Old Madame Li when they went out. What was so great about the first wife who didn't have the fortune to leave early? She left so early and didn't enjoy any fortune, and she had enjoyed it. From this, it could be seen that only those who lived longer were the true winners. Mom, don't be angry. We will find a way to deal with him. Madame Li looked at her mother's expression and went up to comfort her. I won't let her be complacent for too long. I'll think of a way to deal with her. Yes, I have to think of a way to teach him a lesson. Old Madame Shaoli, who was so angry that her chest hurt, leaned against the pillow. Her eyes were filled with viciousness. Go and find Lu'er. He is a ruthless person. Invite him to our Li family. Madame Li was shocked at first. Then she lowered her voice and said, Lu Erzao has already washed his hands and asked him to come over. I'm afraid. If he washes his hands and doesn't do it, could it be that he really doesn't want to do it? You've raised a bunch of people. If you don't do some work, how can you raise them? Old Madame Shaoli's face was already shrouded in viciousness. Her dry and thin face revealed an aura that made people feel apprehensive. Just go and invite them. Don't worry about the others. All right, I got it. Madame Li nodded, and her eyes were as cold as old Madame Li's. As long as Lu'er still takes action, Li Ronghuan will have no good days. You can also take a break. Outside the door, Du Guiqiang slowly retreated, his face filled with suppressed anger. He knew who Lu'er was. When the old man Li of the Li family raised servants, they specialized in doing some dirty work. Later, when it came to old man Li's generation, the servants gradually stopped, and Lu'er's line also disappeared. I didn't expect there to be more. Lu'er was not a person's name. It was a name passed down from generation to generation among the servants of the Li family. It had never been changed. Even Li Ronghuan didn't know anything about Lu'er. But if Yi Qian were here, she would know. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-54. Battle 5. Chapter 55-55. Fight 6. In her previous life, Yi Qian had escaped time and time again. It was all Lu'er's doing. All Ying had to do was say something, and Lu'er would do it for her. In her previous life, Lu'er had become Madame Li's ally and was used by Ying. This time, Lu'er had become Madame Li's tool to deal with Li Ronghuan. Li Ronghuan was still telling Li Jinyan about the Li family. Li Jinyan was relieved to know that Madame Li and Madame Li had been rejected. However, there were two people he was worried about, Li Jun and Li Qin. But Li Ronghuan had no news about them. Li Jun has not appeared since he left the capital. He can't be hiding in the country. He should have gone abroad. Li Chuhai's children are not stupid. They will not stay in the country and wait for death. As for Li Qin, there are no photos of her. We don't know what she looks like. But since she is a twin, she will naturally look like Li Jun. I will stay in the Li family and keep an eye on them. If there is any movement and you can't contact them, I will contact the higher-ups. You know Xia Xinhui, Master Xia's son. He is now the leader of the army. He even contacted me. Li Ronghuan was full of regret when he mentioned what he had done. How could he have known that Yi Qian was old Master Fu's granddaughter and Jinyan's sister? He had been too impatient. He should have investigated more thoroughly. Then he would not have ended up in this situation. Li Ronghuan sighed. Youngest uncle has to take responsibility for this. He was too impatient and too happy. In the end, he implicated all of you. Leave it to youngest uncle. I will keep an eye on old witch. Du Guoqiang will keep an eye on Li Chenglan. As for your father, he doesn't care about anything. He is a jerk. Li Jinyan looked up slightly. Youngest uncle, be careful with your words. Ha ha ha, you are so old-fashioned. What's wrong with scolding them? Is your father a good person? I am his brother. Even I despise him. But he is your father. As his son, you can't scold him. It's not that you can't scold him. Just don't say it out loud, but just scold him in your heart. If you really want to curse, find a place with no one around and curse to your heart's content. In the Li family, Li Ronghuan was an anomaly. You couldn't say that he was humane, but he didn't have any affection for his own brother or father. You couldn't say that he was heartless, but he treated his nephew, Li Jinyan, exceptionally well. She remembered Li Jinyan's mother in her heart. She had done her a favor back then, and she had been thinking about it until now. Li Jinyan had seen Li Ronghuan's information abroad. He was a painter and businessman, and his hands were not clean. However, he was especially good to children. He had donated a large amount of money to orphanages both in China and abroad. A few years ago, when he returned to China, he even went to a remote county to set up a welfare home. The first child he adopted was taken to school abroad. If you say that he was kind, then he was good. If you say that he was greedy for profit, then he was indeed greedy for profit. The children that he had brought overseas to study were all children with good IQs, good grades, and good overall abilities. They were all children with good aptitudes. As for the ordinary children, he promised that as long as they wanted to study, he would sponsor them until they graduated from university. If they didn't want to study, they would have to at least graduate from high school or technical secondary school. This was a businessman. He did good deeds and gained fame. At the same time, he groomed a group of talents for the future. Li Ronghuan was indeed the smartest person in the Li family. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Fight 6. Chapter 55-56. Fight 7. She had given up the Li family's splendor and wealth and had carved out a broad path for herself. In the living room outside, the eldest son of the Li family, Li Tianhao, sat in the living room with a cold expression. After about half an hour, he looked at the time impatiently. After a few times, he raised his hand and signaled the servant in the living room to come over. Go, ask the two people in the study to come to the living room. Yes, master. The servant answered respectfully. Although it seemed like old Madame Li was in charge of the Li family, the servants actually listened to Li Tianhao's orders more. One was old and childless, while the other was at the peak of his career. Comparing the two, the servants knew which side to choose. This was the Li family, and Li Tianhao was the real master of the Li family. Hearing the knock on the door, Li Ronghuan knew who sent the servant before the servant could say anything. His eyes flashed with ridicule. Your father can't sit still anymore. Let's go and meet him. Then he slapped the armrests on both sides of the office chair and got up quickly. It was as if he wasn't going to the living room, but to a battlefield full of dangers and traps where one would be smashed into pieces if they weren't careful. Just as he walked around the desk, he suddenly stopped. His expression became extremely serious as he reminded Li Jinyan, "Your dad only has himself in his heart. As long as anyone offends his interests, regardless of whether it's his son or his younger brother, he won't care about anyone else. I can stay in the Li family and stir up trouble because of your father. Currently, he's putting me, his younger brother, in the position of going against the old witch. He's just waiting for both sides to suffer losses before he can reap the benefits. I'm worried that he'll do something to you. For example, he'll ask you to stay at home. Jinyan, remember, you can't agree to it. I'm afraid that he's made a secret deal with the old witch and used you as a pawn. Once he's done with you, he'll abandon you without a second thought." Li Ronghuan knew his elder brother Li Tianhao too well. Everyone said that Li Chuhai resembled Old Man Li, but it was **T. The one who resembled him the most was Li Tianhao. Otherwise, why didn't Old Man Li push Li Chuhai to the position, but secretly give some power to Li Tianhao? Even the old demonic woman thought that Li Tianhao had worked hard for himself. Old Man Li and his eldest son, Li Tianhao, cooperated seamlessly. Outsiders thought that Old Man Li only liked the children of his second wife and despised the two sons of his first wife. None of them. Your father is a scheming person, just like your grandfather. Don't think that it's enough just because he's not in the Li family. He's the best at pretending to be innocent. When I was little, I suffered a lot in his hands. Now that I'm a little more mature, I can see the viciousness hidden under Li Tianhao's face. Li Ronghuan loved his nephew dearly and told Li Jinyan all the words in his heart. Even at the risk of being disliked by Li Jinyan, he had to say it. In fact, Li Jinyan knew very well what kind of person his biological father was. He just didn't say it out loud. Li Ronghuan said that he had received a lot of hints from him. As his own son, he had also suffered a lot. He had experienced a lot of being pushed out by his biological father as a scapegoat. It could be said that Li Jinyan's extreme distrust of others was mainly caused by his biological father, Li Tianhao. Fortunately, there was old Master Fu, Father Fu, and Fu Yuxing. It was the Fu family who pulled Li Jinyan back from the edge. It was also Father Fu who strongly urged Li Jinyan to enter the military academy and join the army. That was how Li Jinyan became who he was today. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-56, Panda Fight 7. Chapter 55-57, Fight 8. If he could not even trust his own father, how could he trust others? How could he let down his guard and accept another person walking into his life? This was also the reason why Li Jinyan did not want to change girlfriends and broke up with them so quickly. Li Jinyan, who had only experienced familial affection in the Fu family, felt it for the first time in the Li family. As Li Ronghuan's conversation deepened, the coldness in Li Jinyan's eyes gradually lessened, and his stern face warmed up a little. He was used to treating everything with a cold expression and was very good at pretending. So Li Ronghuan, who loved him, did not realize that his father had let down his guard against him. Seeing that Li Jinyan was still cold, Li Ronghuan became anxious. He raised his hand and knocked on Li Jinyan's head. "You stupid boy, why don't you have any expression? Do you think that I am talking bad about your father and trying to sow discord between you two?" Li Jinyan tilted his head slightly and avoided Li Ronghuan's knock. Seeing that his youngest uncle was anxious, Li Jinyan's cold eyes flashed with a smile. He thought that he should believe that his youngest uncle Li Ronghuan was really good to him and cared about him. Thinking about it, The Li family thought that his youngest uncle had not returned home for more than 10 years, but they did not know that his youngest uncle had come to see him. At that time, his youngest uncle must have come back to see if he was doing well. Seeing that he was doing well and that his grandfather and uncle were taking care of him, his youngest uncle was relieved and left. Li Ronghuan, who missed his knock, was furious. He rolled up his sleeves and glared. "How dare you hide from me? Where are you hiding? The more you hide, the harder I will hit you." This brat always had a cold face. Even he, who had been abroad for more than 10 years, could not tell what he was thinking. He felt that he was a failure. Knowing that he could not hit him, Li Ronghuan rolled up his sleeves and did not embarrass himself. He pointed at Li Jinyan's nose and continued, "Do you have any feelings for your father?" "Bah, you do, but Li Tianhao does not. He didn't treat you as his son. You actually treat him as your father? Listen to my advice. Don't ever treat your father as your father again. He has a new home now, and he has a son and a daughter. His son is 20 this year, and you seem to be 30 this year. Do you see? His son is only 10 years younger than you. His daughter is also in her second year of high school. I heard that her grades are quite good. This year, she will be sent abroad to study at the same university as her brother. Look, his family is harmonious now, and his children are obedient and promising. They've all been sent abroad to study. On the other hand, have you enjoyed any benefits from him? F*CK, there's no benefit at all. Instead, you threw him away like he was trash. It's already good enough that you didn't sever your relationship with him. This is infuriating. You. Are you stupid? Had he become an idiot after being a soldier? Do you only know filial piety? You don't know how to be flexible? Li Ronghuan was especially worried that Li Jinyan would be taken advantage of. If his son was taken advantage of by his father, he could only endure the pain by himself. He didn't even have a place to complain. Wake up. You have to think for yourself. You still have to marry and have children in the future. If you don't understand, your wife and children will suffer with you. Uncle has been taken advantage of before, and I don't want your descendants to follow the same path. There are not many good people in the Li family, including Uncle. None of them are good people. You are an exception. You are the only direct descendant of the Li family in several generations. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-57, Panda Literature Fight 8. Chapter 55-58, Fight 9. For Li Jinyan's sake, Li Ronghuan had become a mother hen. She was eager to protect Li Jinyan, afraid that he would be taken advantage of by Li Tianhao. Li Tianhao was the most hypocritical person in the Li family. Even his own brother had been betrayed countless times. You can't go astray. Stay away from the Li family and your father. Uncle will be at ease. Li Ronghuan's eyes reddened. Your mom will be at ease. The study became exceptionally quiet. Outside the window, sunlight spilled into the study. In the antique study, dust floated in the sunlight. Time seemed to have stopped. The kind woman who had once helped Li Ronghuan seemed to have passed through time and stood by the door again. She smiled slightly. Ronghuan, you're still young. Don't talk back to adults. You'll only be at a disadvantage. Smart people know how to hide their strength and bide their time. They know how to secretly accumulate strength and then soar into the sky. You're a smart person. You should know when to show weakness. Showing weakness when appropriate doesn't mean you're weak, nor does it mean you're easy to bully. It's a survival skill that will allow you to live better. He had benefited from it his entire life. He had never forgotten it. Jinyan, the person your mom is most worried about is you. You've let her down. She only wants you to be safe and sound, not rich and powerful. The sunlight seemed to have passed through time and shocked the world. It also took away the kind woman who had died of depression. Ever since Li Jinyan could remember, no one in the Li family had ever mentioned his mother in front of him. This was the first time Li Jinyan stood in the Li family's house and heard someone mention his mother. He saw tears glistening in Li Ronghuan's red eyes. His hard and cold heart trembled slightly at this moment. "Uncle, I've never thought of returning to the Li family." Li Jinyan finally answered him. This has never been my home. He had never treated the Li family as his home, because here, other than his mother, no one treated him as a member of the Li family. In the past, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand what kind of heinous thing he had done when he was young to be hated by his own family. Later on, when he grew up, he understood why his family despised him. Old Madame Shaoli hated that he was the eldest son and grandson and would fight for the Li family's assets. Old Man Li hated that he had a good relationship with the Fu family and did not listen to his arrangements. Later, on Old Man Li's birthday, he was schemed against by Old Man Li again. He gave Old Man Li noodles laced with rat poison. From then on, Old Man Li never liked Old Man Li. As for his biological father, because he didn't want to be watched by Old Man Li, because he was hated by Old Man Li, he was worried that he would be implicated, so he also hated him. Now, the elders of the other Li family members hated him. There was no reason for them not to hate him. Speaking of which, it was his own failure to be so disliked. Li Jinyan lowered his brows slightly, the corners of his mouth slightly pressed together as he said, "A family full of scheming is very tiring." Although his tone was cold, it made Li Ronghuan's chest feel stuffy. After a while, he put his arm around Li Jinyan's shoulders and patted him heavily. "It's not tiring. With Uncle in the Li family, no one can plot against you, including your father. No one can plot against you." Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door again. Li Ronghuan didn't wait for the servant outside to say anything. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked a chair into the solid wood of the study. "What are you rushing me for? Get out." Enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-58. Translator. Henyi Translations Fight 9. Chapter 55-59. Fight 10. In the Li family, Li Ronghuan had already disguised himself as a hedgehog. Whoever made him uncomfortable, he would make them uncomfortable. It was not that he was reckless, but in the Li family, he had to be tough so that the prideful old Madame Li would have some scruples. Li Ronghuan was tough in the open but cunning in the dark. Every time, he could make old Madame Li angry. Just like today, old Madame Li targeted her son, Li Ronghuan, early in the morning. She mentioned the old rules and sighed. New Year greetings on the first day of the Lunar New Year are not just words. You really have to kneel. When Old Master was around, the younger generation followed the old rules. Now that Old Master is gone, the old rules have been lost. She only talked about the old rules and Old Master, but did not mention herself. Those who did not know would really think that she was sad because the old rules were lost. In fact, she just wanted Li Ronghuan to kneel in front of her early in the morning. Li Ronghuan was not a fool. He agreed without hesitation. Then he carried the memorial tablets of Old Master Li and the Old Madam. He asked Old Madam Shao Li to kneel to the memorial tablet of the Old Madam Shao Li before he knelt to greet Old Madam Shao Li. Then there was the scene that Li Jinyan saw when he entered the door. Li Ronghuan, who felt that he had not quarreled enough, wanted to quarrel with his brother Li Tianhao. Seeing this, Li Jinyan had to stop him. "Little uncle, Don't be so tired. Let's go take a look first. You know what to do. Li Ronghuan picked up the chair that was kicked over and looked at it carefully. It's not broken. I bought it with my own money. I will feel bad if it is broken. Maybe this was an artist. He had a strange temper and was hard to understand. The servant outside who knocked on the door ran back to the living room in fear. Li Tianhao knew that something was broken inside, and his face was even worse than before. He waved his hand slightly and signaled the servant to leave. They were just uncle and nephew. Why did they have to avoid him? The elder brother. Li Jinyan came out and saw his father sitting on the sofa with a gloomy face. When he saw him come out, his eyes were like knives that were sharp enough to cut his flesh. Stay at home today. Don't go anywhere. Your surname is Li, not Fu. Li Tianhao ordered Li Jinyan in a commanding tone. He was probably worried that Li Jinyan would not listen to him, so he added, "You went to someone else's house on New Year's Eve. Don't you have any manners? There will be family members at home today. As the eldest grandson of the Li family, you should attend to the guests. Behave yourself. Don't go out and embarrass our Li family." When Li Jinyan was reprimanded, Li Ronghuan couldn't take it anymore. She sneered, "Big brother, why do I feel like laughing when I hear your words? Rules? The Li family's reputation? Big brother, are you standing so high that you can't see what's happening below? What were the rules of the Li family? Since the day the mistress came to the door, the rules of the Li family have been F*** eaten by dogs. Li family's face? You should really go to the capital and ask the prestigious families in the capital if our Li family still has any face." Li Tianhao was so embarrassed that he took a deep breath and started to talk about Li Ronghuan. "You are the most unruly one. What have you done to our family?" Li Ronghuan was speechless. Can the Li family still tolerate such a mess? If I don't do something about it, you will turn the Li family upside down. Old Madam, Li is an elder after all. No matter how bad she was in the past, she is still the second wife of the old master. If you don't respect her, I won't force you, but you make her sick every day. The Li family's rules and the Li family's reputation are all ruined by you. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Fight 10. Chapter 5560. Fight 11. Li Jinyan didn't even have the right to interrupt. He wanted to say a few words, but Li Ronghuan reacted quickly and rebutted his father. Make a scene? I'm messing around? Whoever makes me unhappy first, I'll make that person unhappy too. I've never taken the initiative to look for trouble with anyone at home. Big brother, when have you ever seen me looking for trouble with you? Li Ronghuan was eloquent, and he even had the time to give Li Jinyan a look, implying that he would do it, and he would just sit by and watch the show. Big brother, I haven't seen you for more than 10 years, but I know what kind of personality you have. You let Jinyan stay, because this is the Li family. Jinyan's surname is Li, and he's your son. As his father, you can naturally order him around, restrain him, and make him listen to your orders and do things for you. What you lack now is someone to work for you. Look, your son just happened to be stupid enough to come knocking on your door. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at Li Jinyan and added in exasperation, You look like a smart person, but how can you be so stupid? You didn't even spend the new year with the Li family, but you actually sent yourself to someone else's doorstep to be used as a tool. Li Jinyan, who was called stupid, this uncle of his seemed to be really extraordinarily strong. Li Tianhao guessed what his younger brother, who had caused so much trouble at home, was talking about. His eyes darkened, and he scolded in a deep voice, Li Ronghuan, you are a lunatic now. He bites anyone he catches. I'm your big brother. Do you still want to bite me? Big brother, haven't you bitten me enough in the past? You're afraid that I'll fight for old master's favor. You're afraid that you'll be chased out of the family as the eldest son. Do you need me to tell you what you've done? Li Ronghuan. With the sudden mention of the past, it was difficult for Li Tianhao to watch the fire from the other side of the river, no matter how much he wanted to. If he continued to watch the fire would burn him. You were bullied by old lady Li. Don't take it out on me. Jin Yan, come to my room. After Li Tianhao finished speaking, he slammed the sofa and angrily got up to leave. How could Li Ronghuan let him go? He sneered and said, Big brother, I know what you're thinking. You're such a *king hypocrite. You clearly want everything from the Li family, but you pretend to be aloof and make everyone think that you don't want to fight for anything. I know you're happy to see me fighting with my mistress. I'm happy too. That's why I don't want to expose you. Wasn't he just trying to take advantage of the situation? Little brother, I'll fulfill your wish. But big brother, you shouldn't have set your sights on Jin Yan. You're Jin Yan's only biological father, but you still have a son and a daughter. Both of them are promising. Aren't you just thinking about destroying Jin? His last words struck a chord in Li Tianhao's heart. If it weren't for the fact that Li Tianhao had never told anyone about his plans, he would have thought that Li Ronghuan had eavesdropped on his plans. Li Ronghuan exposed his scheming plan. Just like that, Li Tianhao bent down, picked up a vase from the coffee table, and threw it at Li Ronghuan angrily. Li Ronghuan, you can't live your life as you wish. Now you want to mess up my life. The moment Li Jinyan saw the vase being thrown at him, he pulled Li Ronghuan away, who was caught off guard. Then he caught the vase with one hand. Li Ronghuan was dumbfounded by his quick reflexes. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5560, Panda Literature Battle 11. Chapter 5561, Fight 12. The nephew that he had been protecting wholeheartedly seemed to have some skills. Was he worrying too much? Li Ronghuan looked at Li Jinyan, who pulled him and took the vase. He was deep in thought. Uncle, are you paying for it? Li Jinyan held the vase and asked. Li Ronghuan shook his head. No, I have a plan, but it hasn't been carried out yet. Then it belonged to the Li family. Li Jinyan let go of the vase. Crash! The vase fell on the marble floor, which was so bright that it could be used as a mirror, and broke into pieces. The sound of the vase breaking made Li Tianhao's heart skip a beat, and the door closed quietly. Du Jiayi looked happy. She whispered, Grandma, eldest uncle, youngest uncle, and Li Jinyan, they are quarreling. You should have a good rest. Let them quarrel. You won't have to worry so much. Mrs. Li sat by the bed and drank the flour slowly. She said coldly, This is a dog biting another dog. As the owner, you should just watch. It's a good thing for you no matter who gets hurt. However, no matter how fierce their fight is, we still have to be careful. Du Jiayi didn't understand. Isn't it a good thing that eldest uncle and youngest uncle are fighting? Why do we still have to be careful? One of them is a dog that plays dirty, and the other is a dog that only cares about the family. We can't be too complacent. We still don't know who will win. Mrs. Li naturally liked to see the two sons left by the first wife kill each other in the nest. They were not her blood, so she didn't feel sorry at all. However, if they played an internal strife and schemed against the entire Li family in the end, then she would have worked for nothing for most of her life and schemed for nothing. Du Jiayi finally understood why Mrs. Li said, We still have to be careful. Fighting is fighting. Whoever wins will fight more. That's right. We still have to be careful. Du Jiai nodded thoughtfully. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as if she was thinking. Grandma, you'll have to work a little harder. Cousin still needs you to take care of her. The Leaf family's property can't be snatched away by little uncle or eldest uncle. It has to be left to cousin and cousin. Alas, if my cousins were at home, Grandma, you wouldn't have to worry so much. She said it naturally. Old Madam Li looked at her for a while, but didn't see anything wrong. She thought her granddaughter was really thinking for Li Jun and Li Qin. She waved her hand and signaled Du Jiai to sit beside her. After Du Jiai sat down, she gently patted the back of Du Jiai's hand and said with gratification, Grandma's love for you was not in vain. You know how to care for your cousins. He didn't say anything else. Du Jiai, who didn't find out where they were, lowered her eyebrows to hide the coldness in her eyes. It was true that Grandma doted on her, but compared to her biological grandson and granddaughter, it wasn't enough. She was afraid that something would happen to them if she kept their whereabouts a secret. Outside, Li Qianhao, whose thoughts were about to be exposed, slammed the coffee table angrily and defended himself. Jinyan is my son. I let him stay at home because his surname is Li, not Fu. What does old master hate the most? He hates the fact that the Li family's descendants only care about outsiders. Why does an old master like Jinyan? It's because as a member of the Li family, he only cares about the Fu family. I'm his father. Now that he's gone down the wrong path, I have the responsibility to pull him back. Don't talk nonsense here. He was a little angry. Li Jinyan glanced at his righteous father, who seemed to really care about him, and said calmly, Dad, you asked me to come back because you saw how powerful little uncle is. You were afraid that little uncle would take over the Li family and not share you. He didn't speak easily. If he did, blood would definitely flow out. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5561, Panda Literature Fight 12. Chapter 5562, Fight 13. Li Qianhao was stunned. He couldn't believe it. His eldest son, who couldn't even make a sound after being hit 3 times, was actually, his eyes were clouded. Don't talk to your uncle. Don't believe a word, he says. You are my son. Why would I hurt you? Li Qianhao had never cared about his eldest son. He didn't know Li Jinyan at all. He didn't even know what position Li Jinyan held or what difficulties he faced. In his eyes, Li Jinyan was dispensable. He wouldn't get in his way or be a threat to him. No son would dare to go against their father. Not to mention, as the father, he still had real power. However, something he didn't expect happened. No, you hurt me. Li Jinyan's cold voice was like a sword that had just been pulled out of a cold abyss. It carried a bone-chilling aura and sharp hostility as it slashed towards Li Qianhao's head. Li Qianhao's voice came to an abrupt halt when something unexpected happened. His face was slapped hard. This father, who was still putting on airs, was embarrassed. I think you're just as crazy as your uncle. Since you don't want to go back to the Li family, get out now. Get out. It seemed that this was a dead end. He couldn't move. He had to think of another way. He was happy to see Li Ronghuan and Old Lady Li fight. However, he didn't want either of them to win. He wanted the Li family. Li Qianhao's expression was dark and unreadable. He knew that he couldn't make use of Li Jinyan. His plan had failed, so he gave up. He didn't even want to give Li Jinyan a cup of water. He walked straight out of the door and told him to scram as far as he could. Li Jinyan really did leave. He wanted to leave. If he didn't leave now, when would he leave? You're not getting out. I'm sending you out. Let's go. I'll send you. Li Ronghuan didn't want Li Jinyan to be wronged. Get out. Li Tianhao should be the one getting out. She dragged Li Jinyan away happily. Walking out of the Li family, Li Ronghuan felt the bone-chilling cold wind outside. She took a deep breath and finally felt alive again. Catching his breath, Li Ronghuan looked to his side and found that his nephew, Li Jinyan, still looked indifferent and unaffected. Li Ronghuan was amused. "Brat, I underestimated you. I thought you were a hothead. I didn't expect you to have such an idea. You're cold and you don't talk much. When you really opened your mouth, you're sharp enough to scare your dad. I'm relieved to see you like this." Li Ronghuan was really relieved. He was so relieved that he didn't have to worry about causing a ruckus in the Li family. Li Jinyan faced his protective uncle and said, "Uncle, I just want to know if they will harm my sister. I don't care about anything else. I know you're not interested in the Li family." "I know." Li Ronghuan gestured for Li Jinyan to walk out. "Uncle knows how to deal with these people. I'm not tired. I enjoy these days of fighting. You don't have to worry about me. You should accompany the old man. Where do you want to park the car? I won't send you off. There will be guests later. I have to entertain them." He pushed Li Jinyan away. He didn't want Li Jinyan to stay in the Li family. It was a dirty place. He couldn't let his nephew's eyes be dirty. After returning to the Li family for about an hour, Li Jinyan drove back to Dangui Garden. Tip: enter Panda Literature in the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Battle 13, Chapter 5563. Topic: Li Ronghuan stood at the door until Li Jinyan's car drove out of sight. Then he laughed and whistled as he went back into the house. It was really cold outside. He was only wearing a woolen sweater and a shirt. The atmosphere of the Fu family in Dangui Garden was much better than that of the Li family. It was harmonious and happy, and there was endless laughter. Yi Qian saw that Father Fu was entertaining the guests, so she quietly left the living room to make a call. The first call was naturally to Xia Jinyuan. It was the first day of the Lunar New Year, and they had not called yet. Xia Jinyuan was also very busy. Every time he was about to call his girlfriend, his friends and family would come over. At this moment, the family Xia's house was full of guests. As soon as the phone rang, Xia Jinyuan immediately said to his cousin, "Cousin, I have to answer this call. It's my girlfriend. Please let me go. My girlfriend and I have already called to wish her family a happy new year. I will definitely come over and keep you company." When the family Xia's cousin heard that it was his sister-in-law calling, he stopped holding on to him and waved his hand to get Xia Jinyuan to leave the table. Xia Jinyuan, who had left in a hurry, could not wait to answer the call. Soon, Yi Qian's crisp voice came through the phone. "The first call of the Lunar New Year to you. Happy New Year, boyfriend." "Happy New Year, girlfriend," Xia Jinyuan replied with a smile. Hearing her crisp voice made him feel happy. "What are you doing?" Yi Qian went back to her room and closed the door to chat. "There are many guests at my house today. It's my first time entertaining guests during the Lunar New Year, so I'm a little nervous." She was mainly entertaining guests as the granddaughter of the Fu family. Although Old Master Fu and Father Fu did not deliberately introduce her, and no one secretly asked, everyone knew that there was a young and beautiful girl at Old Master Fu's house. She was Old Master Fu's granddaughter. Where did such a big granddaughter come from? No one asked. The guests who were able to give Old Mr. New Year's greetings were all extremely respectful to him. As long as they looked at Old Mister's happy smile, the people beside him really didn't have much interest. They were all researchers who wholeheartedly served the country. Those who could not leave the laboratory for months, other than spending all their effort on research, they really did not care about anything else. From Yi Qian's words, Xia Jinyuan could tell that the Fu family was slowly telling the people around them. With a gentle smile in his eyes, he slowly replied to Yi Qian, "I'm not as busy as you. I haven't been planning how to win over my future father-in-law. This topic, let's not talk about it for now." Yi Qian pursed his lips and giggled, then changed the topic. "Grandpa Xia, Grandma Xia, are you very busy? Is it convenient to pick up the phone now? I would like to wish the two elders a happy new year." As he spoke, he suddenly heard someone shouting, "Sixth brother," on the other end of the line. Yi Qian immediately realized that there must be many guests at this time of the year. He hurriedly said, "If it's not convenient, then forget it. I'll wait for the two elders to rest before calling again." "It's a call from your granddaughter-in-law. It's convenient for old master and old madam at any time. Give me a moment. I'll walk over now." Xia Jinyuan chatted as he walked. The younger generation is sitting in the front yard, while the older generation is in the backyard. They're complaining that we're making a ruckus. After Xia Jinyuan walked for a while, Yi Qian heard him say in a low voice, "Grandpa, Grandma, your granddaughter-in-law wants to wish the two of you a happy new year." Old Madam immediately took the phone and heard her say, "Did you talk for a long time? Did you drag my granddaughter-in-law out again?" Jiuqian Deity Emperor. Note: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Translator. Henyi Translations Topic. Chapter 5564. Granddaughter-in-law. Knowing that it was a call from Yi Qian, old Madame Fu did not forget to say to her older relatives, "Sixth brother's girlfriend is calling. She's a good girl. I liked her at first sight." Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, "Your granddaughter-in-law is my wife. Of course I have to talk to her and make her happy. Otherwise, you'll say that I don't know how to coax people." The older generation of relatives were all smiling and asking when Xia Jinyuan would get married, saying that they would all attend the wedding banquet. Yi Qian's ears turned red when he heard this. Old Madame Gu's kind voice also sounded, "Happy New Year, Miss Jian." Yi Qian hurriedly said, "Granny Xia, Happy New Year. I wish you good health and all the best." "Happy New Year, little Jian." It was Master Xia's voice. He moved closer to his wife without taking out his phone. Xia Jinyuan hurriedly turned on the speakerphone to prevent the two elders from arguing about who would pick up his baby's call. "Grandpa Xia, Happy New Year." Yi Qian was a little nervous when he heard the laughter of the elders. He had never been so nervous before, even on the battlefield. "There's still Grandpa Xia and Grandma Xia. Sixth brother, you're not charming enough. You haven't made your girlfriend change her way of addressing you." The relatives of the older generation teased. They were all gentle and kind, hoping that the younger generation would be well. Xia Jinyuan replied respectfully, "You all must be seated at the top. I'm also looking forward to your attendance at my wedding." "Ha ha ha. All right. Since you said that, I have to come." The relatives all laughed. Old Madame Xia, who once again held the phone in her hand, laughed and said, "Little Jian, when you remove the Xia in front of your name, Grandpa and Grandma will be even happier. Grandpa and Grandma are looking forward to it." Xia Jinyuan reminded her at the right time to make her happy, especially since the elders of the family were sitting in the room. He wanted them to like Yi Qian so that she wouldn't feel awkward when she reunited with her relatives in the future. Yi Qian did not hesitate and immediately called out sweetly, "Grandpa, Grandma, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to all the elders." Ha 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 ha. The old madam and the old master both laughed heartily. They were in a very good mood. "Good, good, good. What a good child. Is it Dangoe Garden now?" The old madam had already started chatting with Yi Qian. "I heard from Laolu that your father is coming back for the new year this year. Jean Yin is also back. With you guys around, it's going to be really lively. Yes, Grandma. Yi Qian chatted with the old man with a smile on his face. They talked for at least 10 minutes, from the family to the guests. Xia Jinyuan accompanied the older generation and chatted with them for 10 minutes. He was afraid that the old lady would hang up on Yi Qian, so he kept an eye on her from time to time. Seeing this, old Madam only found it funny. Sixth brother already can't wait to talk to you, so Grandma won't keep you from chatting with him. You guys have a good chat. Grandma will be happy as long as you guys are doing well. Knowing that her future granddaughter-in-law was shy, the old madam handed her hand to Xia Jinyuan. Hurry up and chat with Jane Eyre. You still have to pay old master a New Year's greeting. Don't forget. Xia Jinyuan held the phone with both hands as if he was receiving an imperial edict. He made the elders laugh again. No wonder Laolu was so likable. He was an expert at entertaining his relatives. Xia Jinyuan, who had escaped from the elders' interrogation, heaved a sigh of relief. If you continue chatting with Grandma, I'm going to go against my superiors and snatch the phone back. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5564, Pandaxian Granddaughter-in-Law. Chapter 5565. He was flirting with her again. Family Xia's elders were all amazing. He couldn't handle it at all. Yi Qian laughed as she lay on the bed. Even through the phone, she could feel how extraordinary Family Xia's elders were. I'll come over in the afternoon. Old Master, are you free? Do you have a lot of visitors? On the first day, he had to rush over to give his future father-in-law a New Year's greeting. He had to be respectful, humble, and sincere. He had to let his future father-in-law know that he was an honest man who would treat his precious daughter well for the rest of his life. This was the first step of Xia Jinyuan's plan. Yi Qian was also looking forward to his arrival. We usually have guests in the morning, but I don't think there are any in the afternoon. I'll have to ask Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu would know best if there were guests because he was the one who answered all the calls to Old Master before the New Year. Okay, let me know the time later. I still have to go and meet my future father-in-law. Xia Jinyuan was like a soldier on a battlefield. In order to marry his wife, he had to deal with his future father-in-law first. My future father-in-law, please be merciful on the account that I'm an honest man. His future father-in-law, Father Fu, didn't want to be merciful. Yi Qian was worried that Xia Jinyuan would say something that would make Family Xia's elders uncomfortable. Are your grandparents around? Watch your words. She reminded him softly, my dad really didn't make things difficult for you. Don't let them misunderstand. She was worried because she cared. Xia Jinyuan understood. You're already being very careful by saying that outside. What else do you have to be careful of? Are you worried that I'll ask for a kiss over the phone again? Yi Qian, he was flirting with her again. Okay, I'll go and ask Uncle Fu first. I'll get back to you later. Yi Qian did not want to be flirted with, so she quickly hung up the phone. She really went downstairs to ask Uncle Fu not to lie to Xia Jinyuan. Yi Qian swiftly ended the call, not giving the other party any chance to persuade him to stay. He went downstairs with a smile on his face. On the other end, Xia Jinyuan looked at the busy tone of the call and couldn't help but laugh. Little guy, you're really smart now. You can guess what I want to do immediately. Xia Jinyuan muttered to himself as he held the phone in his hand. That won't do. Won't her charm be weakened if she hides everything? We have to think of a way. Old Six, are you trying to run away? A male voice rang out, and Xia Jinyuan was dragged away by his cousins to play. Yi Qian was asking Uncle Fu, Uncle Fu, will Grandpa have guests this afternoon? This afternoon? No, the guests who came to pay New Year's greetings to the old man would usually start visiting tomorrow. Today, they're all the juniors who are staying in Dangue Garden. Uncle Fu laughed. Why, do you have any plans this afternoon? Old Six said that he'll be coming over this afternoon. I was worried that the guests would disturb Grandpa, so I came to ask you in advance. How can this be a disturbance? Grandpa is looking forward to his grandson-in-law's arrival. Last night, he secretly told me that he wants to have a reunion dinner with his grandson-in-law on New Year's Eve. Grandpa Fu would not tell Father Fu and Yi Qian about some things because he did not want them to worry. However, he would talk to Uncle Fu about what was on his mind and what he was looking forward to. Uncle Fu knew a lot more than Yi Qian and Yi Qian. Okay, then I'll go tell Grandpa and Dad. Yi Qian lowered his head and smiled. I still have to ask Dad to be merciful. Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-65. Panda He was flirting with her again. Chapter 55-66. Old Father's thoughts. Uncle Fu laughed out loud. If your father hears this, he will be worried. But it's good to talk to him. Your father is very stubborn. If you talk to him, he will give you face. As for his future son-in-law, Uncle Fu could not guarantee that he would give him face. Usually, he would give him face. Family Xiao's sixth son treated Jane Eyre quite well. But this time, it was a little difficult. Engagement. She wanted to get engaged so early. Big Brother was not happy about it. You have to talk to him properly, okay? Uncle, give me an idea. Come closer. Don't let your father hear you. Uncle Fu was not against the engagement at all. As long as Old Master was happy, he was very happy to facilitate it. Look for Old Master first and ask him for help. When the time comes, you can speak softly and Old Master will be serious. With both of you together, your father will naturally be gentle. Uncle Fu smiled as he gave the idea. He was afraid that Yi Qian did not understand, so he asked, Do you understand what I mean? Yi Qian was smart and understood immediately. Okay, then I'll go to the kitchen and wait for the guests. Uncle Fu brushed his kitchen apron and hid his achievements. Yi Qian gave Uncle Fu a thumbs up and looked for Old Master first. The guests in the living room were about to leave, so Yi Qian immediately sent them off. They were all children of old scientists who lived in Dangue Garden and were close to Old Master. Most of them were also involved in research and development, so they often had many topics to talk about with Old Master. Just now, a middle-aged researcher of about 40 people who was a researcher of engineering materials mentioned stealth paint for fighter jets. Old Master was not the only one who could talk about it. Everyone else could. If they had not talked about this topic, Yi Qian would not have been able to take the opportunity to go upstairs and call Xia Jinyuan. The topics they talked about were not ordinary profound. As a combat personnel, she could not understand them at all. In front of them, she even had the illusion that she was illiterate. The older generation who lived in Dangue Garden dedicated their lives to the country. Most of the children they educated inherited their legacy and continued to complete the cause of increasing the strength of the country that their parents had been exploring. After sending off the guests, the old man, who had woken up early, was a little tired. Yi Qian helped him to his room to rest. 10 minutes later, Yi Qian came out. She walked over to Father Fu and sat down beside him. She said coquettishly, Dad, do you have any plans for this afternoon? This afternoon? I don't have any plans. I just want to accompany you. Father Fu enjoyed his daughter's coquettishness. He laughed so hard that his chest shook. Tell me, is there anything you need me to do? This was really a casual question. Up until now, his daughter really didn't have anything that required his help. Even though he wanted to help solve the problem, he didn't have the chance to do so. Xia Jinyuan would like to visit you and Grandpa this afternoon to wish you a happy new year. As Yi Qian spoke, she secretly observed Father Fu's expression. Seeing that Father Fu didn't have any change in expression, Yi Qian's heart immediately calmed down. Humph, even if he's here to wish me a happy new year, I won't hand my daughter over to him so easily. Father Fu was also very proud. Are you here to persuade him? Daughter, let's not be in a hurry. It's better to stay at home. Yi Qian nodded. There's no hurry. I'm not in a hurry at all. You don't have to be anxious either. He just came over this afternoon to wish you a happy new year. When he heard that you were back, he kept wanting to come over. I was the one who stopped him from coming. Let him come over next time. Don't stop him. Although Father Fu didn't want to get engaged so early, he didn't want to affect their relationship. An old father's thoughts were just that complicated. Note: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 55-66, Panda and Old Father's Thoughts. Chapter 55-67. The master moves Li Jinyan, who had just returned from the Li family, found out that Xia Jinyuan was coming over in the afternoon. He said to his Father Fu, I'll have a chat with him in the afternoon. Father Fu nodded. Yes, let's have a serious talk. Li Jinyan nodded. Yi Qian face-bombed. Captain Xia, I'm sorry. She tried her best. Uncle Fu watched for a while and slipped into Old Master's room to report. The old man, who had just taken a nap, couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. This uncle and nephew, it's really hard for them to keep him here. Sixth brother is not bad. Let me help him. Recalling Yi Qian's muttering just now, the old man smiled and looked at Uncle Fu. You gave Miss Jian some advice, didn't you? This girl is very honest and wouldn't do it twice. You must have given her some advice. Uncle Fu rubbed his hands and smiled. I saw that she was in a difficult position. My heart ached for her, so I gave her a small suggestion. I didn't want to hide it from you. I'll wait for Old Sixth to come over. If he asks, I'll help him. Jinyan, this child, he'll definitely tear down Old Sixth Bridge. The old man was overjoyed and actually looked forward to Xia Jinyuan's early arrival. After having lunch, Xia Jinyuan excused himself from family Xia and drove straight to Dangui Garden with the New Year gifts in tow. When they arrived at Dangui Garden, the person who opened the door was Li Jinyan. Fortunately, Xia Jinyuan knew that he had a cold expression on his face. Xia Jinyuan was not used to it. He gave his usual New Year's greetings and entered the house smoothly. Li Jinyan narrowed his eyes as he looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was so proud of himself. Was he confident that his uncle would agree to the engagement? Yi Qian immediately winked at Xia Jinyuan and smiled at his grandfather. Xia Jinyuan immediately understood that his grandfather was on his side. Not bad, little fox. His confidence has increased again. Father Fu was delighted to see his son-in-law. After a long chat, he felt that Xia Jinyuan had improved and become more mature than before. In an instant, Father Fu realized that his son-in-law, who was about to enter his 30s, was already old enough to carry the sky on his shoulders for his daughter. As a father, he could leave his daughter to him without any worries. Father Fu, whose heart had loosened, did not show it on his face. There were several times when Xia Jinyuan vaguely hinted at the direction of the engagement, but Father Fu did not show it on his face. After a few rounds of sparring, Yi Qian felt a little uneasy. She wanted to speak up for Xia Jinyuan. As the older brother, Li Jinyan did not give him a chance. He said to Yi Qian calmly, "The plate is empty." This was to send Yi Qian away. The old man smiled and said, "Girl, why don't you invite your friend over for a chat?" Li Jinyan was instantly speechless. He immediately became obedient and sat down with his usual cold expression. Indeed, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. He had grasped his weak spot. Yi Qian winked at Li Jinyan, smiled slightly, and got up to cut some fruit. Li Jinyan raised his hand and rubbed his eyebrows helplessly with his slender fingers. "Uncle, I can't even protect myself. I'm shocked that I can't help you." Xia Jinyuan was very calm. He was not anxious because of Father Fu's avoidance. After chatting for a while, he smiled and said, "Uncle, I heard from Grandpa that you like to play chess. You're very good at it. Why don't I play a game with you first?" Father Fu, whose heart had loosened, had been paying attention to Xia Jinyuan's behavior. Seeing that he was able to keep his composure, his heart was filled with satisfaction. However, Father Fu was too good to be true, and Xia Jinyuan did not notice his hesitation. Hearing this, he even pretended to look at him with a scrutinizing expression. Even his tone was somewhat flat. "You little brat, what kind of bad ideas are you up to?" Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "It's not a bad idea. I just want a chance to ask for your advice." Tip: enter Panda Literature into the search engine, and you will find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5567, Betrayal the Master Moves. Chapter 5568, Be Tender the Opportunity to Ask for Guidance, Stinky Brat, was premeditated. Father Fu frowned and pretended to think for a moment before nodding. He was very confident in his chess skills. He did not believe that Xia Jinyuan could win against him. Even if he won, what could he do? Xia Jinyuan pretended not to see any of his requests, and there was nothing he could do. Of course, he couldn't really keep waiting. Everyone had a temper. If he dragged it out for too long, no matter how respectful the brat was to him, he wouldn't feel comfortable. His daughter had taken a fancy to him, so he couldn't make her feel uncomfortable. It was his sin as a father to affect their relationship. "All right, I'll give you this opportunity." Father Fu stood up and walked towards the study. "It's like playing chess to judge a person's character. Come, let me have a good look." "Dad." Yi Qian, who was carrying a fruit platter, called out subconsciously before he knew what was going on. Then he stood up calmly. Xia Jinyuan glanced at Yi Qian, his thin lips moving slightly. "Good luck," Yi Qian mouthed back to him. Father Fu looked over, and Yi Qian quickly averted his gaze. The future father-in-law then led his future son-in-law into the chess room. The two of them were together. The old man looked at Yi Qian's nervous expression and smiled. "Hey, don't worry. Your dad won't bully Jinyuan." "Grandpa, I'm not worried about that," Yi Qian said. She was just worried that her father would lose to Captain Xia and be embarrassed. What would she do then? "Don't worry, they know their limits." The old man comforted her and changed the topic to Li Jinyan. "I think your brother is a little free these days. Come on, girl, send a message to your friend to ask." Since he had the time to care about his sister's personal affairs, why not take care of his own personal affairs as well? Amidst Yi Qian's laughter, Li Jinyan waited on the old man, trying to change his mind. In the end, Yi Qian did not send a message. The old man was just trying to trick her brother. Mr. Fu and Xia Jinyuan went into the study at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and did not come out until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yi Jian went in to refill their tea and saw that both of them were frowning, unwilling to be outdone. She wanted to remind Xia Jinyuan to go easy, but before she could, Father Fu looked up. "Go easy? Are you looking down on Dad?" Yi Qian left the chess room. The old man looked at the time and said to Yi Jian, "Go in and ask your father if he wants sixth brother to stay for dinner." "Of course." "Go quickly," the old man urged with a smile. His girl was still a little inexperienced. Yi Qian knocked on the door of the chess room and went in. Xia Jinyuan and Father Fu had already finished playing chess. Xia Jinyuan was putting away the chess pieces one by one, and Father Fu looked much better. "Dad, are you going to stay for dinner tonight?" Yi Qian asked softly. She still did not understand why she had to ask her father. Father Fu glanced at Xia Jinyuan and nodded. Xia Jinyuan, who had been nervous for a long time, finally felt happy. He said respectfully to Father Fu, "Thank you for your hospitality tonight." Father Fu looked at Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan, waved his hand, and said, "You two can leave. I have to stay in the study for a while." "Thank you, Uncle, for your attention." Xia Jinyuan stood up and saluted Father Fu. "Don't worry. What you are looking forward to is also what I am looking forward to. I won't let you down." Father Fu stood up and looked at Yi Qian with a smile in his eyes. "Go do your work. I'm going to rest for a while. Your chess skills are not bad. I even used a lot of brain cells. Yi Qian's face was filled with question marks. Note: enter Panda Literature into the search engine to find this website. Thank you. Chapter 5568, Panda Be Tender. Chapter 5569. Yi Qian came out of the room in confusion. She didn't quite understand what was going on. Her father had a serious expression on his face earlier. So why did he suddenly change? He seemed to be in a good mood. After closing the door of the chess room, Yi Qian couldn't help but tug at Xia Jinyuan's sleeve. She turned around to look at the silent chess room and asked softly, "Captain Xia, what does my father mean by this? Did he agree?" Xia Jinyuan smiled and squeezed Yi Qian's hand. "Baby, you can change the way you address me. I've already taken a huge step forward. From now on, I'm your fiancé and you're my fiancé." "What?" Yi Qian was dumbfounded. "My father agreed? How did he agree?" She couldn't believe it. Her father had resisted and opposed this before, but now he agreed? "Captain Xia, what did you say to my father? Why did he suddenly agree?" "My father, clearly." She was very curious about what Xia Jinyuan said to her father. Even though he clearly disagreed, he still pulled her brother into an alliance and even convinced her grandfather to agree. Her father, who was a master at martial arts, actually agreed? Her face was full of disbelief. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. "What? You don't believe in your fiancé's ability?" "Of course, it's not that I don't believe in him, but my father." Worried that Father Fu would hear, Yi Qian simply pulled Xia Jinyuan to the guest room on the first floor. She closed the door and didn't forget to lock it. After making sure that Father Fu couldn't hear, she continued, "But my father was very insistent. He was so insistent that even I wasn't confident that I could convince him. Last time, Grandpa mentioned it. My father didn't hesitate to disagree and gave a bunch of reasons. In the end, Grandpa seemed to be persuaded by my father. It's almost impossible. I'm just curious. What kind of scheme did you use to get my dad to agree to it?" "You." Yi Qian's dark eyes flickered. Her expression suddenly became a little strange. Xia Jinyuan's eyebrows twitched. His intuition told him that his fiancée was probably out of line. "Captain Xia, tell me honestly. You didn't threaten my dad or force him to agree." These were very inappropriate words. The corners of Xia Jinyuan's mouth twitched as he raised his hand and rubbed his girlfriend's head. He clenched his teeth and said, "My future father-in-law. Your father is also my father. Would I dare to threaten him? If I threaten you today, will you and your brother give me a double fight? Directly kick me out of Dangui Garden." Yi Qian wrinkled his nose and said, "Since you didn't threaten my dad, why did you agree?" He was full of disbelief. He was so against it, and in the end, he even managed to convince his grandfather's father to play chess with Captain Xia for a few hours today. He actually agreed. Xia Jinyuan did not say anything, but narrowed his eyes slightly. Finally, he seemed to have realized something and revealed an enigmatic smile. Of course, it's something that moves you emotionally and rationally. These are matters between men. So don't ask. Impressive. She even knew how to use tricks to get information out of him. Yi Qian frowned and said, Captain Xia, you're being sexist. I'm one of the parties involved. Xiao Jian, can't you let me and my father-in-law keep a little secret? Xia Jinyuan was not fooled. She deliberately threatened him to make him anxious so that he would tell her everything about his conversation with his father-in-law. Chapter 5570. TSK, TSK, TSK. This little fox is getting more and more cunning. In a few years, won't she become an old fox? No, no. If she becomes a smarter and more cunning fox, then I have to become a better hunter and keep her by my side for the rest of my life. Yi Qian was not a curious person who insisted on getting to the bottom of things, but this was something she really wanted to know. In the end, Xia Jinyuan was still unwilling to tell her. Naturally, he had his reasons, so Yi Qian did not probe further. Fine, let's keep this little secret between my son-in-law and my father-in-law. As Yi Qian was about to open the door and leave, Xia Jinyuan looked around the guest room. Finally, his gaze fell on the fabric recliner in the guest room. He said to Yi Qian, I need to take a nap. I woke up at 4 a.m. and played chess with my father-in-law in the afternoon. I'm exhausted. I need to rest for a while to replenish my energy. Seeing that his handsome face was indeed a little tired, Yi Qian did not suspect anything. Go to bed and sleep for a while. I'll wake you up for dinner. Okay. Xia Jinyuan opened his arms. The smile in his eyes was like rippling water. Come, hug me. Yi Qian, who was smiling with pursed lips, threw herself into his arms and hugged his waist with both hands. There was a deep and soft smile on her face. Are you happy? She asked softly. Her voice was as soft and sweet as osmanthus candy. It was so sweet that it touched Xia Jinyuan's heart. Yes, I'm happy. His long arms hugged the girl he loved the most. With a gentle expression on his face, Xia Jinyuan gently closed his eyes and said, I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I'm so happy that I'm excited. His arms tightened slightly, and he hugged the person in his arms even tighter. High spirits? Didn't you say that you were exhausted and needed to rest? Then you can still rest? Of course I can. Give me 3 minutes, and I'll immediately calm down and rest. That was true. As soldiers, in order to ensure their energy, they could quickly fall asleep even in the most difficult conditions. I'll go out and tell Father Fu. You sleep for a while. Thinking that he still had to tell Uncle Fu that he had asked him to stay for dinner, Yi Qian released his arms from around his waist. Go to sleep. I'll go out first. Xia Jinyuan was a little reluctant to part with his girlfriend after not seeing her for a few days. He hugged her for a while longer and kissed Yi Qian on the cheek before personally opening the door to send Yi Qian out. He closed the door to the guest room, and the sliding door to the chess room at the end of the hall opened. Yi Qian heard the commotion and turned to walk towards the chess room. Dad. Yi Qian called out sweetly. She was a little worried that Father Fu was a little unhappy. He had clearly disagreed with something, but now he had agreed. Yi Qian was afraid that Father Fu would be happy. Mr. Fu was not unhappy. He just saw that Xia Jinyuan did not look happy. He wanted to ask him if he understood what he meant. Seeing that Xia Jinyuan was not with his daughter, Father Fu asked her, Did he say anything to you? Did he say anything? He didn't say anything. Just as she was about to say this, she suddenly saw Father Fu frown a little. Yi Qian's heart skipped a beat. She smiled brightly and said, Yes, he said that he was very happy. What did he say? Yes, he only said that he was very happy. He was very calm and happy. Father Fu heaved a sigh of relief. That meant that he understood what he meant and that he had agreed to the engagement. That was even more wrong. Very happy. Why didn't he see it? Could it be? Father Fu, who had not married off his daughter and had only agreed to the engagement, suddenly became anxious. At this moment, Father Fu did not look as serious as he usually did at work. He was just an ordinary father now. Chapter 5571. Was it because he agreed so readily that Family Xia thought it was natural? Was that why he felt that there was nothing to worry about? Was he sure that he, as his father, would agree to the engagement? The more he thought about it, the more Mr. Fu's face changed. Where is he? Where is he? Father Fu asked Yi Qian with a smile. He did not want Yi Qian to see the discomfort in his heart. I forgot to remind him of a few things. Now that I remember, I have to tell him. Yi Qian listened to Father Fu's every word. When he found out that Xia Jinyuan was resting in the guest room, Father Fu's heart continued to feel stifled. He could still sleep. Years ago, when his wife agreed to submit the marriage report together, he was so happy that he could not sleep the entire night. Sleep? How could he sleep? No, he had to ask this stinking brat from the Xia family. Actually, he was still worried about leaving Yi Qian. However, since he had agreed to it, there should be no problem. Yi Qian then ran into the kitchen. When Uncle Fu found out that Xia Jinyuan was having dinner at home tonight, he was immediately overjoyed. He even stayed for dinner. Ha! I knew he would agree. Sixth brother is such a good son-in-law. Your father has no reason to disagree. He just doesn't want you to get married so early and become someone else's daughter-in-law. Once a girl got married, she would no longer be as carefree as she was when she was at home. Once she had a family and responsibilities, she would no longer be a child, but a real adult. Yi Qian came home too late. He only returned to the Fu family when he was admitted to the military academy. Father Fu missed out on Yi Qian's growth, and it became an eternal regret and pain. Therefore, Father Fu wanted to keep Yi Qian by his side so that he could spend more time with his daughter. However, he was so busy that he did not even have time to talk to his daughter. Just like what Xia Jinyuan had said while playing chess. Uncle, when you weren't with her, I was always holding her hand and guiding her to walk, telling her right and wrong. At that time, I felt that I was raising an ignorant and confused daughter. These words touched Mr. Fu, who had already loosened up a little. Xia Jinyuan spent much more time with Yi Qian than he did as a father. In the days that followed, it was not him who accompanied Yi Qian, but the outstanding young man in front of him who played chess with him. Father Fu pretended to be tense, and his expression relaxed. He even gestured for Xia Jinyuan to take a sip of tea. He meant that he agreed to let the two of them get engaged. Perhaps Xia Jinyuan did not immediately understand, but he was not so happy that he forgot himself. He continued to play chess seriously, as if this was the most normal thing in the world, and there was no need to be too happy. He was very calm, but Father Fu was a little uneasy. Rascal! Why didn't he have any reaction when he agreed to the engagement? This shouldn't be the case. The thing that he had been waiting for was finally going to happen. Why didn't he have any reaction? Could it be that he couldn't tell that he had agreed to the engagement? Did he have to say it out loud? Father Fu wanted to ask Xia Jinyuan if he understood, but if he really did, wouldn't it seem like he was losing his cool? Therefore, he held it in until the game ended. At this time, Yi Qian came in and asked Father Fu if he wanted Xia Jinyuan to stay for dinner. Father Fu secretly observed his future son-in-law as he nodded. Seeing that he still had a calm expression, Father Fu suppressed his awkwardness. However, He was worried that Yi Qian would notice his awkwardness, so he had no choice but to chase the two of them out. Chapter 5572. While her father was still resting in the chess room, Uncle Fu pointed at the dishes that were already prepared and were just waiting to be cooked. He laughed and said, "I've prepared them long ago. I'm just waiting for my son-in-law to propose a toast tonight." Yi Qian looked at the dishes that were just waiting to be cooked. There were 10 dishes, and they were perfect. "Uncle Fu, why did you know that my father agreed to let sixth brother stay for dinner?" Yi Qian asked Uncle Fu. "Is there a special meaning behind it?" "It's a custom in Old Master's hometown. On the first day of the new year, there can only be one family, and it has to be the closest family. These are all old rules. You might not know, but sixth brother is very clear about them." Uncle Fu, once again, felt that sixth brother of family Xia was a considerate person. In order to marry Yi Qian, he had even asked about the old rules in Old Master's hometown. "If our family agrees, sixth brother's elders can also visit us. They will visit us as future in-laws, not as friends. Sixth brother came to visit us alone today. It's obvious that the elders of family Xia know the rules in Old Master's hometown." Jane Eyre, although it's a small matter, it's enough to show sixth brother's sincerity. He is a reliable person. He's much better than those men outside who only know how to make girls happy but don't do anything serious. With him taking care of you, Old Master can rest assured. Yi Qian had always known that her boyfriend was reliable. Seeing that he even paid attention to such details, she felt warm and sweet in her heart. Her eyebrows were soft, and there was a smile on her face. She looked the happiest. Father Fu, who had gestured for his daughter to go to the kitchen, adjusted his expression, walked to the door of the guest room, and opened it expressionlessly. Before he could say anything, Father Fu saw his son-in-law practicing military boxing in the room. Father Fu's eyes widened a little. This military boxing seemed to be an upgraded version of military boxing. This was because he had never seen anyone perform a 180-degree roundhouse kick that required them to climb up a wall. It was a highly technical and highly difficult military boxing move that had a certain degree of lethality. Comrade Xia Jinyuan jumped on the wall and did a 180-degree roundhouse kick. At the moment of the roundhouse kick, he saw his future father-in-law standing silently at the door and looking at him without blinking. "Comrade Xia." He was so scared that he almost fell and twisted his limbs. He almost fell to the ground. His tall figure staggered for 2 steps before he steadied himself. Comrade Xia, who had steadied himself, silently looked at his future father-in-law who was standing at the door. He, who had always been good at talking, was really at a loss for words at this moment. The air froze and became a little awkward. Only Father Fu could remain calm. Seeing this, he nodded slightly and kindly said, "Don't tire yourself out. Rest for a while." "Thank you for your concern, father-in-law." Comrade Xia Jinyuan, who was at a loss for words, bowed deeply and lowered his gaze to his toes. He had never been so embarrassed by himself before. When he saw his bare feet, he really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Father Fu lowered his gaze as he bent over. Naturally, he saw Xia Jinyuan's thighs, which were not wearing home shoes but only a pair of black cotton socks. Father Fu, who had been trying hard not to laugh, had a twisted expression on his face. "The floor is cold. Don't catch a cold. Get some rest. I'll get Jane Eyre to call you when it's time for dinner." With that, Father Fu quickly closed the door. The moment he closed the door, Father Fu, who couldn't hold it in any longer, burst into laughter. Chapter 5573. That's right, he burst into laughter. His voice was so loud that old Master Fu, who was sitting in the living room, Uncle Fu, who was busy in the kitchen, and little Yu, who was taking care of old Master Fu, all heard him. Looks like my father-in-law is very satisfied with his son-in-law. Old Master Fu laughed as he looked in the direction of the voice and waited for his new father-in-law to walk over. Xia Jinyuan, who was putting on his shoes in the room, heard his future father-in-law's laughter. He leaned against the wall and felt very awkward. He was so happy that after seeing his girlfriend off, he could no longer hold back his urge to act mature and calm in front of his future father-in-law. He couldn't help but want to do something, but there was limited space in the room and he couldn't run out of the Fu residence. Therefore, he thought of practicing military boxing. He was afraid that it would cause a commotion when he put on his shoes, so he took them off before starting. Ordinary military boxing was really unable to express the excitement in his heart. Therefore, he decided to use an upgraded version, which was the upgraded version of basic physical fitness that all the recruits in their brigade had to practice when they reported for duty. How could he have imagined that his future father-in-law would come to see him while he was having such a good time? His future father-in-law was stunned when he saw him practicing military boxing, but he was so shocked that he almost fell. Luckily, he had steadied himself. If he had really fallen, it would not have been just a little bit of embarrassment. It would have been so embarrassing that he would become one of Father Fu's biggest jokes in the future. Actually, he didn't need to fall. In his future father-in-law's heart, Xia Jinyuan was already the biggest joke in history. No, he was the biggest joke in the entire Fu family. Soon, old Master Fu also laughed. He laughed so hard that little Yu was worried that old Master Fu would choke. She quickly patted old Master Fu's back, just in case. That stinking brat really scared me at that time. I thought he wasn't that happy at all. I almost wanted to break off the engagement. I wondered if I agreed too quickly, and this brat didn't know how to cherish her. Father Fu, who was laughing until tears came out of his eyes, was still talking to old Master Fu. Ha ha, ha ha ha, he really wanted to laugh. Just when I opened the door with the intention of getting even with him. Ha ha ha, Dad, you didn't see it. Ha ha ha. Before she could finish, Father Fu laughed again. Even though he had already told the old man everything, Father Fu still wanted to laugh when he brought it up again. He laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. I happened to see him kick up the wall and do a pretty good 180-degree spin kick. When he turned around, he found me standing at the door. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. At that time, ha ha ha. I really wanted to laugh, but I held it in. He was also dumbfounded. This was the first time he was at a loss for words in front of me. I didn't know what to say either, so I told him to rest well. In the end, ha ha ha. No, he had to catch his breath. He laughed until his stomach hurt. In the end, he saw that this kid wasn't wearing shoes. He was afraid of making a scene, so he took off his shoes. Ha ha ha. Dad, I was really fooled by him at that time. I was even secretly angry at myself for not being as calm as a young man. Li Jinyan, who was standing on the second floor and listening to the whole thing, used both hands to support himself against the railing. In the end, he probably couldn't hold it in anymore and had to raise his head. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed up and down a few times, and 2 drops of tears came out of the corners of his eyes, but he still couldn't hold back his laughter. Thus, his future brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, chose to give up. Chapter 5574. Li Jinyan, who could no longer hold back his laughter, chuckled softly. He rarely laughed out loud, so even when he did, his laughter was deep and resonated in his chest. His chest vibrated, and his shoulders trembled for at least 5 minutes. It was not that he did not want to embarrass Xia Jinyuan, but it was really funny. If even Li Jinyan, who was usually calm and indifferent, found it funny, then it was really funny. Father Fu, who originally wanted to ask Xia Jinyuan about it, knew that his son-in-law was so happy. He felt relieved, and his expression looked much better. As for Yi Qian was also laughing so hard that he could not control himself. Therefore, when Captain Xia suggested that he needed to rest for a while, it was not because he really wanted to rest, nor was it because he was tired, but because he was too happy, so happy that he did not know what to do. He was so happy that he needed to vent, but he did not want her to see him. So he simply closed the door and found an excuse to be alone. Uncle Fu, who was happily cooking, heard the laughter outside and said to Yi Jian, "Listen to the laughter, listen to the laughter. I have never seen your father laugh like that. Sixth brother is really something. He can even make his father-in-law so happy after marrying off his daughter. He is the first one to do so. Old master also hoped that your father would agree. Now that he has happily agreed, old master is even happier." Uncle Fu always prioritized taking care of old master. Old master said happily to Father Fu, "We have to pick a date to discuss the engagement with family Xia. It is already the first day of the Chinese New Year. In 4 days, Jane Eyre will have to go back to the army. We have to pick a date within 4 days. Time is indeed a little tight. Fortunately, it is only an engagement. As long as we pick a date, and the two families sit down and meet, then it will be settled. We can't be careless about the engagement. Talk to sixth brother later during dinner and tell him our thoughts in advance. As for him, he can go back and tell the elders." Although the old man was not a stickler for details, he still paid attention to etiquette and planned to discuss it with Xia Jinyuan later. At this time, Xia Jinyuan, who was still in the room, heard his father-in-law's laughter and wanted to climb out of the window to escape. It was too embarrassing. Comrade Xia Jinyuan, who rarely felt embarrassed, sat on the edge of the bed. He almost pulled out a few handfuls of his hair. In the end, Xia Jinyuan comforted himself that it was fine as long as he was happy. His priority was to make his father-in-law happy. Now that his father-in-law was happy, and laughing so loudly, what was there to be embarrassed about? He ought to feel honored. That's right, glory. It was an honor to coax his father-in-law to laugh so heartily. With such comforting words, Xia Jinyuan finally calmed down. However, he did not come out immediately and continued to pretend that he was in the guest room. With such a big commotion outside, and his grandson-in-law not coming out, the old man knew that he must be embarrassed. Seeing his grandson, Li Jinyan, come downstairs, the old man smiled and said, "Jinyan, go to the room and ask sixth brother to come out and sit. It's boring to be alone in the room." Li Jinyan did not go. Instead, he walked closer and sat beside the old man with a smile on his face. "He probably won't come out for now. My sister will go over later. Let him be alone for now. It would be strange if he came out. He probably wanted to run away." Speaking of which, this was the first time he had seen Xia Jinyuan like this. He had always been strong, so it was funny that he would occasionally act foolishly. Chapter 55-75. Hearing this, Mr. Yi did not let Xia Jinyuan come out. He was so focused on setting a date that he forgot that the child was probably too shy to come out. At this point, Li Jinyan knew that his sister Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan's engagement was set in stone. Everything was set in stone. As her older brother, he could only give his blessings. When it was time for dinner, Yi Qian went to the guest room. This time, she smiled and knocked on the door. "Fiancé, may I come in?" Why did she knock? What if he was practicing military boxing again? She knocked on the door, first before speaking. Xia Jinyuan, who was inside, obviously knew what she meant. He opened the door quickly and pulled Yi Qian into the room. He then pushed Yi Qian behind the door. With a click, Xia Jinyuan even had time to lock the door. Yi Qian, whose back was pressed against the door, wanted to laugh again. Calm down, calm down. We have to calm down. She giggled as she spoke. Xia Jinyuan pretended to glare at his girlfriend, who was still laughing. Were you laughing very happily just now? She even asked through gritted teeth. Yi Qian was an honest person. An honest person would naturally speak the truth. She nodded vigorously and told him the truth. Yes, I was laughing all the time. Before I came to look for you, I was still laughing. Now I want to laugh again. She really did laugh. You're still laughing. Xia Jinyuan knew that he had completely lost it this time. All right, it was an honor to make his fiancée's family happy. It was an absolute honor, but his fiancée was still laughing, so she shouldn't blame him for not holding back. How would he not hold back? Of course, he would kiss, 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 kiss. He kissed her repeatedly until Yi Qian was almost out of breath. Only then did he let go. Are you still laughing? He stared into Yi Qian's eyes and asked. Yi Qian covered his burning mouth with his hand and shook his head. No more laughing, no more laughing, really no more laughing. You're really not laughing anymore? Yes, yes, yes. He nodded quickly. Stop laughing, really stop laughing. Good girl. Xia Jinyuan patted his fiancée's head and finally felt at ease. The comfortable comrade, Xia Jinyuan, followed Yi Qian into the living room. The first person to laugh was unexpectedly Little Yu. Among them, Little Yu was probably the only one who was younger and couldn't keep his cool. I'm sorry, I don't understand. Little Yu didn't even dare to look at the Fu family's grandson-in-law's face and hurriedly ran back to the kitchen. In the past few days, the bodyguard, Little Yu, had become a member of the cooking team and was in and out of the kitchen the most. When Xia Jinyuan heard Little Yu's laughter, he knew that this matter would not be resolved so easily. Old Master Fu was concerned about his grandson-in-law and was afraid that he would feel awkward. So he smiled and said, "Sixth brother, sit here with Jane Eyre." Li Jinyan, who came out with a bowl of fragrant rice, saw Xia Jinyuan and gently placed the bowl of rice in front of Old Master Fu. Then he walked over and placed the bowl of rice in front of Xia Jinyuan. With a cold expression, he said, "Today's performance has successfully refreshed my understanding of you. I'll wait for the day to come when your expression will be interesting," Xia Jinyuan replied with a smile. Huh, laughing at him? Just wait, Li Jinyan replied calmly. That day won't come. Really? Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Seeing that Old Master Fu was looking at him kindly, he leaned forward slightly and smiled at Old Master Fu before speaking to Li Jinyan. Don't be so certain. Don't you know that life is unpredictable? It won't. After Li Jinyan finished speaking, he went into the kitchen to continue serving the rice. What he didn't know was that what happened next. Sigh, what a slap in the face. Chapter 5576. Xia Jinyuan was embarrassed to sit and wait alone. He wanted to help, but the old gentleman, who was still smiling, waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. You are a distinguished guest. Sit well today. You will have a chance to be busy in the future." It was his grandson-in-law's first New Year's visit, so he was an important guest. Father Fu, who had just returned from a phone call in the study, saw his future son-in-law sitting down. He recalled the scene again. Before he came over, his laughter had already reached Xia Jinyuan's ears. Xia Jinyuan just wanted his father-in-law to let him go. His father-in-law agreed to his request. He smiled and walked over to his son-in-law, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "Young man, you're still not mature enough." He was just good at pretending. If he hadn't opened the door to take a look, he would have been fooled. Xia Jinyuan pretended that his father-in-law was teaching him. He smiled modestly and elegantly. He opened the red bottle, and each person drank half a glass. Even the old man drank a little. He was in a good mood today, so drinking a little wine was fine as long as he didn't drink too much. At the dinner table, they mentioned a good day. Xia Jinyuan immediately agreed and said that he would ask Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu to decide on a good day. Xia Jinyuan didn't stay the night. He had to go back and decide on a good day. There weren't many days left, so he had to hurry up. When Xia Jinyuan said goodbye to the Fu family, Yi Qian walked him out. Yi Qian drank more than half a glass of red wine because he was in a good mood. Yi Qian's face was red from the alcohol. He was a little dizzy, but when the cold night wind blew, he finally sobered up a little. Xia Jinyuan also drank more than half a glass, but his face didn't get drunk. He looked the same as before, so no one could tell that he was drunk. The family Xia chauffeur who came to pick him up sat in the car and waited for Xia Jinyuan to arrive. Feeling the cold wind, Xia Jinyuan, who was a little more clear-headed, held Yi Jian's hand. He exhaled a breath that reeked of alcohol and said with a smile, "I feel that you have something to say to me, my comrade fiancé." Yi Qian blushed and said, "You're not my fiancé yet. You'll be my fiancé in 3 days." Xia Jinyuan held her hand and kissed it. "And you didn't tell me that Qin Xiu came to your house this morning." His voice, his words, he was jealous. Yi Jianshao glared at him and said slowly, "Qin Xiu is Grandpa Qin's grandson. The Qin family and the Fu family live so close to each other, and the Qin family has been taking care of my grandpa all these years. It's not strange for him to visit the Fu family, right? Why? Are you jealous?" "I was just thinking that he was the one who saw you wearing a dress for the first time this year." Xia Jinyuan felt a little upset that he wasn't the first person who saw the dress that he bought for Xia Jinyuan, who was the legal wife of Xia Jinyuan. "You didn't see it when you bought it." Yi Qian chuckled and said, "Okay, I didn't say that you were trying to trick me. You said you would work hard. I think you already had plans for the engagement. Otherwise, how did you get my dad to agree so quickly?" "I was just preparing for a rainy day. It's better to be safe than sorry." The cold wind was a little strong. Xia Jinyuan opened his coat and wrapped Yi Qian in his arms. He used his body temperature to warm Yi Qian. "Heaven and earth can be my witness. In order to marry you and get my father-in-law to agree, I really put in a lot of effort. What if my dad didn't agree today?" Yi Qian asked in a low voice as she pressed her face against his chest and listened to his heartbeat. The cold wind had already dispersed some of the alcohol, but because of his warm body temperature, her mind was a little muddled. She should drink less of this alcohol in the future. Chapter 5577. Xia Jinyuan hugged her tightly and wrapped Yi Qian tightly with his coat. "I came prepared. Why wouldn't you agree?" "But what if you don't agree?" Perhaps she was a little drunk, but Yi Qian still wanted to know what he would do if she didn't agree. "Then you can only put it aside and wait for the next time." Xia Jinyuan chuckled and replied, "His baby was drunk. What if you still don't agree next time?" Yi Qian continued to ask. Xia Jinyuan was sure that she was really a little drunk. "I haven't done better. Father-in-law is still worried about handing over his precious daughter to me. I have to work harder. One day, Uncle will be moved by my sincerity." His voice was so low and gentle that it made her feel even more drunk. Yi Qian blinked her drunken eyes. Hearing his gentle voice, she felt even more drunk. "Are you that attached to me? Won't you give up on me because of this? I've pursued you for so long. How can I give up now that I've set my mind on you?" Xia Jinyuan hugged the girl from the Shun family tightly. He rested his chin on her head and said, "No one in this world is more suitable for me than you, and no one will be more suitable for you than me. I won't give up on you, and you won't give up on me. We're destined to be lovers and comrades for the rest of our lives." They could brave, through a storm of bullets together and trust each other with their backs. There was no one more suitable for each other than them. Drunk, really drunk. Yi Qian tightened her arms around his waist bit by bit. She heard him chuckle. I haven't been so happy in a long time. I need to find something to do. My dear fiancé, your fiancé is about to get straight to the point. He lowered his head and gently kissed Yi Qian's lips. The contact of their lips and teeth dispelled the coldness of the winter night. Yi Qian didn't reject him again. She was already slowly getting used to it and was starting to enjoy this feeling. Although the cold wind was cold, the lovers' hearts were strong enough to dispel the coldness. They were not afraid of the cold wind and kissed each other's necks. It wasn't a long kiss, but it was enough to make one drunk. Xia Jinyuan let go of Yi Qian and whispered in her ear, I really hope this moment will end here. If time stops here, what should Captain Xia's ideals and aspirations be? Yi Qian tilted her head and pressed her cheek against his lips. She moved slightly as if she was asking Xia Jinyuan to kiss her cheek. Xia Jinyuan kissed her gently and said, If I can hold you like this forever, then the country will definitely be stable, and the world will be at peace. This was the hope of every soldier, but this was only human idealization. As long as there were desires in this world, there would never be a day of true peace. Yi Jian smiled. She smiled and kissed the man who loved her so much, the man whom she loved so much. Xia Jinyuan, who was picked up by the chauffeur, returned home. When old Madame Fu and old Master Fu heard that the Fu family had agreed to the engagement, old Madame Fu was so happy that she hurriedly called her relatives at the ancestral home to ask her husband to pick a date. The next morning at around 9 o'clock, the ancestral home called. Her husband had already picked a date and said that the 4th day of the Lunar New Year was an auspicious day. The date that the old man had chosen was also the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, which happened to coincide with the date that the Xia family had chosen. Coincidentally, Father Fu was also going home on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. After the engagement, there were still a few days left before their holiday. Yi Jian felt that she had been arranged perfectly. Chapter 5578. It was already the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, which meant that tomorrow, the day after tomorrow would be her engagement day. Old Master Fu was happily chatting with Master Xia on the phone. The 4th day of the Lunar New Year is a good day. I'll entertain the guests today and decline the guests tomorrow. Let's prepare for our family's joyous occasion. Old Fu, we're going to be a real family from now on. Last night, 6th brother came back and told me that you've all agreed. Yushin was so happy. I was so happy that I had a good time the whole night. Old Fu, thank you for valuing our family Xia so much that you're willing to betroth your only precious granddaughter to 6th brother. Don't worry, our whole family will definitely take good care of that girl. If 6th brother dares to bully her, our whole family won't let him off. No matter what he does, we'll be there to help him. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he silently sent old Master Fu's original words to Yi Qian. When Yi Qian received the message, he couldn't help laughing. The Fu family would prepare, but family Xia needed even more preparation. The two old men talked for at least half an hour before hanging up. Today, the Fu family was very busy, and they had been busy since early in the morning. After hanging up, old Master Fu said to Uncle Fu, see if there are any guests tomorrow. If there are, postpone it until after the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. We have to prepare on the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year. Don't worry, leave it to me. Uncle Fu patted his chest and promised happily. The Fu family's joyous occasion was naturally of the utmost importance. However, he couldn't decline today. The guests today were all guests that had been arranged in advance. They were all old Master Fu's former subordinates and students. Some of them had called early to make an appointment, while others had called yesterday to make an appointment. Old Master Fu had also woken up early, changed his clothes, and waited for the guests to arrive. Yesterday, before Old Master Fu went to bed, he had already told Yi Qian that tomorrow Yi Qian would accompany him to receive the guests. Yi Qian was hesitant at first, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized that the old man had his own reasons for doing so. Hence, he obeyed the old man's wishes and got up early to accompany him to meet the guests. The first batch to arrive was the old man's first batch of students. Now, all of them were either chief engineers or deputy chief engineers. Yi Qian had seen many of them on TV before. They were all scientists who had made great contributions to the country. Old Master introduced them to Yi Qian. They were very curious when they saw Yi Qian beside Old Master. Old Master did not hide anything from them. He smiled and said, "She's my closest junior, my eldest granddaughter." Eldest granddaughter? Old Mister's granddaughter? This group of students knew about the old man's situation, and naturally, they also knew some things about Father Fu. They did not quite understand how the old man could have such a beautiful granddaughter. Old Master Fu did not explain too much. Naturally, they understood what he meant. They even praised Yi Qian seriously as they sized her up. Although they did not know that Yi Qian was Old Master Fu's biological granddaughter because the appearance of his granddaughter was too sudden, they subconsciously thought that Yi Qian was Old Master Fu's granddaughter from his hometown. Great-granddaughters, grandnieces, and some cousins were all considered as granddaughters. Even the adopted relatives were also considered as granddaughters. However, no matter what granddaughter she was, based on Old Master Fu's introduction of her, her identity was worthy of their attention. Today, she accompanied Old Master Fu to receive the guests. Old Master Fu did not want to introduce her to them, but at least he wanted them to be familiar with her. Chapter 55-79. This young lady was the younger generation of the Fu family, which meant that if they met in the future, they would need to take good care of her. As the old man introduced her, Yi Jian also greeted her uncles and aunties from her father's generation. After greeting each of them, the old man held Yi Qian's hand and sat beside her. He said kindly, "Our girl is in the army. Although it might be difficult for her to meet, she still needs to get to know these uncles. You guys just need to treat her as your junior. You don't have to think too highly of her. She's just a kid. She doesn't know much. You guys are the elders that she should respect." Even though he only had one granddaughter, the old man did not want to give her any special treatment. Even Li Jinyan did not have any special treatment because of his relationship with the Fu family. The old man's introduction surprised some of the students. It turned out that she was also a female soldier. But when they thought about it, the old man was in the Air Force himself. His grandson, Li Jinyan, was also in the army. It was not strange that the young lady in front of them was also in the army. One of the uncles sized up Yi Qian and smiled. "I can tell that you're a soldier. You have the aura of a soldier." He was an engineer in the Air Force. Just as the old man said, they did not think highly of Yi Qian because of her status. On the contrary, they asked Yi Qian very seriously. They were checking on the old man. Suddenly, a granddaughter appeared out of nowhere. They, were a little worried that she might be a liar. There were a total of 12 students, and each of them asked dozens of questions. When the uncles or aunties asked questions, Yi Qian addressed them respectfully with their correct surnames. In addition, Yi Qian was natural and generous. She could answer all the key questions asked one by one. The doubts in their hearts were reduced. An older student smiled at the old man and said, "Your granddaughter is not bad. She has a good memory. Her memory is indeed good. She can remember any book after reading it once. You can tell her your name, phone number, and home address. The next time you ask her, she will still remember it. The student was slightly surprised. Not shorthand, but rubbings? That's right. Shorthand has a time limit. The next time you ask her, she might not remember it. She is the epitome. She really remembers it in her heart. Knowing that his granddaughter was outstanding, the old man, who had always kept a low profile, couldn't help but speak up in front of his first batch of students. This piqued the interest of the uncles, and aunties. One after another, they came to take the Yi Qian exam. One of the uncles even took out a palm-sized book that was written in English from his bag and gave it to Yi Qian. He pointed at one of the pages and asked Yi Qian to read it. For the first time, Yi Qian felt like he was surrounded by gossips, so he was very obedient. After reading it once, he recited it. When he finished the last word, the uncle nodded and said, "Not bad. Everything is correct." They weren't very excited, mainly because they had seen many people with high IQ. Yi Qian was very glad that he was surrounded by a group of people with high IQ. After they were slightly curious about her, the topic quickly changed. The topic shifted to some recent technology and military matters. Although the old man had already retired, he was still a professor at the school and had many topics to talk about with them. Yi Qian watched from the side and helped to refill the tea. Although they didn't ask Yi Qian anymore, their eyes were secretly watching him. When they saw that Yi Qian was taking care of the old man, they couldn't help but secretly nod their heads. Chapter 5580. Every time Mr. Yi looked at Yi Qian, his eyes were full of kindness, and he smiled happily. Naturally, he was even more pleased with Yi Qian. Before they left, they really did give Yi Qian their phone numbers and addresses. After that, one of the uncles deliberately tested Yi Qian. When he saw that she really gave him his address and phone number word for word, he was satisfied and left. Father Fu was not here. This morning, Father Fu received a call and left in a hurry. He also told Yi Qian that he might not be home tonight. This was a work-related matter, and Father Fu had to go somewhere to deal with it. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, Yi Qian received 3 groups of guests in the morning and afternoon. Mr. Yi left a table for dinner. When night came, Mr. Yi was exhausted and went to bed early. Yi Qian felt that although this was not as tiring as the physical training in the army, it was still tough, so she went back to her room early to rest. When it was about to go to bed, Yi Qian remembered that she had not had time to call Nian Anian to wish her a happy new year. Yi Qian found Zhou Nianyan's number and called her. Nian Anian was surprised to receive a call. Yi Qian only replied to her with a text and did not say anything else. She thought that he was in the army again. When she received the call, she was still a little unsure. "Hello, is this Little Jane Eyre?" "Nian Nian, it's me. Happy New Year." Yi Qian had just finished greeting her when she heard Nian Anian scream happily. "Ah, it's really you. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Where are you right now? Are you on duty in the army?" "I'm back in Beijing for the new year. I'm not on duty, but I've been so busy that I forgot to call you." Yi Qian was also happy. "Sorry for taking so long to call you. You're really back in Beijing for the new year? You're not trying to make me happy, are you?" Nian Anian was still worried that Yi Qian was trying to coax her. "If you're trying to make me happy, I won't be happy." Yi Qian smiled until his eyes turned into crescents. "I'm really not coaxing you. I'm at home right now." "Then I believe you. How many days off do you have? Can you come out and play?" Nian believed him. Although she had only met Yi Qian a few times, the two of them could really talk, and they had many things in common. Because of this, even if they had only met a few times, they were still old friends. I'd been back for a few days. I thought I only had 3 days off, but I added 10 days at the last minute. I only returned to the army on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year. Yi Qian could tell that Nian was very happy, so he quickly took the opportunity to invite him. Nian, are you free tomorrow afternoon? Can I invite you to my house? I haven't seen you in a long time, so I'd like to invite you over. Tomorrow afternoon. I'm free. Oh, if I had known you were in the capital, I would have come yesterday. When you sent me that message, I shouldn't have fallen asleep. I should have asked you. Nian blamed himself. I haven't seen you in a long time. After that, she muttered something under her breath, but Yi Qian did not hear her clearly. I didn't tell you in advance. It's my fault. Come to my house tomorrow, and I'll definitely ask for your forgiveness. I'll take care of your breakfast, lunch, and all 3 meals. How about that? Nian nodded. Okay. I'm on leave for the new year, so I have nothing to do at home. My aunts and uncles came over and urged me to find a boyfriend and get married. I was so worried that I wanted to run away from home, but my parents and brother didn't allow me to go out. Nian was just about to find an excuse to go out and lie low when she laughed even louder. Ha, this is great. Call me, and my parents will definitely agree. Knowing that she would definitely come, Yi Qian happily hung up the phone. Chapter 55-81. After Yi Jian confirmed that she could come over for the anniversary, she wanted to ask her elder brother, who had gone out to pay a New Year's visit in the afternoon and had yet to return. She had to make sure that the 2 most important leads would be present tomorrow. But before she could call Li Jinyan, the triumphant Xia Jinyuan called first. He was reporting to Yi Qian about the progress of their engagement preparations. Yi Qian listened quietly with a smile on his face. I'll leave it to you guys to make the arrangements. As for me, I don't know much about it, and I don't know what I can say. Grandpa and Grandma love me so much. They definitely won't let me down, so I'm not worried. My family hasn't made any preparations yet. Dad still has something to do today. I don't know if he'll be back tonight. Brother went out in the afternoon too and didn't answer. I wanted to ask him where he is now and if he'll be back tomorrow. Xia Jinyuan knew where his brother-in-law went, so he went to look for him in the afternoon. The 2 of them even had dinner outside and only returned home 10 minutes ago. Brother-in-law arrived about 50 minutes ago. He came to look for me this afternoon, and we talked about the engagement. You can just wait to become my fiancé the day after tomorrow. Yi Qian didn't even need to interfere with the engagement. The old man sent Li Jinyan directly to tell Xia Jinyuan about the rules and etiquette of their hometown. As the messenger, Li Jinyan naturally had a good chat with Xia Jinyuan. He didn't want Yi Qian to worry, so he simply said that he was going out to pay a New Year's visit. It was only then that Yi Qian found out that his eldest brother, who hadn't returned yet, had gone to meet with Xia Jinyuan. They must have been discussing the engagement. Thinking about the day after tomorrow, Yi Qian's face heated up slightly. He changed the topic. I was on the phone with Nian just now and asked her to come to Dangui Garden tomorrow afternoon. I was just about to ask my brother about his plans for tomorrow afternoon to get some information from him. Looks like you're planning to be a matchmaker. Xia Jinyuan teased. Why? Are you worried about your brother-in-law now that your marriage has been settled? I'm worried about him. As his sister, I'm worried about him being single at such an old age. Besides, Grandpa likes Nian and has always wanted to matchmake her, and my brother. I had some misgivings before. I was afraid that I would do something bad with good intentions. Later, I found out that the two of them were clearly interested in each other and had good feelings for each other. It's just that no one was willing to take the initiative to break through that layer of window paper. Since that's the case, then I'll be a matchmaker. Who knows, it might work. Do you need me to come over tomorrow afternoon? Xia Jinyuan really didn't know that the iceberg Li Jinyan would actually have feelings for a girl. Thinking of how Li Jinyan had said something like impossible last night, Xia Jinyuan couldn't wait to see him get slapped in the face. You want to come over? Sure, you can teach my brother and let him take the initiative. You really want me to go over? Or is it dispensable? As a famous man, Xia Jinyuan already had a fiancé. Yi Qian didn't have one, but he did. Hearing this, Yi Qian wanted to laugh. He played along and said leisurely, I hope Captain Xia can come over and accompany me. Are you satisfied? He felt like he was speaking more and more casually. He was like a completely different person from the Captain Xia that he used to know. Could it be that he was a little out of control because of his status? Chapter 5582. However, Yi Qian doted on her and went along with it. Then I hope that my future fiancé will come and accompany me. Are you satisfied? There was nothing she could do. Xia Jinyuan also doted on her and went along with her wishes. I think you should get rid of the future, which means it's the day after tomorrow. Xia Jinyuan continued. He knew that Yi Qian was embarrassed, but it didn't matter. He would get the result he wanted. Captain Xia, did you drink again today? Yi Qian was at his wit's end. This. Wasn't he acting like she did last night? What goes around comes around, and it was her turn tonight. I just want to give myself a proper status. Since you're not willing to take the initiative, I can only think of a way myself. Xia Jinyuan sighed, helplessly. Brother-in-law even said today that I've finally become an official employee. It's a joyous occasion. Be good, tell me. You must know what I want to hear. Xia Jinyuan, who was drunk, clung to Yi Qian like a honeybee. My current fiancé and future husband are all things I want to hear. The woman he loved deeply was bold and fearless, but when it came to matters of love, she was thin-skinned. It was good that she was fine. The more thin-skinned she was, the more he wanted to see. This time, Yi Qian was no longer pampered. She had always been good at following the flow of events, and after drinking, she became even better at it. Okay, I'm not going to argue with you anymore. I'm going to ask my brother about his arrangements and ask him to make some time tomorrow afternoon. If you want to come, you can make an appointment later and say that you'll come to Dangui Garden tomorrow morning. My brother will definitely be waiting for you at home for my matter. If I tell him directly that I'll be back every day, I don't know if he'll avoid me. Judging from the conversation between Yi Qian and Li Jinyan on the eve of the Lunar New Year, it was entirely possible. Xia Jinyuan stood outside in the cold wind and spoke. His fiancé valued his brother-in-law's marriage very much, so he had to comply with his fiancé. Baby, you might not seem so deliberate. The two of you met directly at home. With my brother-in-law's intelligence, he would know your intentions at first sight. Originally, the two of them had not made their relationship clear. Your arrangement here would make them feel a little awkward. In order to help my brother-in-law get out of being single as soon as possible, I will definitely come over tomorrow. In order to see his brother-in-law slap his own face as soon as possible, he had to go and help. However, he couldn't let his cunning fox see any clues. Otherwise, she wouldn't allow him to pass. Xia Jinyuan narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile, Is there any benefit in helping your fiancé? Since you said you would help your fiancé, what other benefits do you want? Yi Qian asked Xia Jinyuan. Little brat, don't think I'll fall for it. He always mentioned the word fiancé. Naturally, she would want to receive some benefits in order to get him to do something for her. Okay, since it's my fiancé's orders, Xia Jinyuan will follow them. This time, Xia Jinyuan was straightforward. Since she already said she was his fiancée, what was he waiting for? He had to go. Just you wait, brother-in-law. When the time comes, your face will hurt. Early the next morning, Yi Qian and Li Jinyan both got up. Yi Qian opened the door, and Li Jinyan did the same. The two siblings looked at each other and laughed. They were clearly from different branches of the military, but their habits were exactly the same. Chapter 55, 84. Everyone had their own space. Even if she was his younger sister, she had no right to ask. Li Jinyan's answer made Yi Jian's eyes flash with a smile of understanding. Did you go to a place with a story? With her brother's personality, it was impossible for him to sit outside alone for a few hours. It must have been a special place for him to go. Li Jinyan and Yi Qian were actually quite similar. They didn't like to tell others about their personal matters. Just like Yi Qian, who was very close to Injesan back then, she rarely talked about her relationship with Xia Jinyuan. Firstly, she wasn't used to it. Secondly, she didn't think it was necessary. Seeing the smile in Yi Jian's eyes, Li Jinyan gently patted her head. There was a hint of indulgence in his helpless smile. The train station. You still need to ask? The train station. Yi Qian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she shook her head. Don't ask, don't ask. She knows everything. She knows everything. This time, Yi Qian didn't ask any more questions. She was completely sure that he wouldn't do anything wrong. But would he be disgusted? Yi Qian, who was shouldering the heavy responsibility of matchmaking for the first time, was still very nervous. She then texted Xia Jinyuan again. He didn't have enough experience, so he had to ask for leave. As a bachelor who had to explain his personal matters to the whole team, he must have a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Yi Qian was secretly glad that Xia Jinyuan would come today. With him by her side, Yi Qian felt a lot more at ease. When she got home, the old master had already woken up. While Li Jinyan went upstairs to wash up, Yi Qian sat next to the old master, who was reading the morning newspaper. She secretly whispered with a smile, "Grandpa, a friend of mine came over today. She's the friend you wanted to invite to our house the most." Really? Hearing this, the old master stopped reading the newspaper and closed it. He leaned over to his granddaughter and laughed softly. "Not bad, little girl. You're very efficient. This concerns my brother's marriage, so I have to be efficient. I told her that in addition to you and me, there was also my brother in the family." Guess what Nianyan replied? The elderly liked it when the younger generation got close to them and said some intimate words. Yi Qian was the one that the elderly doted on the most. Anything, he said, could make the elderly happy. The smile on the old man's face deepened. Come, come, come. Tell Grandpa, what did Nianyan say?" "Oh," she replied, "she knows." Yi Qian was smiling so much that his eyes were squinted. His palm-sized face was still filled with pride. When the old man saw this, he was even happier. "We need to tell the guards at the gate to let Nianyan in when he arrives. Xiaoyu needs to be informed as well." The old man had already started making arrangements. "Come in the morning, or in the afternoon. Do you want me to stay for lunch? You'll have to ask your Uncle Fu to make the necessary preparations. I came this morning, but I didn't tell brother. I wanted to give him a surprise." As he spoke, Yi Qian glanced at the second floor, in case the walls had ears. The old man smiled and tapped Yi Qian on the forehead. "Little rascal, I'm afraid this won't be a surprise for you. It will be you who will be surprised. Your brother is a reserved person, I'm worried that he will be so scared that he will hide in his room and not come out. They threw the newspapers in their hands onto the coffee table and started chatting with Yi Qian. The old master loved anniversaries very much. Now that he knew that she would be coming over, he was very happy. Why was he still reading the newspaper? It wouldn't be too late to read it after she finished talking. The newspaper wouldn't run away. If his granddaughter-in-law didn't treat him, well, it might run away. Chapter 55, 85. Yi Qian just wanted to make the old man happy. Seeing this, the smile on her face deepened. Grandpa, you don't have to worry. I've even asked sixth brother to come over. He'll accompany cousin. Are you still worried that sixth brother won't do well? You can also chat more with Nian Nian. You can't just look at whether Nian Nian and brother are compatible. You also have to look at whether brother and Nian Nian are compatible. The old man was biased towards the younger generation. No matter how good other people's children were, they were still other people's children. No matter how bad their own children were, they were still their own children. Yi Qian treated Nian Nian as a true friend. Although she was happy to talk about her relationship with Li Jinyan, she didn't want to disrespect her friends and force them to be together. She also didn't want the old man to like Nian Nian and think that she was compatible with Li Jinyan. Of course, the old man understood what his granddaughter was saying. Our girl is kind and attentive to her friends. This is very good. When interacting with her friends, she must be open and honest. She must not be selfish and only want to take advantage of them. In the long run, she won't have any friends around her. Nian Nian is a good child. She's also the Zhou family's favorite daughter. She won't be ruined by others. Naturally, we have to respect Nian Nian's wishes. We can't force anything. Grandfather also needs to say a few words to you. Your brother's marriage is important, but the friendship between you and Nian Nian is equally important. Whether it succeeds or not, you mustn't let it affect your friendship. Yi Qian nodded seriously. She knew, which was why she said this to the old man. The grandfather and granddaughter chatted until Li Jinyan came downstairs. Nian arrived at around 9 in the morning. This time, she drove and didn't ask Yi Qian to pick her up. The trunk of the car was filled with gifts. When Mrs. Zhou found out that her daughter was going to Dangui Garden to pay a New Year visit to the old man, she initially thought that her daughter was deliberately finding an excuse to avoid the blind date. She even laughed and slapped Nian Nian's back. Dangui Garden, Dangui Garden. This wasn't a place where ordinary people lived. They were all outstanding people from all walks of life who had made great contributions to the construction and development of the country. However, when she asked Mrs. Zhou to look at her phone message, Mrs. Zhou finally believed that her daughter was not looking for an excuse. Then, he deliberately asked who the old man was. Then, he ran to his room, took out a book of famous people, and flipped to the old man's introduction. When Mrs. Zhou saw the introduction, she almost fainted. When did her daughter become so capable? She even knows the country's officials. Seeing Zhou Nian only ring 2 pieces of fruit to give New Year's greetings, Mrs. Zhou, who almost fainted, wants to beat Zhou Nian up with the mop at home. What a worrisome child. How could he casually twist a fruit to give a New Year's greeting? Mrs. Zhou still feels that the gift is too light. Since it's anniversary, she doesn't give her a chance to show off. Mrs. Zhou gets in the car, steps on the accelerator, and rushes out of their compound. The security guards at the entrance stopped the car as usual and checked the identity of the car. Since the old man had personally informed them, the security guards naturally knew about it. After verifying that there was no mistake, they immediately let the car pass. After Zhou Nian was let in by the guards, he drove to the Fu family mansion without any guidance. Looking at the mansion in front of him, Zhou Niannian took a deep breath. She's here again. This time, there was an additional person inside that she wanted to meet but was too embarrassed to meet. He also made her grind her teeth in the middle of the night and want to beat him up. Chapter 55-86. Yi Qian had been waiting for Nian since she entered the house. As soon as the car entered her line of sight, she quickly ran over to greet them. Nian took a deep breath and saw the figure running out of the courtyard. Her nervousness instantly disappeared. She stopped the car, opened the door, and then Xia Jinyuan, who was standing inside, heard the two of them screaming excitedly in the courtyard. Yi Jian hugged Nian and refused to let go. We finally meet again. Today, other than my grandfather, my brother, and my fiancé, Xia Jinyuan, are all at home. My father has some matters to attend to and will only be back later. Grandfather knew that you were coming and told me that you must stay the night. You want to stay the night? There's no need for that. We live close to each other, so you should introduce your fiancé to me. Let's go and wish the old man a happy new year. Nian said happily. After taking a few steps, she slapped herself on the forehead. See, I remember. The gifts in the back compartment. Come, help me carry them in. Outside, the two girls were chatting happily. There were also people standing inside, waiting for them to enter the house. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to greet the guest? Xia Jinyuan, who had intentionally rushed over early to see his brother-in-law slap himself in the face, smiled. I heard that this guest is a female SWAT officer who has interacted with you before. Upon hearing this, Li Jinyan glanced coldly at Xia Jinyuan. We have never interacted before. Don't ruin her reputation. To have interacted with her meant that they had an intimate past. This was what Li Jinyan understood. Xia Jinyuan did not seem to understand what he was talking about. He looked confused and surprised. What nonsense are you thinking about? I'm talking about the fact that you were once interrogated by that female SWAT officer as a criminal. What do you mean ruin her reputation? I don't even understand what you're talking about. When it came to debating, Li Jinyan was no match for Xia Jinyuan. Li Jinyan knew that what he was trying to explain was not what he was talking about. Li Jinyan could not win against him. Forget it. He could not win against him. He could only stay away. The main thing was the sounds of chatter and laughter outside were getting closer and closer. They were so close that they could hear the sound of footsteps. Li Jinyan felt that if he continued to stand there, it would be a bit abrupt. Xia Jinyuan snickered and raised his voice. You still have to go out for a photo shoot. Before Xia Jinyuan could finish his sentence, Li Jinyan seemed to have sensed something. He turned around abruptly and shot a piercing gaze at Xia Jinyuan. Nian and Yi Qian had already entered. Li Jinyan looked at the two slender figures and replied stiffly, We're not going anywhere. We're staying at home. Only Li Jinyan himself knew if he was going to say it to Xia Jinyuan. Nian's heart thumped uncontrollably. Was he talking to her? Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, received a look from his fiancé. His eyes flashed with a deep smile. Indeed, Captain Xia had a trick up his sleeve. Old Master Lu was in the living room. Zhou Niannian came in to wish him a happy new year. Old Master Lu loved Zhou Niannian's energetic smile. That kind of smile was happy, cheerful, bright, and without a trace of gloominess. When you saw her smile, even if you were in a bad mood, you would feel happy because of her smile. She was also very amiable. From the looks of it, no one would think that she was actually a female special police officer. Happy New Year, Nian. Grandpa hasn't seen you in a long time. Nian was very respectful to old Master Lu. She hurriedly said, "No, I see you often. When you go to university to teach, I see you often. It's just that you're too busy, so I don't want to disturb you." Chapter 5587. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5587. Secret Service I Want to Be Her Sister-in-Law, Urban Romance. Chapter 5587. Secret Service to be her sister-in-law. She had seen the old man a few times during anniversary, so she was too embarrassed to disturb him. The old man wanted her to come over, so he smiled kindly. "Grandpa isn't busy. Jane Eyre and Jean Yin are both in the army. Grandpa, you're home alone, so you're always welcome. Come, come, come. Quick, take a seat." As he spoke, the old man instructed Li Jinyan. "Jinyan, quick, make some tea for Nian Yin." He did not even ask for Uncle Fu's help. Instead, he instructed Li Jinyan directly. Seeing this, Li Jinyan had no choice but to go into the kitchen and bring some tea over. He saw the old man asking Zhou Nianyan how he was doing recently. How was she recently? Li Jinyan, who was carrying 2 cups of tea, had already slowed down his footsteps. "Thank you for your concern. Old mister, I've been on holiday recently, so I've been bored at home. I was just thinking about finding a reason to go out when Jane Eyre called me. So I hurried over. You don't know, but my family's aunts have been coming to my door, asking me all kinds of questions, and even introducing me to a blind date. Just thinking about it gives me a headache, so I might as well go out for a walk." Tea leaves floated in the air, and a clear cup of tea was handed to Nian Junyan. Nian Junyan's limbs stiffened, and he quickly got up to take the teacup. "Thank you." She spoke in a low voice, not daring to look at Li Jinyan's face. Li Jinyan retracted his hand and said, "You're welcome. It's what I should do." Seeing that Zhou Nianyan was still holding the teacup, he frowned slightly and reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful, it's hot. And friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time." 00 recommended reading. NBSB. Did she like to hold the cup? Nian didn't expect him to talk to him. He was already a little unnatural, so when he heard that, his body stiffened even more. After an "ah" sound, he lowered his head even more. "It's okay. It's not hot. Leave it there for now." After Li Jinyan finished speaking, he took the teacup from her hand. When he turned around, he saw the old man, Yi Qian, and Xia Jinyuan looking at him with interest. Li Jinyan took a deep breath and explained, "It's hot." He gave a one-word explanation and left with the teacup. Yi Qian blinked. "Hot." Then, he didn't give Nian Yin any more tea. The old man, who had been through countless storms, was also stunned by his grandson's actions. What did this mean? Hot, holding the teacup and not giving it to him? Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Big brother must have changed Miss Zhou's teacup to a new one. It's the custom to hold a teacup on an anniversary. Should he change her teacup for a non-hot one? For some reason, Zhou Nianyan felt that her face was a little hot. She nodded her head generously. "I do like to hold the teacup. I didn't expect you to be able to tell at a glance." Yi Qian smiled. "My brother is very attentive. As long as he pays attention, he can find out." Nian glanced at her friend. Why did it feel like little Jane Eyre was implying something? No. Could it be that she saw something? After a moment, Nian couldn't sit still anymore. Little Jane Eyre treated her as a friend, and she, cough, wanted to be her sister-in-law. Li Jinyan, who was holding the porcelain cup, walked over and handed the cup to Nian, who was thinking, a friend treats her as a friend, and she wants to be her friend's sister-in-law. Her expression changed in shock. Guilty, too guilty. Li Jinyan's expression also changed. Why did she look like she was frightened? Porcelain cups. They won't burn your hands. Li Jinyan's usually cold voice had a tinge of gentleness that even he didn't notice. Be careful not to spill the hot water. Nian Anian, who wanted to be her friend's sister-in-law, was extremely guilty. She hurriedly nodded to show that she understood. Chapter 55-88. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. It must be a special fate. Urban romance. JIEQA, it must be a special fate. Yi Qian and old Master Yi had exchanged glances countless times. There was a chance. There was definitely a chance. In the family, old Master Yi knew his grandson, Li Jinyan, best. Other than his sister, Yi Qian, old Master Yi had never seen him take the initiative to show concern for a girl. At this moment, seeing how Li Jinyan was worried about Zhou Nianyan being scalded by the cup, and then worried about being scalded by the boiling water, there must be a story behind his concern. Your brother is probably a little enlightened. Old Master Yi whispered to Yi Qian, Grandpa, it wasn't easy for you to wait for this day. Hard work pays off. You finally waited for it. Yi Qian tried not to laugh. Don't worry. Let nature take its course. There will definitely be a result. Sigh, that won't do. With your brother's personality, he'll only be enlightened once in a while. Soon, he'll be blocked again. You and sixth brother should discuss and see if you can add fuel to the fire. As they were talking, Xia Jinyuan's phone rang. It was Xia Yunin. Xia Jinyuan excused himself and went to the side. He could come and go as he pleased in the Fu family as if he was at home, and old Master Yi liked how casual he was. They were family, so how could he treat himself as an outsider? Li Jinyan sat on old Master Ye's right, and Yi Qian sat on his left. Take note of your eyes if you read for a long time. Zhou Nianyan, who was sitting on the single-seater sofa, felt a little awkward, but she was an open-minded person. She quickly put those feelings aside and chatted happily with old Master Yi. The old man said that if she saw him after the anniversary, she couldn't avoid him anymore. Zhou Nianyan replied that as long as the old man didn't dislike her noise, she would definitely come. The old man also said that he was tired from work and had to take good care of himself. Zhou Nianyan replied that his body was as strong as a calf, and he could even win against several male special police officers in the team. Just like that, the old man and the young man chatted. Yi Qian was all smiles as he accompanied them. The old man was talking about the anniversary, so naturally, Yi Qian would not interrupt him. At this moment, she could tell that the old man really liked a granddaughter-in-law like Nianyan. After chatting for a while, Yi Qian smiled and continued. Nianyan, I was right, wasn't I? My grandfather is kind and amiable. He's happy that you're here. Nian, who had been chatting for a long time, smiled with her eyes curved into crescents. She liked to smile more than Yi Qian. When she smiled, she was full of sunshine. Do I need you to tell me that? The first time we met, I already knew that old master was very kind. Unlike a certain person who was so cold that she wanted to pat his face and ask him if he was faking it. Ha ha, Nianyan, and my family are fated. The old man smiled. There was no such thing as fate. Yi Jian immediately understood what the old man was trying to say. The Nian in Nianyan's name was the same as the Nian in her brother's name, Li Jinyan. The old man felt that it was a coincidence and fate. There were many men and women in the world with the Nian in their names. To be honest, there was nothing special about it. It was all fate. It was just that the old man liked Nian, so he felt that she was fated to be with his family. Yi Qian understood, Li Jinyan understood, but Nian did not. Hearing this, she said happily, Isn't that so? Yi Qian, and I have only met a few times, but we felt like old friends at first sight. It's as if we grew up together. Isn't that fate? Even Li Jinyan, who was the most composed man in the world, could not help but rub his forehead when he heard this. She was a rather careless girl. Fortunately, she was a strict worker. Otherwise, he would be worried that she would make mistakes at work. Chapter 55-89. Yi Qian smiled and glanced at her elder brother, who was rubbing his forehead. She pretended not to understand and walked to Zhou Nianyan's side. She sat on the armrest of the sofa and put her hands on Zhou Nianyan's shoulders. She laughed and said, "We're sisters. I'm your younger sister and you're my older sister. What do you think?" Good, good. God, you don't know. I'm the youngest in the family. Everyone above me is my older brother and sister. When I was young, I wrote about my dream. I wrote that my dream was to become an older sister. Sigh, I'm bringing up sad things again. Later, my teacher thought that my writing was good and sincere. She even used a lot of idioms. That day, she came to visit my house. And then, after she left, I was beaten up by my mother again. This was really sad. The old man laughed until he patted his chest. Ha ha, this girl was really a clown who made people happy. You look like a good girl. I can't. I was like a boy when I was young. I was too naughty. When I watched Hong Kong period dramas, there was a big kite flying from the top of a hill. I thought it was really possible. I was worried that the kite would break if I flew too high, so I thought of using my grandma's bed sheet. Yi Jian and Zhou Nianyan laughed so hard that they collapsed on the single-seater sofa. They were so close to each other that they were as close as real sisters. Yi Jian and Zhou Nianyan were so close that they were like sisters. The old man laughed and said to Li Jinyan, "Look at how happy your sister is. Nianyan is really a good girl. Grandpa likes her very much. I see that Xiao has also grown up. He hasn't found a girlfriend yet. Although he's a little quiet, he's much more talkative than you." The Ministry of Foreign Affairs news release is very insightful. I think Nianyan will like Xiao, and Xiao will like Nianyan. Go to the Qin family now and see if he's there. If he's there, let him come over. Li Jinyan didn't move. She just said that it wasn't easy for her to find an excuse to escape from the blind date. Are you going to arrange another one for her here? That's different. I'm not arranging a blind date. It's for you young people to get to know each other. The old man ignored Sunwise's frown. The more he spoke, the more he felt that this matter was feasible. There was no problem at all. No, I'll call the Qin family personally. Give me the landline. Li Jinyan didn't move. She's talking about making a kite out of bed sheets. She was naturally referring to the anniversary. Nian was laughing so hard that he was about to explode. I took the bed sheet to the platform where my dad and the others were training. I used a bamboo pole to hold the four corners of the bed sheet and asked my brother to tie it up for me. That's the sun. I'm going to learn Hong Kong opera from the platform that's more than 4 meters high. In the end, before he could fly, he was pounced on like a tiger and pressed to the ground, unable to move. Then I heard an uncle shouting into a walkie-talkie, "Old Joe, what are you doing? Your daughter is going to jump off a building. Do you know that?" I even replied, "Uncle, I'm not jumping off the building. I'm doing experiments." 3 minutes. My dad and Mom arrived. My dad was scared, but my mom was too strong. Not only was she not scared, she even had a bamboo stick in her hand. You don't need to guess to know what the outcome was. I was beaten by my mom again. Yi Qian laughed until his stomach hurt. When Anian was young, he was completely a brat. He was the kind of brat who got beaten up every 2 to 3 days. Chapter 55-90. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5590, Betrayal, Urban Romance. Chapter 5590, Betrayal in a State of Panic. Nian was not an ordinary child. In Mrs. Zhou's words, if she had a pair of wings, she would be able to fly. Do you think this is over? No, you're too naive. When talking about the painful education of their childhood, Annie felt that a handful of bitter tears were not enough. It would take several buckets. She sighed. That's not all. My mother is also from the police academy. She's very brave. I was beaten until I was crying. My mother wrapped a training rope around my waist and pulled me to the edge of the platform. She pushed me down in front of my father and his colleagues. Before I landed on the ground, I vaguely heard my dad, a 1.8-meter-tall man from the Northeast, scream like a pig being slaughtered. My uncles were very agile. Before I landed on the ground, several ropes were thrown at me. I still remember that one of the ropes was thrown too fast and directly hit my head. Yiqian really wanted to give her good friend some face, but she was really sorry, really sorry. She was already laughing so hard that she couldn't stop. On the other side, Li Jinyan, who was taking care of the old man and patting his back from time to time, couldn't help but smile. As for the anniversary, she didn't smile. Instead, she had a bitter look on her face. She rubbed her forehead and sighed. You know about the training rope. It was thick and heavy, and it fell from above with a pa sound. Wasn't I crying? I was suddenly pushed by me, and I was scared silly. In the end, the rope hit my head, and it was like a life-saving straw being taken away by someone. I was knocked unconscious by the rope. Yiqian rubbed his belly and laughed. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 0 recommended reading. I dare say that you didn't faint because you were whipped by the rope. Instead, you fainted because you were pushed by Mrs. Zhou. Heroine, please remember one thing. See through it, but don't say it. Annie glared at Yiqian with an unthreatening gaze. The moment he retracted his gaze slid past Li Jinyan's face, unsure if it was intentional or not. As a special police officer, and a very powerful one at that, Nian's observation skills were still very strong. Just like that, she glided past, and she also saw Li Jinyan's eyes smiling because of her childhood embarrassment. Such a cold man actually smiled. This was the first time she had seen him smile. Oh my God! When he smiled, he looked really good. He laughed so hard that her heart skipped a beat. Li Jinyan was also a very powerful Special Forces soldier. Moreover, he had been keeping an eye on Nian. So, Nian's gaze might have been able to fool others, but it didn't escape his eyes. Their eyes met at the last second before they separated from each other. Nian Junyan panicked. Perhaps he felt that he had lost face by panicking first, so he rolled his eyes at Li Jinyan. So he also knows how to smile. She thought that he didn't know how to smile. In order to make him smile, she had to dig up her own dark past. Was it easy for her? It was hard to be a woman, but it was even harder to be a woman who had to take the initiative to chase after a man. Li Jinyan, who had suddenly received an eye roll, laughed even harder. She was really a clown. He retracted his gaze and chuckled softly. He said to the old man, "Drink some water. Don't laugh too hard." The old man, who was laughing, witnessed the historic moment when their eyes met for the first time. Then, the old man laughed even louder. He took a sip of hot tea and smiled as he asked Nian, "What happened after that? What happened to you after that?" Chapter 5591. Old Master Fu's interest was piqued. There were not many children in the Fu family, and the few that he did not keep were all unconventional in their behavior. However, none of them were as mischievous as Zhou Nianyan. It was the same for the children of the Qin family. They had never done anything as shameless as overturning the roof tiles. All of a sudden, there was such an anomaly as Nian Nian. The old man only felt that it was rare. After I was beaten to tears, I was successfully scared out of my wits. Then a rope fell from the sky and knocked me out. I heard that after I fainted. Even a man like my father was so scared that his legs went weak. As for my mom, my mom always says that if it weren't for her spine injury, she would definitely be more manly than my dad. My uncles said that when I fainted, my manly mother put 2 fingers in front of my nose to check my breath and told my uncles that I was fine, that I had just fainted. Then she left me, who had fainted, and went to comfort my dad, whose legs were weak. She doesn't care about me anymore. She only cares about my father. When my father saw the red mark on my forehead, his heart ached for a few days. My mother didn't feel anything at all. He even told me, when I was young, that it was a red mark of glory, just like the wounds on your father's body. It was all glory. I was so happy. I told everyone I met that this was my glory. This was my glory. I was so proud in the courtyard for a whole week. The story ends here, and from now on, I will never dare to make such a foolish mistake again. But Yi Qian felt that the story was definitely not over yet. There was more to come. When the red mark was gone, how were you going to explain it to your friends? When I woke up early in the morning and saw that the red mark was gone, I panicked. Didn't they use red paper in the past? I soaked the red paper in the water and smeared the red water on my face. Don't talk about it. I was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that day. Later, that white short-sleeved shirt that was dyed red was my bloody lesson. I was beaten up by my mother again. He originally thought that he could continue playing Glory, but he never thought that he would be beaten up again. During the anniversary of her childhood, she had spent a long time secretly eating sweets to comfort her young and wounded heart. Yi Qian, who was laughing so hard that tears were coming out of her eyes, lay on Zhou Niannian's body and refused to get up. Mrs. Zhou is not your typical tough self. Indeed, only Mrs. Zhou could deal with you. That's right. My dad was scared of me back then, as long as I smiled at him. Even if he wanted to go to the toilet, he would hold it in and run away. The old man felt that if he continued to laugh, his blood pressure would soar. This Nian was really like a little son. He could warm himself and others. Qin Xiu, who had come over with Father Fu, heard a familiar laughter as soon as he entered the room. He was slightly stunned. Yi Qian's laughter was deliberately relaxed and cheerful. When Father Fu heard this, he laughed. Looks like my little girl has a friend here. She's laughing so hard that she doesn't even care about her image. She's a good friend. Xiu, don't just stand there. Let's go in first. Father Fu and Qin Xiu met at the entrance of Dangui Garden. Father Fu drove, while Qin Xiu walked. In the end, Father Fu brought Qin Xiu all the way home. Dad, you're back. Yi Qian's eyes were sharp. When he saw Father Fu coming back, he happily waved at Qin Xiu. However, his smile was slightly restrained. Zhou Niannian, who was holding a teacup and drinking water, quickly put down the teacup and followed Yi Qian's line of sight. When he saw who it was, he hurriedly swallowed the water in his mouth and stood up to greet Father Fu. Chapter 5592. When Father Fu saw that the 2 girls were still holding hands as they got up from the sofa, he was even more certain that the girl who greeted him was his daughter's good friend. Don't stand on ceremony. Don't stand on ceremony. Quickly sit down. This was the first time Yi Qian had invited a friend over. Father Fu was very welcoming. When he saw Nian standing up, her posture was similar to his daughter's. As a soldier, Father Fu was amused. Are you a policeman or a soldier? Dad, Nian Nian is a special police officer from Beijing. Yi Qian held Nian Nian's hand and smiled brightly. They're very famous. They're the ones who attend every big meeting. Father Fu's smile widened. Special police officers are good. Special police officers are good. Every time the Spring Festival is approaching, special police officers can be seen everywhere. You guys have worked hard. You've worked hard. Qin Xiu was still behind. After Father Fu finished speaking, he turned around and urged, Xiu, come in and sit down. He even joked, are you a little shy after seeing Jane Eyre's friend? Qin Xiu? Li Jinyan, who was sitting next to the old man, suddenly darkened his eyes. When the old man mentioned Qin Xiu just now, the old man felt that it was a coincidence. Xiu is here? How did you guys meet? Father Fu explained as he entered the living room. He smiled and said, I gave him a lift on the way. Seeing that Yi Qian and Zhou Niannian were still standing, Father Fu gestured for them to sit down. After hanging up his coat, Qin Xiu came in wearing a suit for a formal occasion. He looked cool and elegant. Zhou Niannian, who had just sat down, saw him come in and held Yi Qian's hand tightly. Qin Xiu, don't tell me that Qin Xiu is also your brother. Our houses are very close, just a few hundred meters away. Yi Qian rubbed her hand that was holding his arm tightly. He was a little curious about Zhou Niannian's expression. Why do you seem very excited? After saying that, he quickly glanced at his elder brother. Li Jinyan's jaw tightened. He was just thinking that as long as Nian stayed at home and didn't contact the Qin family, he wouldn't see Qin Xiu at home. However, he never expected to see it. Furthermore, he also saw how Nian Anian's eyes lit up the moment he saw Qin Xiu. Nian Junyan's attention was now on Qin Xiu. Wen Fong held Yi Qian's wrist tightly and said excitedly, I'm excited. How can I not be excited? On the eve of the Lunar New Year, Qin Xiu represented the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to congratulate the Chinese New Year. Oh my God, I can switch between languages freely. At that time, I was stunned. She really did not expect to see the young diplomat she saw on TV a few nights ago here. Nian still couldn't believe it. It's Qin Xiu. Am I seeing things? It's that Qin Xiu, right? Yes, it's him. Yi Qian pitted his elder brother. Did you see that? The consequences of taking the initiative were so tragic. A love rival would appear at any time. Since you know him, I don't need to introduce you, right? Li Jinyan coughed and looked at Yi Qian as if to tell Yi Qian, of course, there's no need to introduce him. The old man pushed him. Does Nian know Xiu too? I was just asking if we should call Xiu over. The four of you still have to play cards for a while. I didn't expect you to know each other too. What a coincidence. Qin Xiu looked at Nian and then at Yi Qian. Finally, he smiled and said, Grandpa Fu, I only know Yi Qian. It's my first time seeing her friends. Chapter 55-93. Qin Xiu didn't understand. He didn't know any of Yi Qian's friends. Why do I feel like Nian knows you? The old man was forcing his grandson to make a move. Little brat, he was obviously interested in Nian, and she was also interested in him, but he was sitting there like a statue. Who did he think he was? He was so charming that Nian would take the initiative to chase after him. But if he didn't take a pail of water and take a look at himself, who would like him if he didn't take the initiative? Seeing that the old man had misunderstood, Nian blushed and explained, No, sir, we don't know each other. I saw him on TV. He knows 5 languages. It's too scary. Ha ha ha, so you saw him on TV. But he doesn't only know 5 languages, he knows 8. He's the youngest diplomat in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also the most handsome one. The old man was generous with his praise for Qin Xiu. In his eyes, Qin Xiu was also his grandson. He felt no pressure praising his own grandson. Qin Xiu looked around in silence. Then his gaze fell on Li Jinyan. He raised his eyebrows slightly. So he must have accidentally barged into a blind date. After thanking the old man for asking him to stay, Qin Xiu took the initiative to leave. Before he left, he didn't forget to give Li Jinyan a meaningful look. "Brother Jinyan, you can do it. She must be a good girl to be friends with Yi Qian and invite him to her house. You can do it. Don't be too late. The good girl will become someone else's good girl." Li Jinyan relaxed slightly and got up to walk Qin Xiu out. At the door, Qin Xiu patted him on the shoulder and advised him as an experienced person, "Do it well. Don't let yourself regret it. If you see the girl you like marrying another man, think about that feeling right now." When he spoke about Li Jinyan, he felt like his heart was being pricked by needles. Xia Jinyuan, who had been answering the phone in his room, finally came out. Fortunately, Qin Xiu had left. Otherwise, this man would be jealous again. Since all the young people were present, the old man was worried that the presence of the elders would disturb the anniversary party, so he said that he wanted to go back to his room to read. "You young people have a good chat. An old man like me won't accompany you to chat. Nian, treat this place as your home. Don't stand on ceremony." Father Fu said, "It just so happens that I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Let's go into the room together." Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "Uncle, Grandpa, I also have something to say. Let's go to the study together." Then he called for Yi Qian. At this moment, Yi Qian cooperated. He quickly stood up and said, "Grandpa, sixth brother, and I will accompany you. Sixth brother should be talking about tomorrow's engagement. I'll listen in." Afraid that Nian would be suspicious, Yi Qian was too embarrassed to explain. "Nian, I haven't had the time to tell you yet. I'm getting engaged with him tomorrow, and it's a little rushed. There are some things that I have to talk about in detail." This was the space where Nian and Li Jinyan would be alone. Xia Jinyuan was indeed discussing the engagement. Fifth brother had given him an idea, and he thought it was a good idea. He wanted to ask for Yi Qian's opinion first before discussing it with Father Fu and the old man. When Nian heard that his good friend was getting engaged tomorrow, he couldn't care about anything else. He immediately congratulated him and said, "You go ahead with your work. Isn't your brother still here? I'll talk to him." Chapter 55, 94. Talking to her brother was enough? Yi Qian smiled knowingly. Zhou Nianyan saw her good friend smile and realized that she had said something wrong. She didn't mean it that way. She just didn't want to make things difficult for Yi Qian. When she saw Li Jinyan, she used him as an excuse. She couldn't possibly say that Yi Qian would be embarrassed if she said that he could go do his work and she could sit alone. Oh no, now it wasn't Yi Qian who was embarrassed. It was her who was embarrassed. Nian patted her forehead and smiled tiredly. "Go do your work. I can take care of myself. I'll watch TV. Yes, watch TV. Go do your work. Don't worry about me." Damn, she said it in one breath without panting. It was more tiring than running 10 kilometers. It was mainly because of that guy. He was a very, very cold person, but he still cared about her. Her cup was hot. So angry. What was he trying to do? Should she take the opportunity to ask him? For a girl to take the initiative to ask a man, "Do you have feelings for me?" Was she crazy? Or was there something wrong with her brain? Or did she think that this man was so handsome that it was worth it for her to be crazy for once? It seemed like she glanced at him again and again. All right. She had to admit that this man was really handsome. Yi Qian was beautiful, her boyfriend was also very good-looking, and the cold man was also handsome. Qin Xiu, who had just walked in, was even more handsome than on TV. On TV, he was fair and had a professional smile on his face. He was much more handsome in real life. Little Jane Eyre, you're surrounded by so many handsome guys. You'll really be envied. Forget it. Seeing that the cold man was really handsome, she would just take the initiative to ask. If there was something wrong with her brain, then so be it. If she didn't ask clearly, she would keep thinking about it. She felt terrible. It was better to suffer for a short time than to suffer for a long time. Yi Qian, who seemed to know everything, said to her brother, "Brother, keep my friend company. When I come out later, I can ask Nian Nian if you've been keeping the guest company." He winked at Li Jinyan and left with a smile on his face. Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan brought the old man to the study. The old man smiled at Yi Qian and said, "Your brother is such a blockhead. He should know what we mean by now, right?" "My brother just doesn't want to, but that doesn't mean he doesn't know. Grandpa, don't worry. Your intentions are already so obvious. Brother will definitely understand," Yi Qian said with certainty, his eyes full of amusement. "They're both interesting. Once we leave, it'll be an opportunity for them. Captain Xia, don't you agree?" She had already tried to counsel her brother, but it was hard to guess her brother's personality. She wasn't sure how much he had taken in. Could he be more proactive? She could only hope that Nian Nian would take the initiative. Yi Qian thought about how she had never taken the initiative to get close to Captain Xia. If she asked Zhou Niannian to take the initiative to get close to Li Jinyan, she felt that she was making things difficult for Zhou Niannian. Yes, they're all smart people. They'll understand. Xia Jinyuan also smiled and comforted the old man. Also, I think that Miss Zhou has quite a personality. If Jinyan doesn't take the initiative, I think she'll take the initiative. From the confidence and happiness in her words, it could be seen that this Miss Niannian came from a good family. Her family environment was quite good. Her parents were very loving, and she had been happy since she was young. She grew up carefree and was pampered. She was a very happy girl. Chapter 55, 95. The devil's environment was no better than little Fox's. In fact, it was even more treacherous. He needed a happy and confident girl like Miss Nian to accompany him. Xia Jinyuan also felt that Zhou Niannian and Li Jinyan were a good match. Father Fu was the only one who looked confused. He had no idea what they were talking about. "What do you mean? Jane Eyre's friend and Jinyan? Are you guys arranging a blind date?" Father Fu didn't know, and Yi Qian didn't want to explain. Father Fu laughed when he heard this. "That's not bad. If you guys agree, then she must be a good girl. She's a SWAT officer. Not bad. It's rare to see a female SWAT officer. She must be a hard-working girl. Nian Nian is really amazing. She even went abroad to study for a year. She didn't go to an ordinary place. She was able to graduate with excellent grades. She's definitely a hard-working girl." Yi Qian could confidently say that Nian Nian's character was 100% good. There was no problem at all. Knowing that the two young people were interested in each other, Father Fu, as her uncle, was naturally happy to see it happen. However, he had to arrange his daughter's engagement first. Yi Qian had already received Xia Jinyuan's signal. When they reached the study, he said, "Grandpa, Dad, I have something to discuss with sixth brother. I'll come to you guys later." Father Fu glanced at his future son-in-law. He pondered for a moment and asked, "About the engagement?" Xia Jinyuan glanced at Yi Qian and nodded slightly. "Yes, I have some new ideas about the engagement. Since we're all soldiers, I want to do something related to our careers. I want to ask for Yi Qian's opinion first. New ideas? A ceremony related to our careers? Old Master Fu and Father Fu were immediately interested. Yi Qian was also very interested. Let's talk about it here. You don't have to ask for my opinion first. Go ahead. I'll listen with Grandpa and Dad. Xia Jinyuan saw that his future father-in-law and the old man were very interested, so he did not avoid the topic and told them his thoughts one by one. Downstairs, Li Jinyan and Zhou Nianyan looked at each other. Then they quickly looked away and picked up their teacups at the same time to hide their awkwardness. Just now, I didn't mean anything else. I just didn't want Xiaojian to delay her own important matters because of me. You don't think too much. After finishing half a cup of tea, Nian Anian looked at Li Jinyan seriously. Her expression was particularly serious. I didn't ask you to talk to me. If you have something to do, you can go ahead. Don't worry about me. The last few times, she had taken the initiative to send a text message to him, but she had waited a long time for his reply. Usually it was like this. I'm very busy right now. Sorry, I don't have time. It's a little late. I still have something to do. Have a good rest. I still have things to do. I've been so busy recently that I don't have time. Was he the only one who was busy and she couldn't be busy? I'm also very, very busy, okay? After that, she stopped texting. She thought this guy should know that she was angry and would take the initiative to contact her. As it turned out, she had been thinking too much. A few months had passed, and she still hadn't received a text from him, let alone a phone call. After saying that, Nian Anian stopped talking. She sat upright and did not feel uncomfortable. Without the presence of an elder, she would be able to face Li Jinyan alone. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she would still feel very comfortable. Who was more aloof? She was fine with it. If they were going to compete, so be it. Was she afraid of losing? Li Jinyan wanted to talk to Nian Anian, but he did not know where to start. Seeing that her cup of tea was almost empty and that it was cold, he got up to refill her cup. Chapter 55, 96. Hey, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? He had only intended to refill her cup of water, but Nian felt that he had suddenly stood up and was walking towards her. His actions were suspicious, so she had to interrogate him properly. Nian didn't know what she was thinking, but she grabbed the back of the sofa and hugged it in front of her chest. She gave Li Jinyan a look that suggested she was afraid of a hooligan. Li Jinyan found it funny when he saw her reaction. He bent down and took the porcelain cup from the coffee table. Don't be nervous. I'll get you some water. Did she think that he would do something inappropriate? Nian realized that she had made a fuss out of nothing. She put the cup behind her back calmly and replied, Sorry, it's just a professional habit. When I see a suspicious target making a move, I instinctively think that he's up to no good. Li Jinyan paused for a moment and furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Do I look like a suspicious target? I already said it's subconscious. Moreover, I did treat you as a suspicious target in the past. As Nian said that, she lowered her head slightly to let her ear-length hair fall down to cover her reddened ears. Yi Qian wanted to make things convenient, but she also had to be careful of her hair being the target of her opponents during combat. Hence, she cut her hair with a pair of scissors. Her hair was short and slippery. As for anniversary, she had a haircut that reached her ears. She had a handsome slanted haircut, revealing her beautiful side profile. When she was on a mission, she wore a helmet and sunglasses. When she stood by the side of the street with a gun in her hand, she was so handsome that it was said that many girls had specially brought cameras home to take pictures of her. Nian's handsomeness was enough to attract both men and women. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly revealing her most beautiful and handsome side profile. For a moment, Li Jinyan's eyes darkened. But I'm not a suspicious target. After Li Jinyan finished his sentence, he left. To be precise, he ran away. It was impolite to stare at a girl. He still remembered what old Master Lu had taught him. Seeing him stride away, Nian Anian raised his head and blew on his cheeks. He rubbed his cheeks and thought to himself, Nian Anian, don't be a coward. Admit that you have some feelings for this cold man. Just admit it. Don't be a coward. Zhou Nian, who had never been a coward, kept cheering herself on. She was ready to have a good talk with Li Jinyan when he came back. However, when Li Jinyan came back, her fingers accidentally touched Li Jinyan's fingers as she took the teacup. The brief skin-to-skin contact made Zhou Nian cower again. Drink it. It's just right. Li Jinyan sat down and continued his awkward conversation. Nian Anian replied with an "oh" and held the teacup out of habit. Like a little squirrel eating chestnuts, he took small sips of the warm tea that was just right. After a brief conversation, the two of them fell into silence again. You. It took a lot of effort for the two of them to construct words in their hearts, but they spoke at the same time. You go first. You first. Ladies first. The two of them spoke at the same time again, and Li Jinyan quickly followed up. If Xia Jinyuan were present, he would have a headache over his brother-in-law's straightforwardness. Can ladies go first at this time? Impossible. At this time, men should go first. Unfortunately, Li Jinyan did not think too deeply about it. Fortunately, Nian was not an ordinary girl, so she went first. Lang asked, "How about you? Have you been busy recently? You shouldn't be busy, otherwise you wouldn't have gone home for the new year." Chapter 55-97. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 55-97. Translator, Henny Translations Big Liar, Urban Romance, G-Kickums, and friends please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. AMP, GT, add bookmark, recommend this book, Chapter 55-97. Translator, Henny Translations Big Fat Liar. Didn't you say that you were very busy? He must be lying to her. In Zhou Nianyan's heart, there was a little person holding his face and staring coldly at Li Jinyan. This was Zhou Nianyan's true expression. The politeness he was showing now was just politeness. He didn't want to be seen through by Li Jinyan. I only have 11 days of leave. I'll return to the team immediately after the break. I'll be very busy after that. When I'm in the army, I only have a little time when I'm done with training. You have some time after training every day, right? Nian Zhenyan narrowed his eyes. You have time before you go to bed, right? Li Jinyan nodded and explained everything. Yes, the sun sets late at the beach, and we usually finish training at 9:30. You have half an hour to wash up and get ready for bed at 10 o'clock. It seemed that he really didn't have time to reply to her message. Prepare to sleep at 10 o'clock. Can you sleep immediately? She asked again. She didn't believe that she couldn't find any problems. Li Jinyan answered the girl's questions one after another. Yes, I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and start training at 5 o'clock in the morning. Basically, I can fall asleep as soon as I lay down on the bed. Nian. He gritted his teeth. She sounded really busy. I'm texting. Why are you? Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. I'm not going back. She continued to endure. For the sake of this handsome face, she could endure it. This time, it was Li Jinyan's turn to look at the anniversary seriously. I'm sorry for not replying to your message in time. I can only reply to your message when I return to the base. If I don't reply in time, it's usually when I'm in a place where the signal doesn't cover or where the radar can't detect. We have a rather strict management of cell phones. As the team leader, it's not that bad. I still have access to my phone. Sometimes I can see your messages and reply to them. As for my comrades, they only communicate with their families through letters. Sometimes when their families call them, they call my cell phone, but my cell phone is usually turned off. For the past few years, my comrades have never received a call from their families on time. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to not reply to you in time. This was Li Jinyan's explanation, and it was also the time when he spoke the most to Zhou Nianyan. Hearing this, Zhou Nianyan's heart was filled with complicated emotions. She thought that she actually didn't understand the man in front of her at all. She only knew that he was wearing her favorite white navy uniform. He had a handsome face that she liked very much and a military aura that she was infatuated with. What she liked was his appearance. As for his true side, she didn't want to understand it too deeply. Was it because of this that he had never taken the initiative? Was it because he realized that she had only seen the surface of him, so he had always been wary? At this moment, Nian fell silent. After a long silence, Anian said in a low voice, "I'm sorry I disturbed you." Sorry. She was too shallow and thought too highly of herself. She thought that he was using busy as an excuse to avoid her. Actually, that wasn't the case. He was indeed very busy and didn't have time to contact her. After apologizing, Nian fell silent. She held her tea and took small sips. Behind the dense tea mist, her face was a little hazy in Li Jinyan's eyes. This made this young soldier, who didn't really understand girls, even more silent. He didn't know how to find a topic to talk about. He didn't know how to find a topic, only silence. Chapter 5598. The two of them looked at each other in silence. One was silent while the other was silent. They just sat there, and neither of them broke the silence. Just like the relationship between the two of them, they clearly felt that the other party seemed to be interested in them, but because of the other party's silence, they couldn't be sure if it was as they guessed. The more silent they were, the more they couldn't take the initiative to take a step forward. Li Jinyan had too many concerns. He knew that his profession was full of danger and that he might sacrifice his life for the country one day. His time was too tight, and he was too busy. He didn't even take good care of his family, let alone delay a girl who was as warm as the sun. It was undeniable that Nian's positive and sunny smile was the first thing that made Li Jinyan's heart palpitate. The scene at the train station was still fresh in his mind. He could even dream of it in the middle of the night. The daughter in the SWAT uniform bent down and gently coaxed the little girl who had dropped her candy in the crowd. She smiled and coaxed her, kissed the little girl's cheek, and personally escorted the mother and daughter into the station. At that time, that moment, that second, the SWAT's warm smile fell into his heart. It was like there was light in the darkness, like there was the fragrance of flowers in the swamp, like there was fireworks in the snow. At that moment, in the middle of the crowd, he inadvertently looked up and saw her. He looked at her for a long time. In the end, he was discovered by her and treated as a suspect. He saw her gaze sweep over him. It was a very light glance, as if she didn't care, but also as if she didn't notice. In reality, he saw her give his location to the SWAT officers around them with a light glance. He knew, but he didn't move. He didn't know why, but at that time, he clearly could have left without any unnecessary misunderstanding, but he didn't move. He even did something that made her even more suspicious. After that, everything went smoothly. He was arrested by the SWAT officers. When his identity was confirmed, he deliberately made things difficult for her. He told her that because of a misunderstanding, the driver who picked him up had left, and she was responsible for sending him home. He still remembered that at that time. She was in a SWAT explosion-proof car, holding a rifle and looking at him coldly. "Kid, don't push your luck. You have an obligation to cooperate with our work." What did he say at that time? "My duty is done," he said. "Who will be responsible for the loss of my delay?" The captain of the military police quickly verified her identity and asked her to personally send him back to Dangue Garden. She was so angry that she puffed up her cheeks and drove to the entrance of Dangue Garden. Her expression changed. Recalling the past, Li Jinyan suddenly chuckled softly. Zhou Niannian was holding a cup of tea and sipping it in small sips. The way he drank the tea, with only his lips wet, seemed like he could drink it until the end of time. Suddenly, he heard the cold man sitting on the sofa opposite him laugh. Zhou Niannian, who thought he was laughing at him for drinking tea, suddenly looked up and glared fiercely at him. "What are you laughing at? I'm not used to it. Don't look." She wanted to say that she wasn't used to it and wanted to leave on her own. However, when the words came out of her mouth, she remembered that this was his house. If anyone were to leave, it should be her, the guest, who should leave. Thus, she quickly changed her words. If she found someone interesting and walked into her heart, then her words and actions at any time would only make the other party feel that she was very cute. Li Jinyan felt that Zhou Niannian was very cute and quick-witted at that moment. His sister, Yi Qian, was also very quick-witted. Occasionally, her childish behavior was also very cute. However, Zhou Niannian was completely different from his sister. His sister's quick-wittedness had the coldness of spring water, clear and pure, and one couldn't bear to destroy it. Chapter 55-99. On the other hand, Nian's spirituality was the joy, warmth, and happiness of the sun. It made people want to get close to her. Especially people with dark hearts couldn't help but get close to her. It was the same spirituality, but it had a completely different temperament. Li Jinyan picked up the untouched tea on the coffee table and took a sip. "It's not that I'm not used to it. I just thought of some past events." Thinking of some funny past events, Nian wanted to slap herself when she saw that she had misunderstood him again. "Who asked you to blabber and spout nonsense? Look, you misunderstood him again." Nian wanted to slap herself. "Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you again. Don't you want to know what past events I'm thinking of?" Li Jinyan looked calmly at the girl sitting across from him. "Don't you want to know?" Nian was speechless. Why would she want to know when you were thinking of the past? Did it have anything to do with her? Nian took a deep breath and smiled. "I don't like to pry into other people's private affairs, so I don't want to know." She wasn't going to beg him to tell her if he didn't want to. Hey, why did she have to ask if she wanted to know? Could it be that his past events had something to do with her? Was it? Or was it? It was all his fault. She didn't want to know at first, but now she wanted to know. How infuriating. Li Jinyan glanced in the direction of the study. His cold eyes were deep in thought. It seemed that he needed to talk to Xia Jinyuan and ask for advice. Why was Xia Jinyuan always able to make his sister happy? Every time he was with his sister, Yi Qian, he always had endless topics to talk about. Why was he always able to coax his sister to have endless topics to talk about? Was there some kind of secret technique in this? Li Jinyan, who was studious and never ashamed of being studious, decided that he would ask Xia Jinyuan for advice in the future. For now, he should let the two of them talk and not continue to face each other in silence. I thought of that year when you sent me home from the train station. This memory was Li Jinyan's most precious memory because of how precious it was. His expression was sincere when he mentioned it again. I know that at that time, you were actually very reluctant to send me home. Humph, you only know now? Nien, Anian snorted and rolled his eyes. Only now do you realize that I'm very unwilling? If it wasn't for the commander's orders, I would have abandoned him halfway. A grown man can't go home without a driver. He even asked me to send it to your house to verify your identity. Be pretentious. I'm not being unreasonable. I just want to talk to you. Li Jinyan quickly followed up. After he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that his mouth was a little dry, and he was not used to it. He who was not used to it was expressionless again. Sometimes an expressionless face was the best disguise for emotions. Nian Nian, however, blushed and hurriedly drank a mouthful of tea. Calm down, she needed to calm down. Who would have thought that he would suddenly make such an expression and say such a misleading and ambiguous sentence? One was not used to it, and the other needed to calm down. The scene that had been heated up with much difficulty turned cold again. In the study, after Father Fu heard Xia Jinyuan's thoughts, he smiled at Yi Qian and asked, "From your expression, I can see that you're very interested." It was indeed a little cumbersome to go through Old Master Ye's etiquette for an engagement, but family Xia did not think so and respected the etiquette of Old Master Ye's hometown. Xia Jinyuan also did not have any objections. As for Yi Qian, she did not have any objections either. Chapter 5600. However, after hearing fifth brother's suggestion, Yi Qian was very tempted. I think it's a good idea. We need to respect traditional etiquette, but we don't have much time. We have to report to the team on the 6th day of the new year. Why don't we keep it simple? Grandpa, what do you think? Yi Qian did not agree immediately just because he was interested. He still had to listen to Old Master's opinion. Old Master valued etiquette and was not a stickler for etiquette. As long as the younger generation was happy, it was fine. There was still an engagement, but it was to keep it simple and have a different kind of engagement. Sure, I don't have any objections. Let me see how good my little princess is at horsemanship and shooting. Old Master respected the younger generation's decision. As long as they were happy, it was fine. He was already very happy that family Xia valued his granddaughter, so it was fine to keep it simple. Although the formalities were important, the most important thing was their relationship and family Xia's importance. Old Master nodded. Father Fu also had no objections. Father Fu saw the smile on his daughter Yi Qian's face and agreed in his heart. As long as his daughter was happy, he would accept everything. Therefore, the engagement would be simple, and the venue would be the racecourse and shooting range. However, it was only the Fu family's one-sided agreement. Family Xia did not know about it yet. Xia Jinyuan called home from the study. As soon as he finished speaking, old Madame Xia immediately scolded him. "You little brat, how can you be so insensible? An engagement is such an important event, and you want to keep it simple? Do you want to go to heaven? The Fu family handed their only child to your family and married into our family, Xia. Xiao Jian is not even your wife yet, and you dare to treat her so badly? Where are you now? Come back here immediately. I must give you a good beating. Also, if you dare to mention this to the Fu family, you, old man, paint your horse with tongue oil. It's better to use it at home." Old Madame Xia was really angry. The Fu family agreed to Yi Qian's engagement early because the Fu family was very principled and had the intention of family Xia. Now, that brat still wanted to simplify everything and make Xiao Jian feel wronged? No way. Old Madame's scolding warmed Yi Qian's heart. Father Fu couldn't help but laugh. He gently hugged Yi Qian's shoulder and listened to old Madame's scolding. he sighed with a smile, and said, "Even if you get married, father will be relieved." With old Madam's love and protection, his daughter would not marry into his family. Instead, she would move from her own family to another family. She would not be wronged because of a change of location. When the old man saw that his future grandson-in-law was being scolded by his in-laws, the kind-hearted old man couldn't bear it any longer. He smiled and waved at Xia Jinyuan. "Good boy, you've suffered. Come, let Grandpa talk to your grandma." This time, old master's appearance made old Madame Xia even more ashamed. "Old Fu, my insensible grandson, don't worry. This is his fault. It's all his fault. When he comes back, I'll make him kneel in the ancestral hall. The old man, and I will deal with him personally. He's too insensible. You married the granddaughter of the Fu family, whom they can't bear to suffer any grievances to our family Xia. And he still wants to keep it simple? No way. I won't agree to this." Master Xia was full of energy. He suppressed his anger and apologized to old Master Fu. "Old Fu, don't worry. That brat needs to be taught a lesson. If he wants to make Xiao Jian suffer, the old woman, and I will be the first to disagree. Our family, Xia, doesn't have the problem of making our daughter-in-law suffer. If he dares to get sick, there will be a group of people waiting to teach him a lesson." Chapter 56:01. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56, One Big Trouble, Urban Romance. Chapter 56, One Big Trouble. Old Master Xia was so angry that his expression changed. What an insensible brat. He was too insensible. I'll ask his father, uncle, and aunt to come forward and whip them a few times until they become obedient. I haven't taught him a lesson for a long time. I'm afraid that his devil's temper has flared up again. Hearing this, Yi Qian felt sorry for her man. This was really scolding him for nothing. The old man waited for family Xia and old Madame Xia to finish before he laughed and explained. After about 5 minutes, Master Xia and old Madame Xia were skeptical. Really? Even Xiao Jian herself agreed. Did that brat force her? "Old Fu, let little Jian do the talking. I want to get to the bottom of this. Little Jian is honest, but old Six is too much of a jerk. I'm worried that Xiao Jian might have been forced by that brat." Comrade Xia Jinyuan was on the verge of tears. She was definitely his biological grandmother and grandfather. He really didn't do anything wrong. He really didn't mistreat his baby. He felt that his baby would definitely like such an engagement. That was why he said it. Unexpectedly, it was not the Fu family who was angry, but the family Xia. He needed to ask if Xia Jinyuan had really picked her up from the streets. Father Fu felt that his future son-in-law really did not have it easy. He was waiting for Yi Qian to explain things to the old madam. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Father Fu patted his future son-in-law's shoulder sympathetically and sighed. "It's not easy for you, but I'm relieved. In the future, if Fu Yuxing dared to bully Fu Yuxing's daughter, the elders in the family Xia would probably teach him a lesson on his behalf before he, as her father, could do anything about it. It was said that family Xia was strict and would never reveal the root of the problem. From this call, it was indeed evident. Yi Qian explained seriously and expressed that she really liked Xia Jinyuan. With her repeated explanations, Master Xia and old Madame Xia finally believed that their granddaughter-in-law really liked Xia Jinyuan. As for the in-laws, they didn't feel belittled. As long as the children liked it, everything was fine. The two elders heaved a long sigh of relief. Old Madame Xia thought about it, and still felt that this matter was a little strange. This kind of idea did not seem like Sixth Brother's idea. One had to know that when he came back last night, he was very serious about respecting the etiquette of the old master's side and not letting his wife suffer. At that time, The old man kicked him directly. He said it as if the old men, would be wronged by their granddaughter-in-law. How could sixth brother come up with such an idea that might upset the Fu family if he did not do it well? As for their granddaughter-in-law, she was the most down-to-earth child. It was even more impossible for her to think about those fancy things. The more old Madam thought about it, the more she felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Old Madam asked tentatively, "Did you and sixth brother come up with this idea together?" "No, Grandma. Fifth brother thought that we would like it. He told sixth brother first, and then sixth brother told me." Yi Qian didn't think too much about it and betrayed Fu Yuxing to old Madam. When Xia Jinyuan heard this, he didn't even have the chance to stop her. He could only watch as his daughter betrayed Fu Yuxing. "Fifth brother, you're on your own. Little brother, I really can't help you this time." At the same time, a girl with delicate features drove a car from Fujian town, far away. Chapter 56:02. 10,000 miles red. Star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 56:02 Invasion. Urban Romance. JIEQI Chapter 56:02. Invasion. The eldest daughter was quite good-looking. She had delicate features and was dressed fashionably. Her black hair was tied into a high ponytail. Her eyes blinked as she spoke, and her eyes were watery as if they could speak. She was also very polite when she asked questions. When she called out uncle and auntie, if you said you didn't know, she would say, "Sorry to disturb you." The driver was a child raised by a rich family. He was really polite. However, they had never heard of the girl that the eldest daughter asked about. They guessed that she wasn't a child from the town. "Miss, the person you're looking for isn't a child from our town. I'm afraid she's a child from the village." An auntie kindly reminded her, "I'm an old man in town. I know all the promising children around here, but I've never heard of the Yi Qian you mentioned." The eldest daughter's curved eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of confusion. "Is that so, auntie? Then do you know who else has the surname Yi in town?" "Yi? I don't know. Here, the surname Zhang is the real surname. At least 7 out of 10 have the surname Zhang. The surname Yi you mentioned is either an outsider or a businessman who came to our town to do business. Later on, they moved away. Auntie, please take note of the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time." Fujun Town was a self-employed person. Her family ran a food wholesaling department, which specialized in wholesaling to the small shops in the village. Hence, she knew many people. Li Qin observed for 3 whole days in Fujian town before she set her sights on this auntie. This was because she realized that this auntie knew everything that had happened in the Dong family, Shi family, why the couple next door had quarreled last night, and which family's child had stolen money. Moreover, every time she came to her house for wholesaling, she would be able to chat enthusiastically. She would also find out what had happened in these villages. When the people from the other village came to distribute food, she would be able to tell them what had happened in this village. Then, she would know everything that had happened in both villages. For the sake of fair trade, the aunt would also tell the villagers about all the big and small things that happened in the town. They would chat as they bought and sold. Among the several wholesale stores in the town, her business was the best. Li Qin had observed him in the past 3 days. He was warm, hospitable, knew how to make deals, and knew many things about the town and the village. She admired the means of such a small figure. If even she did not know, then it would be difficult for her to find out the exact location of Yi Qian's village. "My dear daughter, Auntie is not lying to you. I have never heard of Yi Qian's name before. Being admitted to a university is a joyous occasion for everyone in the surrounding villages. Even if it's the villagers who come to my house for wholesale, I've heard of it. But this Yi Qian that you're looking for, Auntie has no impression of him at all. There's no one with the surname Yi in our town. The surname Yi is very young. I'm afraid that he has settled down alone. There are few people, and he doesn't come out often. The aunt was afraid that her beautiful eldest daughter would not believe her. After she finished speaking, she bent down and took out the address book that was distributed by the village and town. It contained the address book of all the villages in the town. Come, come, come. Take a look. Take a look. The aunt stuffed the dusty and dirty address book into Li Qin's hands. Take a look at this. Almost all the families with the surname Zhang installed on it. There are only 3 to 4 people with different surnames on this page. These foreign surnames either fled to our place during the Great Famine, settled down, and took root here, or they were educated youths who went to the countryside and settled down here, or they married into the family and changed their surname. After hundreds of years, there are more and more people with different surnames in our town. Therefore, no one thinks that they are with different surnames. Chapter 5603. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 5603. Love old people. Urban romance. JIEQI Chapter 5603. Love old people. The Annie saw that Li Qin was beautiful and rich, so her words were laced with a hint of flattery. Otherwise, she wouldn't have said so much. Anyone who doesn't have the surname Zhang belongs to one of these 3 categories. Our surname is Zhang, so there's a record. The auntie's surname was also Zhang, but the person she married was not Zhang. However, this topic was a bit far-fetched, and Li Qin, who grew up abroad, didn't completely understand. The only thing she understood was that Yi Qian's surname was Yi. His family might not have been from here a long time ago, but had moved in from outside. Li Qin flipped through the address book and didn't look for it anymore. She had observed the auntie for 3 days. If she said she didn't know, then she didn't need to waste any more time. She couldn't ask around, so she could only ask. Now that there was no problem, she could only leave. Someone kept picking and choosing in the shop. She wanted to buy everything, but at the same time, she didn't want to buy anything. The chatting Annie glanced at her and saw that she was just picking and choosing. She didn't say anything. Limi casually bought a cigarette from Nan Province, and it was the most expensive one. Li Qin walked out of the shop as the auntie said, "Take care." After a few steps, Li Qin's footsteps paused, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed in her eyes. If you read for a long time, please pay attention to your eyes. In front of her car, there was someone following her. Li Qin turned around and looked at the woman, who was a few meters away from her. "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" She asked politely, not at all annoyed at being disturbed. In just a few words, Li Qin had already sized up the woman who was following her from head to toe. The woman wasn't tall, about 1.58 meters, and was skinny. She had a pair of restless eyes that looked back and forth between Li Qin's body and the car, as if she was evaluating her. Her facial features were somewhat harsh, her skin was very rough, and there were yellow-brown spots on her cheeks. This was a restless and snobbish woman. She couldn't tell how old they were. She didn't know if the women here didn't pay attention to their appearance or maintenance, but they often looked more than 5 years older than their actual age. She could tell that the auntie just now was a rich person in town. However, after asking around, she found out that the auntie was only 43 years old. She was 4 years younger than she had guessed. Did you really get Yi Qian's permission? Xie Sifeng, who had been forced by life all year round and had long lost the brilliance of her youth, asked carefully, "Are you her high school classmate or her college classmate?" Li Qin immediately realized that the snobbish woman in front of her, whose age could not be determined, knew Yi Jian. "Do you know her?" Li Qin asked with a smile. Was she her elementary school classmate or middle school classmate? Xie Sifeng was asking Li Qin, and Li Qin was also asking Xie Sifeng. The former wanted to get more money from Li Qin, while the latter wanted to confirm whether Xie Sifeng was really Yi Qian's classmate or not. Xie Sifeng swallowed and gave a flattering smile. We were classmates from elementary school to middle school. We were even classmates. Classmates? Li Qin frowned deliberately with an expression that said, "Are you a liar?" Xie Sifeng couldn't win against Li Qin, who had been trained since childhood. She immediately said, "I'm not a liar. I really was her classmate. I know her and her sister, Ying." Ying, have you heard of Ying? She was the famous campus belle in our town's middle school. Her father worked in our town, but later he was promoted and left. Chapter 5604. At the mention of Ying and Yi Jifan, Xie Sifeng's eyes narrowed slightly. Unfortunately, Ying had ruined all her good cards. Her mother had gone crazy and was sentenced to death. As for her, she was nowhere to be found. She had been in contact with her a few years ago, but now there was no news of her. No one knew where she had gone. Sometimes she wanted to contact her to see if she could help her, but in the end, she was nowhere to be found. Yi Ying's departure was not widely known, so no one in elementary school, middle school, or high school knew. Even the villagers in Shuku village did not know whether Yi Ying was dead or alive. Some said that she had been sentenced to death along with Yi Jifan, while others said that she was still serving her sentence in prison. She had done too much evil and would never be released. Xie Sifeng thought that Yi Ying must be doing well in the outside world. After all, Yi Ying was very powerful at that time. At this moment, facing Li Qin, who was beautiful, drove, and obviously rich, Xie Sifeng's greed was like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. She slowly moved to the side of the car and carefully touched the car with her rough hands. "This car is so expensive. I used to take a taxi in the provincial capital and saw that my boss had a car like this. My husband said that these cars cost a lot of money. Ordinary people can't afford to drive them. You're so rich. You're so young and drive such a nice car. You must be very, very rich." Of course, Li Qin was rich. She was very rich. She had bought this car as a means of transportation on the first day she entered the country. Seeing that the woman could not hide her greed, Li Qin knew what she wanted. "You're looking for Yi Qian? Are you looking for her? Her house is a little remote. I can't find her without someone to lead the way," Xie Sifeng said in a low voice as she touched the car. Her rough palms touched the smooth body of the car. Xie Sifeng swallowed her saliva. A car, such a beautiful car. She used to hope that someone would buy her a car, a house, and give her a lot of money to spend. That kind of life was the kind of life she, Xie Sifeng, wanted to live. However, those days were getting further and further away. They were so far away that they could only appear in dreams. Last night, just last night, she had a dream. In the dream, she was dressed beautifully, carrying a delicate and beautiful bag, wearing high heels and a mink fur coat, driving a white car. Yes, it was the white car in front of her. In the dream, she was so majestic, so handsome, so rich, so realistic. But none of it was real, none of it was real. When he woke up, there was nothing left. No, it's not that there isn't anything. Look, isn't there something now? A white car, a beautiful woman, and Yi Qian. Looking for Yi Qian? Why were they looking for her? I'm Yi Qian's classmate. I can tell you anything you want to know. You won't be able to get anything if you keep asking around like this, because Yi Qian is too low-key. No one in the town knows about her. Even the neighboring village might not know about her. You can ask me what you want to know. Don't waste your energy on anything else. You won't be able to get anything. This car is so beautiful. Is it very, very expensive? It was becoming more and more obvious. That kind of greed was no longer a greed for money, but an insatiable greed. Li Qin's eyes became colder and colder. Chapter 56:05. When they were still in Melbourne, Li Jun had told Li Qin that it was difficult to get information about Yi Qian. Old man Li had spent a few years and a lot of money, but he had only managed to get a little information. It was obvious that Yi Qian was not an ordinary person. The reason why Li Ronghuan found out that Yi Jian was a suspect was that she had found her old friend who loved money. That was how she got the news. But it was too late now. Her old friend had passed away in December last year. In other words, the only person who had told them about Yi Qian was also dead. Asking about Yi Qian was like looking for a needle in a haystack. It was very difficult. Their only hope was that their aunt could help them and see if she could find out anything. Li Qin did not believe it. She only believed that if they had money, they would definitely be able to get information about Yi Qian. Therefore, Li Qin, who had come from Melbourne, was prepared to spend a lot of money in exchange for information about Yi Qian. However, Xia Sifeng seemed to be threatening Li Qin. This made Li Qin unhappy. Who dared to threaten Li Qin when they were overseas? No one dared to. If there were, Li Qin would kill them. However, this was not Li Qin's territory. Li Qin still wanted to find the place where Yi Qian was born and grew up. Therefore, even if she was unhappy and wanted to kill him, she had to endure it. The car is indeed very expensive. You touched a little bit of paint on it. You can't afford to pay for it, even if you sell yourself. Li Qin smiled and said, "Your hands are very dirty, and I don't like dirty people touching my car. If you touch it again, I'll chop off your hands." She wanted to threaten her? How dare she? Xia Sifeng was also a rude person. However, when she heard a rich girl say that she would chop off her hands, even if she said it with a smile, Xia Sifeng's heart trembled violently. She was frightened and retracted her hands. She looked embarrassed. "I didn't touch it. How can a good car be damaged so easily? Do you not want to know about Yi Qian? Then I'll leave." After that, Xia Sifeng pretended to leave and waited for Li Qin to call her. Li Qin didn't call her. If she was really Yi Qian's classmate, then her family and the people living around her house should know about Yi Qian. Xia Sifeng waited for someone to call out to her, but no one called out to her even after she had taken a few steps. She even heard a beep from the car, and the rich girl slamming the car door shut. Xia Sifeng, who wanted more, panicked. This wasn't the swan meat in her mouth flying away? How would she dare to be greedy? She would even be happy to be greedy for a few hundred yuan. She hurriedly turned around and patted the carriage. Miss, let's talk nicely, let's talk nicely. I was stupid just now. I didn't know how to speak properly. Let's talk nicely. We can also discuss the price. 1,000 yuan. Is 1,000 yuan enough? Was it too much? 800. Finally, it reached 500. Li Qin rolled down the car window and looked at the anxious woman. She smiled coldly and said, "Get in. 500. Ha ha ha. 500. Yi Qian's information was only worth 500 yuan. In that case, she wasn't worth much." Xia Sifeng, who was sitting in a luxury car for the first time, touched everything excitedly. Li Qin didn't have the patience to continue chatting with her. She took out 500 yuan notes from her wallet and threw them behind her lazily. "Speak. Don't test my patience." If she tried to threaten her again, she would kill her in the car. Xia Sifeng, who didn't know that she had just escaped death, bent down to pick up the notes one by one. She spat some saliva on her fingers and deliberately counted them. Then she looked at the window to check the security. Yes, it was real. Chapter 56:06. Then Xie Sifeng began to talk about Yi Qian. She started from when she was in the 5th grade. She didn't even remember when she was younger. She talked until she graduated from the 3rd grade. She talked until her mouth was dry. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't need to drink much water in winter, she would have gotten out of the car to ask for a glass of water. This time, she spoke clearly and didn't hide anything. Moreover, she answered all of Li Qin's questions. Only then did Li Qin feel a little better. In a good mood, Li Qin took out a stack of money from her bag and threw it to Xie Sifeng. She remembered Xie Sifeng. Xie Sifeng was so happy that she was about to go crazy. Even though the stack of money was scattered all over the back seat, she bent down, curled up, and picked it up. She was so happy that the corners of her eyes were about to cramp. Money, 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 it was all money. It was all money that she liked. The stack of money was 10,000 yuan. Li Qin didn't care about the tens of thousands in her bag. She looked at the rearview mirror and saw Xie Sifeng struggling to pick up the money. Li Qin was very satisfied. She said that there was nothing that money couldn't solve. Last request, a photo. I need a photo of Yi Qian. If you have it, give it all to me. Li Qin opened the bag that contained tens of thousands of yuan and showed Xie Sifeng a big bundle of money. Xie Sifeng, who had not finished picking up the money, stared at the bundles of money. It was all hers. This woman said that it was all hers. It was all hers. Photo now, go home. Give it to me. The money is yours. Li Qin closed the bag again and didn't show it to Xie Sifeng. She knew what a woman who only cared about money would do. She wanted money. She had money. She didn't need it. Just give it to her. Xie Sifeng returned home with 10,500 yuan in her pocket. She was originally from Fujian town, and the man she married was also a well-known hooligan in Fujian town. At this moment, she ran all the way home. Usually, it would take her 15 minutes to walk, but this time, it only took her 5 minutes to run back. So much money. Photo. As long as she could find the photo, the money would be hers. She rummaged through her graduation photos, family photos, and group photos. In the end, Xie Sifeng realized in despair that she did not have a single photo of Yi Qian. Not a single photo. It's over, her money is gone. Xie Sifeng, who was holding a pile of things, was so angry that she threw all the things in her hands to the ground when she thought of those hands flying away from her. No, she had to get her hands on Yi Qian's photos. She had to get her hands on them. Who would have Yi Qian's photo? Who was the best friend of Yi Qian in junior high? And Jiasen. Her eyes brightened and then suddenly extinguished. She had heard that Jiasen had settled down in Xiang City and was not in the town. Who else? Who else? It was a cold day, and Xie Sifeng was pacing back and forth in her dilapidated house. It was a 2-story red brick house built in the 90s. The outside was covered with white rectangular tiles, and the inside was painted with white lime powder. Only the first few rooms were well lit, and the room where Xie Sifeng kept her stuff was the darkest room in the house. Standing in the dimly lit room, Xie Sifeng was so anxious that her facial features were distorted. It seemed that her whole person was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. Who else would have Yi Qian's photo? Xie Sifeng racked her brain. Finally, she thought of a person, their former class teacher, Teacher Ku, who was later fired. Chapter 5607. Teacher Ku was no longer a teacher, and no one called her a teacher anymore. She was a villager in Fujian town. Back then, she had been expelled by the school because of a public announcement. Therefore, the entire town knew that Teacher Ku had been expelled for malfeasance, but no one knew why. Some said that she had offended someone she should not have offended and was kicked out. Some said that she could no longer survive in the school because she did not have enough knowledge and could no longer teach middle school students. However, this guess was quickly rejected because even if she could no longer teach middle school students, she could still teach elementary school students. There was no need to expel her. Most of the residents leaned towards the third theory. They said that she had embezzled money and was discovered by the school leaders. Then someone reported her, and she was expelled. That year, rumors about Teacher Ku spread like wildfire and became the gossip of every household. The parents who had given her gifts remained silent and did not participate in it. They did not have the guts to say anything for fear of implicating their children. However, those who had not given her gifts and had suffered losses at her hands almost all jumped out, and everyone stepped on them. Therefore, Teacher Ku's life was very difficult in the past 2 years. Her son was disobedient, and her husband did not return home. If they saw Teacher Ku again, any of Yi Qian's classmates would not be able to recognize her immediately. Even Xie Sifeng was surprised when she saw the old woman in front of her and did not recognize her. "Why are you knocking on my door during the new year?" She opened the red mottled wooden door. Teacher Ku, who was now called Old Ku by the villagers, looked at the young person standing in front of her door. She did not recognize the student, Xie Sifeng, immediately. Instead, her gaze fell on Li Qin, who was dressed fashionably and looked rich and elegant. She kept looking at her and squeezed out a smile. "Who is this? Why can't I recognize her? Which batch of students did I teach?" As for Xie Sifeng, Teacher Ku directly ignored her and pretended that she did not exist. Xie Sifeng, who was ignored, was not angry. She squeezed out a smile and greeted, "Teacher Ku, it's me, Xie Sifeng. I was in the same class as Yi Qian and Yi Ying. You remember me?" A teacher for a day, a father for life. Although Teacher Ku had a bad reputation, the students she had taught in the past did not hit her when she was down. They would still call her teacher when they saw her, but it depended on their attitude. Students like Jiasen, Zhang Wenjin, Zhang Na, Zhou Liao, Zhang Bin, and the others would all be respectful when they saw Teacher Ku. Zhang Bin, who was now a police officer, even came to visit with gifts before the new year. Xie Sifeng, on the other hand, hadn't visited Teacher Ku even once. Even though her family was in the same town and village as Teacher Ku's family, and they were only about 1 kilometer apart, she hadn't taken the initiative to visit Teacher Ku even once. He was so poor that he couldn't even get by. How could he have the time to visit others? If it hadn't been for Li Qin, Xie Sifeng wouldn't have thought of Mr. Ku. Teacher Ku recognized Xie Sifeng. Hearing this, the bitter smile on his face deepened. "So it's Sifeng. Then, this must be Yi Ying." "Wow, I told you that Yi Ying is the most promising one in your class. See, I didn't misjudge her. Come in and sit down. It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." Teacher Ku still had a little impression of what Yi Ying looked like, but it had been more than 8 years. Teacher Ku was not confident that she could recognize Yi Ying at a glance, but she still remembered that Yi Ying and Xie Sifeng had a good relationship. Chapter 5608. The beautiful girl standing in front of his house was Yi Ying. There was no mistaking it. Xie Sifeng pursed her lips and said angrily, "She's not Yi Ying. Yi Ying is long gone. Does she have a future? How much money did you take from her family? Are you still thinking about it? Yi Zhifan has already fallen. What future does Yi Ying have?" "This is Yi Qian's university classmate. You were wrong in the past. Yi Qian is the most promising classmate in our class." At the mention of Yi Qian, Teacher Ku's expression changed. There was hatred, fear, and an indescribable mix of emotions. Yi Qian, that student, she really underestimated him. Back then, if she had given him a chance, maybe he wouldn't have ended up like this. No, she was a teacher back then. She was a student. Students should listen to their teachers. Yi Qian didn't listen to them at all. He caused trouble everywhere he went. He didn't learn good things at such a young age. He learned to write love letters to the teachers in the city. As a teacher, she should take care of such a student and not let him. Li Qin had been secretly observing the gray-haired teacher Ku. She didn't miss any of the emotions in her eyes or on her face. When she saw the hatred, Li Qin's lips curled into a smile. Resentment, how interesting. A former teacher hated her own student. Then, what did Yi Qian do back then to make her own teacher hate him? It seemed that she could get everything she needed tonight. Li Jun, you lost. She didn't come here for nothing. She would know everything she needed to know today. She would get everything she wanted tonight. Photos? You're looking for Yi Qian's photos? Sitting in the dimly lit living room, Teacher Ku looked at Li Qin warily. She wasn't her student. She asked cautiously, since you're Yi Qian's university classmate, why are you looking for her photos? You spent the most time together during your 4 years in university. Logically speaking, you should have many photos of her. She was asking her to take care of her. She had stopped teaching a long time ago, and her reputation was already ruined. How could she have any photos? Before Li Qin could answer, Xie Sifeng, who was afraid that the money would fly away, hurriedly said, "Why do you care so much? She just wants a photo. She doesn't need you to do anything." After saying that, she muttered softly, "Weren't you quite brave in the past? Why are you getting smaller and smaller now? Since it's just a photo, and you're also Yi Qian's classmate, you can give it to me. I don't have it with me." It wasn't that Teacher Ku was timid, but life had made her cautious. Who knew what he was up to when he suddenly came over to ask about the photos? Whatever they did had nothing to do with her, so she didn't want to get involved. On the way here, Xie Sifeng reminded Li Qin that the teacher was also a greedy person. Years ago, he was reported for being greedy and was expelled by the school. As a greedy person who lived in such a poor environment, Li Qin believed that the old woman in front of her, who was obviously smarter and more greedy than Xie Sifeng, wouldn't be able to get the photos she wanted so easily. Now, she knew that Yi Qian's classmate was about to find out where she lived. The only thing she lacked was a photo. She needed a photo to see what her father's murder looked like. Whether it was the real murder or not, there was no harm done. Wasn't there a saying? Chapter 56:09. Oh, it was that phrase. I'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than let the culprit go. It didn't matter whether the culprit was the culprit or not. As long as it was related to the culprit, she wouldn't let it go. What did she look like? She needed to know. Ms. Ku, Yi Qian rarely takes photos. We haven't taken a photo with her since high school. Now, we need her photo to make a class growth video. We've collected almost everyone's photos except for Yi Qian's. I'm fine with any photo. Daily life photos, graduation photos, or ID photos. I'm fine with anything. This is... Li Qin opened her bag and took out a stack of money. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you don't mind. Just as Li Mi had guessed, greedy people would still be greedy even if they were old. Xie Sifeng's heart ached when she saw this. This was supposed to belong to her. It all belonged to her. Before Teacher Ku could reach out to take the money, she rolled her eyes and snatched it from Li Qin's hand. She put on a flattering smile and said, "My teacher is blind now. I'll give it to her later. I'll give it to her later." That old thing. She used to be so biased. How could she deserve 10,000 yuan? Giving her 500 yuan was already very good. Li Qin didn't move. Ms. Ku, who had been staring at the 10,000 yuan, didn't move either. She just smiled. "Xie Sifeng, you're all grown up now. You're different from before. Sai, I used to think that you were useless. First, you followed Yi Ying and bullied Yi Qian. Later, Yi Qian slowly grew up and was no longer afraid of you. You didn't dare to bully Yi Qian anymore. I think you're nothing in this lifetime. You can't compare to Yi Ying, Yi Qian, and even more so, you can't compare to this young lady in front of you. The older the ginger, the spicier it was. No matter how powerful Xie Sifeng was, she couldn't be more powerful than the old ginger. Xie Sifeng was trembling with anger, but she didn't dare to offend Mr. Kur in front of Li Qin. She was afraid that Li Qin would give all the money in her bag to Mr. Ku. Even without Li Qin's help, the angry Xie Sifeng reluctantly handed the money to Mr. Ku. She gritted her teeth and said in her native dialect, "You old bastard, sooner or later, you'll ruin yourself." Teacher Ku, who was at least 10 years older than his actual age, took the money and smiled coldly. "You're so sensible. You know how to be filial to your teacher." However, what Li Qin didn't expect was that after spending 10,000 yuan, what she got was a picture of a junior high school student. It was black and white, about an inch in size, yellowish, and had white hair. "You're right, Yi Qian. She doesn't like to take photos, but she doesn't have the money to take photos back then." Teacher Ku pointed at the small black and white photo in Li Qin's hand with her blackened fingernails. A trace of old resentment flashed through her cloudy eyes. "I heard that she didn't even take a graduation photo. It's hard for you to find her photo. You don't have it in the school either. Don't waste your effort." If it weren't for the fact that her explanation made sense, Li Qin would have thought that the old woman in front of her was teasing her. Even if the person in the photo was Yi Qian, now that she saw the real Yi Qian, it would be difficult for her to recognize him. Long hair, gloomy and timid eyes, a girl who looked like an ant. Could she be the murderer of her father? Li Qin suddenly had doubts. Chapter 5610. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 5610. Betrayal planning, urban romance. Chapter 5610. Betrayal to have a plan. Li Qin stayed in Fujian town for 3.5 days. After she came out, she was taken to Shuku village by Xie Sifeng. However, Xie Sifeng, who had never been to Shuku village, did not know where Yi Qian lived. What they didn't know was that when Xie Sifeng got out of the car and asked about Yi Qian's home using her hometown dialect as a junior high school classmate, the tight-lipped villagers of Shuku village directly used the excuse that Yi Qian had moved out of the village a long time ago and didn't have a home in the village as an excuse. Aunt Yu and Aunt Zhang, who were good at arguing and scolding, came forward and dismissed them. The officers in the army had warned the villagers that their Shuku village's Yi Qian was now an extraordinary person. She was a soldier who threw her head away, sprinkled hot water, and defended the country. If anyone from the outside came to inquire about Yi Qian's whereabouts or where she lived, all the villagers would give the same answer and dismiss the outsider with the excuse that they were not sure. The officers in the army had said that only those who were close to Yi Qian would enter the village to inquire about him, and they would also not inquire about where Yi Qian lived. Those who entered the village to ask around were not good people. It was very likely that they were spies. That's right, it was very likely that he was a spy. The villagers of Shuku village, which was very close to the army, had always been very vigilant. Even if Xie Sifeng asked around in her native language, the villagers did not let down their guard. He even waited for Xie Sifeng to sit in the sedan chair. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. After the car left, village chief Zhang Difu immediately reported to the army. Auntie, you had even found out Xie Sifeng's name. In less than 5 minutes, the military already knew about it. At this time, it was already the evening of the 3rd day of the 1st lunar month. Li Jinyan sent Nian home Xia Jinyuan also left Dangui Garden in the afternoon. Yi Qian received a call from the military at home. Xia Sifeng asked about my address. Yi Qian furrowed his brows slightly. I don't have any contact with her. Our relationship in junior high was terrible. I'm afraid there's more to her asking about me. The person on the phone with Yi Qian was none other than Commander-in-Chief Xia. When he heard Yi Qian's words, he paused for a moment before saying, "They're already looking for Xia Sifeng's whereabouts. We'll confirm it after they find her." Looking for traces of Xia Sifeng? Yi Qian's expression turned cold. She didn't return home after leaving Shuku village. Yi Qian knew that Xia Sifeng was a villager from Fujian town. Commander-in-Chief Xia said in a low voice, "Yes, from the village to Fu town. It took 45 minutes." When the team received the call from village chief Zhang Difu and immediately sent troops to intercept them, the only difference was the distance between the team and the village. The soldiers drove very fast and shortened the distance by a large margin. However, we didn't see the white sedan that the villagers were talking about. This meant that the person in the car had found Xia Sifeng, and Xia Sifeng had come to find her as a classmate. Yi Qian pursed his lips. If someone is asking about my whereabouts through Xia Sifeng, there must be traces of their movements in town. We can ask around in town to see if anyone has met a foreigner. We're already investigating. In the entire town, only the town gate has a single surveillance camera. The team is checking the surveillance footage now. You're in the capital now, so you need to be more careful. Commander-in-Chief Xia called Yi Qian for 2 reasons. First, to tell Yi Qian that someone was asking about her whereabouts. Second, to tell Yi Qian to be more vigilant. If someone went into the village to ask around, it meant that someone was watching her. Her identity was unknown and needed to be investigated. However, Xia Sifeng seemed to have disappeared into thin air. They couldn't find her until the next day. All the surveillance footage was retrieved, but unfortunately, a few days ago, the surveillance camera was damaged by a few children from the town. When the staff on duty wasn't paying attention, they used a bamboo pole to break the camera. If the team hadn't gone to retrieve the surveillance footage, the staff wouldn't have known that the camera was damaged. Chapter 56:11. Xia Sifeng seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no trace of her in town. The lady boss of the wholesale store saw the soldiers coming to question the young woman who had appeared in her store yesterday. The lady boss was so scared that her hands trembled. She told her what she had said last night and what the young and rich woman had asked. The lady boss told her everything and recalled everything carefully, afraid that she would miss something important. She didn't ask anything. She just asked where her classmate, Yi Qian, lived. I told her that there weren't many families with the surname Yi in Fujian town, and none of their children had been admitted to university. And as she spoke, the lady boss hurriedly bent down and took out the phone book of the whole town that she had shown Li Qin yesterday. I also showed her this. She even flipped through it and didn't say anything. Then she left. At that time, there was a customer in my store, so I didn't pay much attention to where she went. Officer, I really don't know anything. I didn't say anything. I didn't know the person she asked. I saw that this girl was pretty and fashionable, so I wanted her to buy something from my store. That's why I chatted with her. Officer, did she do something wrong? Oh my God, it's the new year. Don't scare me. Many shops in Fujian town were not open for business during the new year. The streets were deserted. In addition, the town's roads were provincial roads, so there were many cars coming and going. No one paid attention to a car parked in front of the wholesale store. The lady boss had noticed Li Qin because Li Qin had come to her store to ask about something. If she hadn't come to her store, who would have known? Li Qin entered the town on the morning of New Year's Eve. That was the time when the town was crowded with cars and people. Li Qin parked her car in the town hospital and went shopping in the town. Even if someone passed by her, no one paid attention to her. The girls who had returned home from work were all dressed up nicely. No one paid attention to Li Qin. On the first day of the new year, the town was deserted. Li Qin spent the day in the car. On the second day of the new year, the town became lively again. Li Qin set her eyes on the best wholesale store. On the third day of the new year, Li Qin went to the store. Even after the people in the army left, the lady boss still didn't know what the young, rich, and beautiful girl had done wrong. Li Qin didn't get anything from the lady boss. The accompanying policeman went back to the police station and found a policeman who was good at drawing portraits. Under the description of the lady boss, the policeman drew a portrait. She's pretty. She's wearing a coat, high heels, and a scarf that's half of her nose. She didn't take off her scarf when she talked to me, so I thought she was cold. The proprietress recalled carefully. Li Qin had only met her face to face, and only the proprietress of the wholesale store had seen Li Qin. Unfortunately, Li Qin had covered half of her face with a scarf, so the proprietress didn't see everything clearly. In the end, the portrait was drawn. Although it couldn't be said to be 100% similar, it was still 60% similar. After finishing the painting, he confirmed it with the lady boss again. The people in the army also asked about it in detail before leaving. It was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Teacher Ku also welcomed the people from the army. He truthfully told them who Xie Sifeng had brought over last night. He also asked her for a photo. It was a photo of Xie Sifeng in junior high school, which was completely different from the current Yi Qian. In other words, Li Qin didn't get any useful information from Teacher Ku. Chapter 56:12. The Red Star of 10,000 Miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:12. Not kind. Urban romance. Jikikms. Target equals _blank. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. 11311/modules/articles/homepage of book library. Add bookmark. Recommend this book, Chapter 56:12. The unkind. During this trip, Li Qin's biggest gain was knowing that Yi Qian lived in Shuku village. She didn't even find out the exact location of the village and immediately drove away. As for where Xie Sifeng was, she had already entered Anyang City and was heading towards the southern province. She had no idea that the rich man sitting beside her had already wanted to kill her countless times. Li Qin restrained herself. If they were in Melabon, Xie Sifeng would not have survived the previous night. From last night to this morning, Li Qin had been driving without any rest. She had to leave the southern province immediately. The sooner she left, the safer she would be. Xie Sifeng, who was sitting in the car, was still holding the money Li Qin gave her. She was sleeping soundly, unaware of the wind and rain outside. Seeing this, Li Qin, who was driving, had a murderous look in her eyes. Li Qin had her own reasons for bringing Xie Sifeng along. When Xie Sifeng got in the car and told Li Qin that the villagers of Shuku village all mentioned that Yi Qian had not returned to the village for a long time. Even when his house collapsed, no one cared about it. The cunning Li Qin immediately realized that something was wrong. The villagers all spoke in unison. From this, it could be seen that someone had specifically instructed the villagers. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Since it was a special order, they would definitely pay attention to strangers who entered the village to inquire about Yi Qian. Li Qin, who had received special training, was a meticulous person. Realizing that these villagers had been specially instructed, she did not stay any longer and immediately drove away. She was worried that she would be caught if she stayed any longer. Naturally, He would also instruct the villagers to report to the higher-ups immediately if they discovered anyone asking about Yi Qian's whereabouts. There was no need to think too deeply about it. Just a little thought was enough. Li Qin still needed Xie Sifeng to fend off unknown dangers. Therefore, she had been taking Xie Sifeng with her ever since they left Shueiko village. Only when Xie Sifeng was no longer useful would Li Qin abandon her. At that time, whether Xie Sifeng lived or died, it was all in Li Qin's hands. On the outskirts of Beijing, on the road where old 5th Xia Yunin lived, Commander-in-Chief Xia said to Yi Qian as he walked, "His awareness of anti-reconnaissance is very strong." He got off the car from Xie Sifeng to ask around, but to no avail. When he heard that the villagers were trying to unify their statements, he immediately became vigilant and left Shuku village. He also left Fujian town overnight and headed to Anyang City. The target should have stayed in Anyang City for quite some time. Just in case, she planned her escape route in advance and left immediately after entering Anyang City. She has a plan, a purpose, and a strong awareness of anti-reconnaissance. We are now certain that she could be Li Qin, who entered the country under a different identity. She has no criminal record at the moment. Although Xie Sifeng is missing, there is no definite news that she has been killed. Therefore, even if we have half of Li Qin's face in our hands, we can't make a national arrest warrant. The police will also not issue a national arrest warrant because of our suspicions. If she has committed a crime, or if something has happened to Xie Sifeng, then the police will step in. Today was the 4th day of the Chinese New Year. It was Yi Qian and Xia Jingyuan's engagement day. However, the first thing they talked about on the day of the engagement was Li Qin. Yi Qian pursed his lips slightly. "We must find Xie Sifeng. We can't let her be in danger." Li Qin was going after her, so Yi Qian could not implicate Xie Sifeng. Li Qin had a strong awareness of anti-reconnaissance. Coupled with Li Chuhai's character, it was unlikely that his children would be kind. Chapter 56:13. The Red Star will live up to your expectations. Icing on the cake, urban romance, Jikikms. Please note, take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Get equals _blank 11311/module/article/homepage of the book library. Bookmark, recommend this book, icing on the cake. Why did he say that? From the moment Li Jun left the country to the moment Li Qin entered the country, it was obvious that Li Qin was not a simple person. I'm afraid Li Qin is not as simple as she looks. She entered the country and was able to find my hometown. She must have made careful arrangements. In addition, she was able to sense danger from the villagers' avoidance. This kind of strong awareness can only be achieved by someone who has undergone a certain amount of training. Therefore, I suspect that she has received training abroad. Maribun is a very dangerous city. If she has received special training, I'm afraid that she is a ruthless person. Yi Qian was now very worried that Xie Sifeng would meet with misfortune because of this. But there had been no news of Xie Sifeng. Commander-in-Chief Xia agreed with Yi Qian's words. The military also had the same guess. There has been no news of Xie Sifeng so far. We can only say that no news is good news. You don't have to worry too much. If Li Qin has received special training, then she must know that killing someone at this time will be very disadvantageous for her. The military suspects that Xie Sifeng's target is still in Li Qin's hands. Li Qin took her away with the purpose of using Xie Sifeng to divert our attention. And NB, please note, take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. Xie Sifeng, you're not as worried as you think. Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking and looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was choosing a horse. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled and said, "Today is your engagement with 6th brother. Be happy. It's fine as long as you know what's going on outside." There was no other way to talk about these stressful things on the day of the engagement. Yi Qian smiled and said, as long as, before he could finish speaking, Commander-in-Chief Xia's cell phone rang. After glancing at the caller ID, Commander-in-Chief Xia gestured for Yi Qian to head to the stables first. He would head over after taking the call. Xia Yunin felt that today's engagement was just a meal. There was nothing new about it. Xia Yunin felt that today's engagement was just a meal. When the two adults met, they would talk about the formalities. Why not test Xia Jinyuan and let the elders of the Fu family see what a family Xia's son was capable of? Then he would let the entire family Xia witness the elegance of the prospective granddaughter-in-law. Since the engagement ceremony would be a little unique, it would also allow the elders of both parties to have a better understanding of their granddaughter-in-law and prospective grandson-in-law. Wouldn't everyone be happy? As for Yi Qian, she had never seen Xia Jinyuan ride a horse before. When he found out that Xia Yunin would arrange for him to compete with others, Yi Qian was immediately very interested. After the equestrian competition, it would be the shooting competition between her and Xia Jinyuan. Coincidentally, old Master Xia was very interested. Master Xia and old Madame Xia were also very interested. The engagement ceremony, which was supposed to be a little formal, was now carried out in this relaxed and cheerful competition. Old Master Xia did not come out. He was sitting in a small 3-story building built at the racecourse, drinking tea and looking outside. Xia Yunin had already asked the staff to clear the snow on the racecourse. It was enough for the contestants to ride their horses and have a hearty competition. Xia Yunin glanced at her cousin, who was still choosing a horse, and said to his friends, "You guys, don't go easy on him. The elders in my family all have sharp eyes. They can tell if you are going easy on him or not. My grandfather is not lying to you. It is a piece of cake for him to ride a horse now." Xia Yunin reminded her friends. Xia Jinyuan said to Yi Qian, who was approaching, "They have never seen me ride a horse before. Today, I have to win a good match for our engagement ceremony." Chapter 56:14. Yi Qian didn't feel that her engagement needed to be icing on the cake. To her, a happy family was the most important thing. But when she saw Xia Jinyuan's drive to perform well, Yi Qian felt that it was very rare. The Xia Jinyuan she knew had always been mature and steady, especially in front of outsiders. He was the most serious and proper person. He was so calm and composed that it was as if nothing could interest him. It was as if everything was already in his hands, and there was no need for him to fight for it. This time, however, he was eager to give it a try and perform well. Yi Jian felt that it was a rare sight. It was as if he had taken stimulants. He didn't stop for a moment. His handsome face also had a deep smile that didn't disappear from the corners of his mouth for even a second. It had been more than 2 hours since he picked her up from Dangui Garden to the racecourse, but he was still in a state of excitement. She could feel his good mood even from a distance. Her Captain Xia was very happy about the engagement. Her Captain Xia was also very happy about the horse race. The engagement was a good day for both of them, so he was very happy. As for the horse race, Yi Qian turned around and looked at the 3-story villa that was convenient to watch the race. There, her father, grandfather, and family Xia's elders were sitting together and chatting happily. As for her Captain Xia, he wanted to perform well in front of the elders. To be precise, he wanted to perform well in front of his father-in-law. As she gently stroked the horse, she joked, "You want to perform well so badly. Are you afraid that you won't be able to explain to my father when you lose?" She did not know how many flowers her Captain Xia had added to her life. She was already very satisfied and happy. "If I lose the race in front of my father-in-law, it's not a matter of whether I can explain to him or not. I'm worried that my father-in-law will go back on his word and marry his precious daughter to a useless man. This was a matter of a man's dignity. He had to win, and he had to win beautifully. Yi Qian smiled and looked over. My father is not that shallow. If you lose, he will think that you are useless. Actually, you are the one who wants to win. Don't mention my father. Of course I want to win, because I need to perform well in front of my father-in-law. Xia Jinyuan found it hard to explain this to Yi Qian. His little fox was a down-to-earth person who didn't care about formalities. If he explained, she would probably think that he was overthinking things. He didn't think about anything else. He just wanted to perform well in front of his father-in-law. Yi Qian did not understand, but seeing how serious Xia Jinyuan was, he wanted to tease her. Sai, one is marked by the company one keeps, and one is marked by the company one keeps. Now, she had also learned bad things. Xia Jinyuan, who wanted to perform well in front of his father-in-law, did not know that Yi Qian was teasing him. After he finished speaking seriously, he said, Lao Wu has set up the first prize. I heard it's a jade guanyin. If I win, I'll give it to Dad. From his future father-in-law to his father-in-law to his father, the way he addressed Xia Jinyuan was getting closer and closer with each passing day. This time, he was not just excited. He was taking this race very seriously. When Yi Qian saw that he was so serious that he didn't even notice that she was teasing him, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Could it be that he was so happy that his brain was not working properly? Xia Jinyuan, who didn't sleep much last night, was constantly in a state of excitement. Whenever he thought about how the girl he had been guarding after their engagement would be his fiancée, and how she would be his for the rest of their lives, he would probably be more than happy to do it if Yi Qian asked him to run 10 laps around the racecourse. Chapter 56:15. On the other end, Commander-in-Chief Xia had already picked up the phone and was walking straight towards his lover, who was talking to a horse. After taking a few steps, Commander-in-Chief Xia suddenly stopped in his tracks. He thought to himself, if I walk over now, I might disturb the couple. Commander-in-Chief Xia then turned around and walked towards the villa. As he walked, he dialed Xia Jinyuan's number. Xia Jinyuan was chatting with Yi Qian about equestrian skills. When he picked up the phone, he let out a soft sigh before he spoke. Yi Qian hadn't heard that Xia Jinyuan's voice was slightly tense, but Commander-in-Chief Xia could tell. After being slightly surprised, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't give Xia Jinyuan any face and laughed out loud. It's rare to see you nervous. That's right. At this moment, apart from being excited, Xia Jinyuan was really nervous. He didn't know why he was nervous. He had been hiding it from everyone, including Yi Qian, but he didn't expect that he couldn't hide it from his old man. Xia Jinyuan quickly glanced at Yi Qian, who was combing the horse's mane, and quietly retreated to the side. He calmly denied it. I'm not nervous. I'm just very excited. Is that so? Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't believe him. Nobody knew a son better than his father. He could tell. If it were in the past, Commander-in-Chief Xia would definitely have argued with him. However, when he thought about how today was his son's big day, he decided to forget it. He would argue with him another day. Tell Xiao Yi that Xia Sifeng has been found safe and sound. Commander-in-Chief Xia ended the call and walked towards the villa. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was a little worried that his old man, who liked to ruin his plans, would come and ruin his plans again. She then told Yi Qian that Xia Sifeng was safe and sound. Yi Qian, who had been thinking about Xia Sifeng all this time, heaved a long sigh of relief. When I found out that Xia Sifeng was missing, I was so nervous. I was afraid that I would implicate the innocent. Thank goodness she's fine. Thank goodness. When she was young and ignorant, Xia Sifeng often bullied her and said a lot of unpleasant things. Even now, she had experienced school bullying. But now that some things had passed, Xia Sifeng no longer had any contact with her. In the end, she was implicated by her and felt uneasy. Xia Jinyuan laughed and said, "Someone went to inquire about your whereabouts. No matter how stupid they are, they wouldn't be so stupid as to commit murder and arson. She sneaked into our country, so naturally she couldn't be too high profile. She had to sneak in and leave quietly. If she really killed Xie Sifeng, it would be the same as walking into a trap. Li Chuhai wouldn't be able to raise such a stupid child." Xia Jinyuan and the military only thought of Li Qin, who was the one who asked about Yi Qian's whereabouts and passed. At present, only Li Qin and Li Jun were most likely to enter our country to search for Yi Qian's whereabouts. Now that Xie Sifeng had been found and confirmed to be safe and sound, Yi Qian, who had nothing on his mind, said happily, "Captain Xia, can you please make my father happy? I'll leave this important task to you. Can you make my father rest assured and leave his daughter in your care? Can you—" There were a few more "can ts" that he didn't say out loud. Xia Jinyuan, who realized that he was being teased, finally reacted. He raised his eyebrows and interrupted Yi Qian. "Are you teasing me?" "I'm not teasing you. Didn't you say that just now?" Yi Qian smiled until his eyes curved like the crescent moon. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the cold night. The joy that came from inside him was the same as Xia Jinyuan's. She was very happy that today was a good day for her and Xia Jinyuan. Chapter 56:16. An engagement, also known as a marriage contract, involved the signing of a marriage contract and the exchange of gifts. Although there was no marriage contract, there was still the exchange of gifts. Moreover, this was a contractual act. From now on, the two of them were no longer ordinary lovers, but had become a fiancé and fiancée of a family. Their identities had undergone a substantial change, and this was the biggest difference after the engagement. In the future, if anyone wanted to introduce a boyfriend to Yi Qian, he could simply say, "She even has a fiancé." This would definitely extinguish any thoughts of introducing him. If he said, "She already has a boyfriend," the person introducing him might even say, "It's just a boyfriend, not an engagement or marriage. You can always look at him first." This was the biggest difference. After the engagement, it was as if there was an additional label on them, a label that indicated who they belonged to. This label was the one that Xia Jinyuan dreamed of. Xia Jinyuan, who was about to receive this label, glanced around and saw that there was no one around. Old Fifth was very perceptive and had already invited his friends to the stables on the other side, leaving the largest space for his brother. Just based on this tactfulness, Xia Jinyuan felt that if he didn't do something that could only be done between the two of them, he would be letting down Old Fifth's arrangement. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, Xia Jinyuan began to move. First, he pulled Yi Qian, who was smiling smugly because he had already discovered that Yi Qian was teasing him, to the side. Afraid that Yi Qian would notice that he had other intentions, he pretended to bring Yi Qian to the stables to look at the other horses. As for Yi Qian, although she didn't know how to ride a horse, she was very interested in it. Because she had won a small round earlier, she let her guard down and let Xia Jinyuan lead her with a smile. After a few steps, the world spun around her and she was pressed against the wall by Xia Jinyuan. What greeted her was an earth-shattering kiss. In the villa, Old Master Xia said to Old Master, "The race course looks quite decent. If it weren't for the fact that I'm already a pile of old bones, I'd want to ride it myself." He was well aware of his own status. Although Old Master Xia's health was not bad, he knew that he would not be able to withstand riding a horse in the middle of winter. Old Madame Xia had been worried that old Master Xia would ride a horse in a moment of happiness. Seeing that he knew what he was doing, she sighed in relief. At least he has some self-awareness. Otherwise, I would have a headache. Riding a horse now is a matter of the young people. You just sit in the house and watch. Although the race course looks decent, I don't know how good Fifth Brother's friends are at equestrian. If they're just average, the old lady smiled and said to the old man, "This time, I'm really not trying to be high profile. Sixth Brother's equestrian skills are extraordinary. When he was in high school, his school organized a summer camp abroad. The students there came to an equestrian show. At that time, I don't know what exactly happened. So Sixth Brother picked a horse and won all by himself." Old Madame Xia couldn't hide her joy at the mention of the past. When old Master Xia heard this, he laughed and said, "It looks like you taught old Sixth personally. That's why he's so good." "I'm right." "That's right. Among all my grandchildren, only old Sixth's horsemanship was taught by me personally. Although this kid was naughty when he was young, he had some talent in horsemanship. He was brave and wasn't afraid. I carried him on a horse for the first time. I was happy to see him and taught him step by step. At that time, my wife was against it. Later on, when he became famous overseas, she said that he was good at horsemanship." Chapter 56:17. Old Madame Xia also laughed and said, "At that time, he said that he wanted to teach Sixth Brother how to ride a horse. I even said that he wouldn't be able to ride a horse in the future. So what's the use of learning it? It can be seen that when it comes to learning something, you really can't think that it's useful from the start. You have to learn it seriously until the day it comes in handy. That's when it's useful." Old Master Fu agreed with her and nodded with a smile. "That's right. Sometimes if you have too many goals, you won't be able to concentrate. It's better to abandon all distracting thoughts and learn it seriously. I don't expect it to be useful, but who knows? It might come in handy one day." Isn't that right? Only by learning seriously and properly can you truly learn well. Don't think about what you can do in the future, just because you've learned it now. No one can predict what you'll become in the future. It's better to be down to earth and steady. Master Xia once said these words to Xia Jinyuan, and Xia Jinyuan remembered them. Later, Xia Jinyuan told Yi Qian, and Yi Qian remembered them. Xiao Yi is also down to earth and sincere. She's also very calm and steady. She can restrain Sixth Brother's occasional antics. In the future, old Master Fu and I can rest assured that Sixth Brother will be taught by Xiao Yi. As for the couple, Old Fu, we've known each other for decades. Today, I'm here to tell you the truth. If old Sixth does anything wrong in the future, we'll definitely stand together with Xiao Yi and face the enemy together until we defeat them. Xiao Yi will be my biological granddaughter from now on. If anyone dares to bully her, I'll be the first to rush up and teach them a lesson." There was a hidden meaning in her words. Old Master Fu naturally understood what old Madame Xia meant. She was referring to Sixth Brother's biological mother, Madame Xiao, who abandoned him years ago. Madame Xiao had stopped Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian. Yi Qian didn't tell old Master Fu because he didn't want him to worry. He only told Xia Jinyuan that if this matter wasn't handled properly, it would affect the reputation of the family Xia. In the end, he asked old Master Fu and old Madame Xiao to have a good talk with Madame Xiao. With the help of the elders, Madame Xiao couldn't do anything. Therefore, after Xia Jinyuan returned to the family Xia, he immediately told old Master Fu and Madame Xiao. Just as Yi Qian said, she was Xia Jinyuan's biological mother could make mistakes, but as a son, he couldn't make any mistakes. Even to pursue her own happiness back then, to pursue Xia Jinyuan. Now that she was back Xia Jinyuan. As a son, Xia was to blame. to say, to be blamed, to xia to xia, Jinyuan. Xia was to be. Yi Jian did not want anyone to make things difficult for her man because of Madame Xiao in the future. So she suggested that Xia Jinyuan go home and tell the two elders of the Xia family. To be sure. Old Master Fu understood what she meant. He smiled and said, I know how much you dote on Jane Eyre. Not only do you two dote on her, but all the elders in the family Xia dote on her as well. Don't worry, absolutely not. Chapter 56:18. The 10,000 miles read. Star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 56:18. Urban romance. Jiechi family. Xia wasn't an ordinary family. It was a prestigious family with many generations of talented people. A prestigious family like this was usually very strict. They knew how to deal with things and were very pragmatic. Old Master Fu and Master Xia had known each other for decades. Old Master Fu knew what kind of family Xia was. What reassured Old Master Fu the most was that family Xia treated people very seriously. Unlike some wealthy families who looked down on their daughters-in-law, family Xia didn't look down on their daughters-in-law. Instead, he really treated his daughters-in-law like his own daughter. Even if his son and daughter-in-law quarreled, he would scold his son first. How could Old Master Fu not be reassured by such a family? He had agreed to Yi Qian's engagement early because family Xia couldn't be trusted. Old Master Fu's heart-to-heart talk made Master Xia and Old Madam very happy. Looking at the two fathers who were chatting happily, Old Master Fu said to Old Master Fu, Xiao Yi isn't the type to do whatever she wants. She will also restrict sixth brother in certain aspects. The two of them, one quiet and one active, are the most compatible couple. Yuxing only has one daughter, Xiaoya. It wasn't easy for him to reunite with her, but she was engaged to my sixth son at such a young age. It's also because Yuxing values my sixth son that he could entrust Xiaoya to him. Later, my sixth son must kowtow 3 times to thank his father-in-law. Family Xia also had the rules of his hometown. You should pay attention to your eyes after reading for a long time. Even if they recognized their family and got engaged, they would become a family. Then, they would have to change the way they addressed them. They couldn't call them uncle or auntie anymore. After Old Master Fu finished speaking, Old Madam Fu laughed. I won't hide it from you. My sixth brother has already spoken. This morning, before dawn, he was sitting alone in the hall, waiting for us to wake up. His father even laughed and scolded him for being immature when he's about to get engaged. When I heard that, I laughed and scolded his mother. Not only did Old Six wake up early, we also woke up early happily. Today, Old Madam and Old Master Li were very happy. Among all their grandchildren, they were the only ones who were engaged. Last night, Xia Jinyuan did not sleep at all. Old Master Li and Old Madam Li had not slept at all. In the wee hours of the morning, the old madam closed her eyes for a while and suddenly woke up. She glanced at the window and found that it was bright. The old madam was shocked and thought that she had overslept. She hurriedly woke up Old Master Xia, who had finally fallen asleep. When he looked at the time, it wasn't even 2:15 in the morning. As for why the window was so bright, it was probably because he had forgotten to close the curtains before going to bed last night. The starlight and lamplight outside made it seem as if the sky was already bright. The elders of the two families were about to reveal everything to each other. The two fathers also revealed everything to each other. Ever since they decided to get engaged, Father Fu and Commander-in-Chief Xia immediately called each other. When Commander-in-Chief Xia found out that the Fu family had agreed to the engagement, he immediately dialed Father Fu's cell phone number. The two in-laws had not met this year, so they chatted for a long time over the phone. How could they talk in detail over the phone? There were some things that needed to be said clearly in person. Commander-in-Chief Xia also said some heartfelt words to his in-laws. At this time, the two of them were no longer leaders with extremely high military ranks. They were just ordinary fathers who worried about their children and thought about them. Old Master Li was familiar with Old Master Li and Old Madam Li, but Father Fu's relationship with Commander-in-Chief Xia was not as close as his father's generation. Although they had known each other for a long time, they were not from the same family. Therefore, they were only acquaintances. Later, because of Yi Qian and Yi Qian's mother, the Red Plum Martyr, the two fathers contacted each other more often. However, they would only call each other for work. After talking about work, they would chat for a while. Chapter 56:19. Both of them were introverted and not good at expressing themselves, so they didn't have a deeper conversation. Now that they were in-laws, the pragmatic Commander-in-Chief Xia directly said to Father Fu, "I've always treated Xiao Yi like my own daughter. Back then, when Xiao Yi was still in her 3rd year of high school, I told Xiao Yi that if Old Six did anything wrong, she didn't have to be polite. She could beat him or scold him as she liked. I wouldn't say anything." Xiao Yi was scared by me at that time. She sat in the car and thought I was joking with her. Actually, I wasn't joking. I just felt that Old Six needed someone to teach him a lesson. Xiao Yi has a very stable personality and is not used to sloppy behavior. Old Six can only be obedient in her hands. In the future, if Old Six does anything wrong, regardless of right or wrong, I will stand on Xiao Ye's side unconditionally. Xiao Yi can teach him a lesson however she wants. I won't say anything and won't interfere. If she wants to beat him, I can even pass him a whip or something. If she wants to scold him, I'll let Old Six squat in the corner and listen obediently. If he makes Xiao Yi angry or unhappy, we'll teach him a lesson however you want. Commander-in-Chief Xia was a soldier. A soldier was strict and resolute. If he said one thing, it was one. If he said two things, it would be two. If he said one thing, it would be one. If he said two things, it would be two. If he said one sentence, it would be one sentence. What he said now was absolutely not empty words. Father Fu initially thought that this in-law of his was just being polite. However, after listening to the end, he realized that the reason was not because he was being polite. He really meant what he said. After Commander-in-Chief Xia finished speaking, Father Fu drank several mouthfuls of wine to suppress the surprise in his heart. However, when he thought about how Commander-in-Chief Xia had said something similar before, Father Fu calmed down and didn't feel surprised anymore. However, Commander-in-Chief Xia still looked at him for a while. He smiled and said, "I really didn't say anything out of courtesy. Everything I said was from the bottom of my heart. Whether the days are good or bad, it's all because of the two of them. As parents, we only hope that the couple will have a smooth life. If both sides can take a step back and think about each other, then we really have nothing to worry about." Now, this was what he was supposed to say. Father Fu smiled and said, "Sixth brother is the only good man I can trust to entrust Jane Eyre to. He's been the one who's been helping Jane Eyre grow up. It can be said that sixth brother is partly responsible for Jane Eyre's success today. If you say that sixth brother will make Jane Eyre unhappy or angry, I don't believe it either. He dotes on my girl like she's the apple of his eye. I've seen it all with my own eyes, so I'm even more relieved to hand Jane Eyre over to him." Since he had already decided on his son-in-law, Father Fu naturally wouldn't be like before and pick on Xia Jinyuan from time to time. Family Xia treated his daughter like his own daughter, and he would also treat sixth brother like his own son. As a person, one couldn't have double standards, let alone favor one and discriminate against the other. The two fathers also chatted happily and laughed heartily from time to time. As Yi Qian's older brother, Li Jinyan was surrounded by Xia Jinyuan's older brothers. What were they talking about? Well, they were talking about how to make things difficult for Xia Jinyuan at the engagement ceremony, and how to make the engagement ceremony more exciting. For example, when they were about to catch the ball, Family Xia's oldest brother should come out to stop them, while Family Xia's youngest brother should come out to stop them. Another example was when they were about to jump on the horse, they couldn't let sixth brother take the first place. As the older brother, he should also do his best to fight for the first place. Chapter 56:20. 10,000 miles of Red Star will live up to your expectations. Chapter 56:20. Love the fourth child. Xia Yuzheng said to Li Jinyan, sixth brother has been a tyrant since he was young. The brothers in the family have always given in to him. Today, we're planning to get back at him for all the losses we suffered at his hands when we were young. At the same time, we can help sister-in-law suppress sixth brother's arrogance and make him behave himself in front of sister-in-law. If sister-in-law tells him to go east, he will only dare to go east. He will never dare to go west. You are Xiao Ye's brother. Do you have a better idea? Li Jinyan felt that Xia Jinyuan's brothers were all great and their ideas were great. Without saying anything, Li Jinyan gave Xia Jinyuan's brothers a thumbs up. Xia Yiwei could only watch helplessly, seeing that her husband, Hozi, was having fun with the twins and was not paying attention to them. She stood up for Xia Jinyuan and said, "You brothers, take it easy. Today is sixth brother's engagement day. All of you are thinking about is how to get back at him for all the losses you suffered in the past. If you ruin sixth brother's plans, how are you going to deal with the aftermath? You guys know that Grandpa and Grandma are so happy because of sixth brother's engagement that they didn't sleep the whole night. Today, you guys, please take note of your eyes after reading for a long time. If you dare to do anything at sixth brother's engagement, Grandpa and Grandma will be the first ones who won't let you off. Think about it carefully and see if it's more important to get back at them or Grandpa and Grandma. Don't lose the big picture because of the small." These words also touched the hearts of the Family Xia brothers. Li Jinyan said calmly, "It's not that we are making things difficult for you. At most, it's a test. The harder the test, the more we can see sixth brother's true ability. I believe that sixth brother also wants to show off his skills in front of us family, so that we can see what he is capable of. In my opinion, the brothers of Family Xia are not trying to make things difficult for him. They are just helping their brother perform." Or did he touch the hearts of the Family Xia brothers? Xia Yiwei could tell that this brother-in-law was deliberately making things difficult for his younger sister. What else could she say? Naturally, she couldn't say anything. She smiled at Li Jinyan. "Jinyan is right. Our sixth brother should perform well." While the elders of the Family Xia family were trying to convince the Fu family to hand over Yi Qian to sixth brother, the brothers of the Family Xia family were secretly plotting how to test their own brothers. The back wall was already on fire. It all depended on whether Xia Jinyuan could hold on. Xia Jinyuan, who had no idea what was going on, was very pleased with himself. He was even teaching Yi Qian how to ride a horse. Yi Qian, who had never ridden a horse before, learned very seriously. After a short while, he was able to jog a lap on his own. After jogging a few laps, Yi Qian felt that jogging in the stable was meaningless. She wanted to run outside. Of course, Xia Jinyuan agreed. Today, his fiancée could do whatever she wanted. She said that riding a horse was dangerous. After all, they had experienced many dangerous things. Family Xia and the elders of the Fu family saw Yi Qian's handsome figure on the horse. Xia Jinyuan led the horse out of the stable. They probably trusted Xia Jinyuan very much. None of them thought that it was dangerous, and stopped Xia Jinyuan because Xia Jinyuan didn't know how to do it. Everyone was smiling as they looked at the two people who had deep feelings for each other from afar. Family Xia and the elders of the Fu family laughed. However, Madame Xiao couldn't laugh. She was so angry that her whole body trembled slightly. Chapter 56:21. The Great Red Star lives up to your expectations. CMS. And AMP, please note, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. GT bookmark. Recommend this book. If it weren't for Mrs. Qin, Mrs. Li, and Du Jai sitting next to her, Miss Xiao would have lost her composure. In fact, Miss Xiao had already lost her composure. Family Xia didn't inform me at all. They didn't tell me. Miss Xiao held the teacup tightly with both hands. It took a lot of effort for her to stop her voice from trembling. Mrs. Qin was confused by Ms. Zhao's loss of composure. Why would family Xia tell Ms. Xiao about sixth brother's engagement? She was asking Mrs. Li. Mrs. Li was a guest today, so she asked Mrs. Qin and Ms. Xiao out for tea. She wanted to tell Ms. Xiao through Mrs. Qin that Yi Qian was with Xia Jinyuan and that Mrs. Qin's son was hooked up with Yi Qian. That way, Ms. Xiao would be able to ruin the relationship between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan. However, she didn't expect to find out from Mrs. Qin that Xia Jinyuan and Yi Qian would be getting engaged today. Miss Xiao didn't know, and neither did Mrs. Li. Du Jai was so shocked that she lost her voice. How is that possible? Why would family Xia agree? Du Jai realized that she had lost her composure. She was afraid that Mrs. Qin would have a problem with her, so she quickly said to Ms. Xiao, "Auntie Xiao, did you know? That's why Ms. Xiao was born. Please note, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time." Ms. Xiao was right. How would Ms. Xiao know? If Mrs. Qin hadn't accidentally mentioned it, she probably wouldn't have known about it until Xia Jinyuan got married. Mrs. Li was a little anxious. She explained to Mrs. Qin. She said that she would introduce Ms. Xiao to you later. She is Xia Xinhui's ex-wife and Xia Jinyuan's mother. What? This time, Mrs. Qin was so tired that she was shocked. Miss Xiao, are you really sixth brother's mother? How come I've never heard of it? That's not right. You didn't go abroad? Madame Xiao smiled bitterly. I am indeed Yuan's mother. I returned to China a few years ago. Yuan's engagement. Mrs. Qin, I really have to thank you today. If it wasn't for you, I really wouldn't have known that today was Yuan's engagement day. They were truly heartless, truly heartless. They knew that she was in the capital and knew that she was Yuan's mother, but no one told her that her son was engaged today. The girl who was engaged to her son was still that unpresentable girl from the countryside who did not belong in the family. Why did he agree? Why did old master and old madam agree? Don't they know Yi Qian's character? Or could it be that they knew in their hearts but did not stop it? Instead, they casually found a wife for Yuan and sent her away? Were they going to be so cheap to Yuan? It was true that she was in the wrong as a mother. She was not qualified, but Yuan was their grandson. Could it be that she, as a mother, was in the wrong and they were going to blame it on Yuan? Madame Zhao's face was so pale that there was no trace of blood. What do you think is going on? As a mother, how could she not know that her son is engaged? If you didn't tell her, she wouldn't even have heard of it. Mrs. Li was furious. Her face was full of anger as she said, "Family Xia is truly heartless. How could she not inform her son about his engagement?" Then she asked Mrs. Qin, "May I know where they are getting engaged?" No matter how close Mrs. Qin was to Mrs. Li, she knew that this was not something she could casually reveal. Chapter 56:22. The red star of 10,000 miles did not disappoint. Chapter 56:22. Betrayal from restlessness to urban romance to geekisms. Friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Target equals _ blank 11311/module/article/homepage of books. Add bookmark. Recommend this book. Chapter 56:22. Betrayal to be restless Mrs. Sheen only wanted to chat with her for a while, but she didn't expect the person sitting across from her to be the mother of her son's family Xia. This was really, at this moment, Madame Sheen was a little annoyed at herself for saying too much. She only wanted to tell Madame Li that she didn't have to worry about Yi Qian and Li Jinyan having anything to do with each other. Because they were siblings, it wasn't as bad as Madame Li made it out to be. Now was not the time to explain. It was better to send Ms. Xiao away first. Mrs. Qin furrowed her brows and thought for a while before saying, I didn't hear the exact location of the engagement. I didn't pay much attention to this matter. I only heard about it from Old Master and Old Madam. She then said to Madame Xiao, I'm sorry, but I really don't know where the engagement will be held. But don't be too sad. This engagement isn't necessarily a bad thing. This child, Yi Qian, is actually a good person. She was Old Master Fu's biological granddaughter. How could she not be good? In the past, it was because she listened to other people's words that she, Mrs. Qin, still felt her face burn when she thought about all the things she had done in the past. More friends, please prompt. Pay attention to the rest of your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. What made her feel ashamed was that she had actually badmouthed Yi Qian in front of Old Master. She was really too ashamed to face Old Master. It was also because the old man had good self-restraint that he didn't argue with her. Because she had once said something bad about Yi Qian in front of Old Master Fu and belittled Yi Qian, Mrs. Qin hadn't visited Old Master Fu's home to give him a New Year's greeting. She was too ashamed to face Old Master Fu. Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin also knew, so they didn't urge Mrs. Qin. The relationship between the two families was still there. If the daughter-in-law knew that she was wrong, she would go to the old man's house to ask for forgiveness. Mrs. Li was shocked by Mrs. Qin's words. She actually said that Yi Qian was actually a good person? Mrs. Qin, you're just too kind. Didn't you just accompany your grandfather and Madam to the hospital? She did it on purpose to show off in front of them and make herself look good. You, just remember it in your heart. Madame Li advised earnestly, ordinary people really can't see through such a girl's mind. Even old people like us can be deceived by her if we're not careful. Although she is now engaged to family Xia's sixth son, Qin Xiu is only temporarily safe. With her promiscuous personality, would she be able to stay at home and watch over her family? I really won't. Aren't we going to parade some spare tire now? Just wait and see. As long as she's on good terms with Old Master Qin and Old Madam Qin, she'll continue to go in and out of the Qin family and continue to seduce Qin Xiu. She's so young, but she's already so scheming. It wasn't easy for her to climb up the Qin family's branch, so how could she let go so easily? Time will reveal a person's heart. She's sixth brother's fiancée now, but as time goes by, she'll be exposed. What if family Xia wants to break off the engagement? Shouldn't she be prepared in advance, just in case? You don't think that just because she's engaged to sixth brother, you'll be able to rest easy and have nothing to worry about. She's very powerful. She won't let go of the Qin family Xia, and Li family easily. Mrs. Qin was so restless that she wanted to leave as soon as possible. After knowing Yi Jian's identity, Madame Qin felt that Madame Li was exaggerating when she heard Yi Jian's words. Chapter 56:23. 10,000 miles of red star, will live up to your expectations. Unreconciled, urban romance, JIEQI unreconciled the Lee family. She really didn't know that she was trying to climb up the social ladder. After Old Man Lee's death, the Lee family was getting worse and worse. Even Old Master Lee said that the Lee family would never be as glorious as when Old Man Lee was still alive. As for the Fu family, Old Master Fu was highly respected and had many students. He had a bright future ahead of him and could even lead the Fu family to greater heights. With Yi Qian, even if she grew up outside, she relied on her own abilities to get into the military academy. With the support of Family Xia and the Fu family, she would have a bright future ahead of her. The current Yi Qian was no longer the Yi Qian of the past. Madame Li didn't know this, but she did. Madame Qin picked up her teacup and took a sip to moisten her mouth. She smiled and said, "That's someone else's problem. I don't have to worry about it anymore. No matter how scheming she is, she's still the daughter-in-law of Family Xia. Master Xia and old Madame Xia both think that she's a good person. I think that we really misunderstood Yi Qian in the past. I'm afraid that she's not a scheming girl, and she's not someone who goes around climbing up the social ladder. Otherwise, why didn't old Madame and old Master Fu see through her? Why didn't Master Xia and old Madame Xia see through her? These four have been through countless ups and downs. They're much better at judging people and things than we are. If even they think that Yi Qian is a good person, then she might really be a good person. She wasn't like before when she was worried because of Madame Li's words. She was afraid that Yi Qian would hook up with Qin Xiu like Madame Li said. Yi Qian was old Master Fu's granddaughter. Take care of your eyes after reading for a long time. Did she still need to hook up with anyone? I really don't need it. Sigh. She couldn't say that Yi Qian was old Master Fu's granddaughter. She hoped that Madame Li would understand and stop bad-mouthing Yi Qian in the future. If the Fu family knew about it, she would not be in a good position either. As for Ms. Xiao, Mrs. Qin lowered her eyes slightly and had another plan in her mind. She was Family Xia's biological mother. However, the Family Xia knew that she was in the capital but did not inform her. From this, it could be seen that the Family Xia did not care about Madame Xiao, and neither did the sixth Family Xia. In that case, he couldn't have any deep friendship with this Madame Xiao. He needed to stay away from her. Du Jiayi, who had been sitting next to Mrs. Qin and hadn't interjected, was now as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. While Mrs. Qin was still talking, she tried to interject a few times, but Mrs. Li kept hinting at her with her eyes. Now was not the time for Du Jiayi to casually interject. Mrs. Li secretly glared at her daughter a few times. Deep down, she was not as calm as she appeared to be. She couldn't understand. After all her efforts, Mrs. Qin's impression of Yi Qian was extremely bad, and she hated her to the core. Why would she take the initiative to put in a good word for Yi Qian today? She even said that Yi Qian was a good person and that they might have misunderstood her in the past. She also said that the older generation thought that she was a good person, so of course she was a good person. These words could have come from anyone in the Family Xia, but they should not have come from Mrs. Qin's mouth. Could it be that Yi Qian, that little b asterisk TCH, did something that made Mrs. Qin change her attitude towards her without her knowledge? Thinking of this, Madame Li's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out. Du Jiayi, who had been stopped, was having a hard time holding it in. In the end, she thought about how Yi Qian was getting engaged to Xia Jinyuan today, and how she could no longer be Qin Xiu's girlfriend. With this thought, she suppressed the urge to badmouth Yi Qian. However, she was still unwilling. Chapter 56:24. The 10,000 miles read, Star lives up to your expectations. Chapter 56:24. love mutual exploitation, urban romance, GKIM's target equals, underscore blank. Please note, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time. 00 recommended reading. Monster 11311 /modules /article /homepage. Bookmark. Recommend this book, Chapter 5624. Love mutual exploitation. An orphan from a rural village with no parents and no family background actually became the granddaughter-in-law of a family Xia. Wasn't this the real-life version of the ugly duckling? She had actually become Xia Jinyuan's fiancé. From now on, she had leaped into the Dragon's Gate. From now on, she had really become a phoenix. In the future, it would be even more difficult to knock her down. Li Jun, she had to get in touch with them as soon as possible. Right now, the ones who wanted to get rid of Yi Qian, the most were the two of them. She could get someone else to do the dirty work for her. She didn't have to do it herself. Du Jiai secretly wanted to break her fingernails. Mrs. Qin, Mrs. Li, and Du Jiai all had their own thoughts. Mrs. Xiao also had her own thoughts. Since Mrs. Qin didn't tell her the address of Xia Jinyuan's engagement, she knew that she wouldn't be able to get any information about her son and Yi Qian from Mrs. Qin. After a long silence, she said to Mrs. Li, "Chenglan, I've troubled you again today. You've also worried so much for me. In the future, let's just leave it at that. If they want to keep it a secret, how would outsiders know? Although I'm a Yuan's biological mother, but..." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes. Mrs. Xiao pulled out a tissue. "Please note, please rest your eyes after reading for a long time." 00 recommendation. Monster, she gently wiped the corners of her eyes with a tissue and smiled bitterly, which made Mrs. Qin's heart ache. "But after all, I've never raised him. How could there be any mother-son relationship?" After speaking to Mrs. Li, she said to Mrs. Qin, "Mrs. Qin, I'm sorry about today. Chenglan asked you out because of me. I wanted to ask if you could help me find out about Ai Yuan. So I asked Chenglan for help. Please forgive my rudeness. Mrs. Qin." "Miss Xiao, you're too polite. You're Chenglan's friend, so naturally, you're my friend. I feel guilty that I didn't help you today." Mrs. Qin naturally knew how to say such polite words, and she said them beautifully. Even though she had already made up her mind to stay away from Mrs. Xiao, at this moment, she still had a sympathetic look on her face. "I really didn't expect you to be the mother of Sixth Brother's family, Xia. If I had known, sigh, I would have asked Grandfather Qin and Madam Qin." "I'm sorry, Ms. Xiao. I can't share your burden." Mrs. Xiao smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Mrs. Qin, you're too polite. I'm the one who's disturbing you, yet you're here to apologize. I'm really ashamed. Sai, you're also a kind mother, but these children are sometimes really too stubborn. No matter what you say, they just can't be reasoned with. Take my family's Qinxiu, for example." The topic had unknowingly turned to Qinxiu, and Mrs. Li didn't even have a chance to interject. Mrs. Qin really didn't want to give Mrs. Li a chance to interrupt. She was afraid that Mrs. Li would ask her to call the two elders at home and ask them where the sixth son of the Xia family and Yi Jian were getting engaged. She didn't want to ask, but she also didn't want to embarrass Mrs. Li. Therefore, she might as well leave before the topic continued. Not only did she leave, but Mrs. Qin also planned to stay for a while longer before leaving. After about 5 minutes, Mrs. Qin received a call from her husband, Qin Dingkong. After chatting for a while, Mrs. Qin told him her location and ended the call. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Dingkong, who was wearing a suit and a long black woolen coat, pushed open the door to the tea room and elegantly came to pick up Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin stood up and left with an apologetic look on her face, leaving the two people with cold expressions.